It's 9 o'clock in the morning, and you know what that means, don't you? It's time for Taxi's 25th annual road rally for 2021. Woohoo! And the audience goes crazy. Good morning, everybody. I am Michael Lasko, your host. Most of you know me, but for newbies, here I am. This is as good as it's going to get for the next 3 days. I want to welcome you to the 25th Road Rally. I can't believe that we have now done 25 of these. Unbelievable to me. I think we'd all rather be hugging each other and hanging out with friends from all over the world at the Westin LAX again this year, but alas, it wasn't meant to be. The upside is that members who normally couldn't travel from afar to be with us are able to join us for this virtual rally, and I'm glad about that. While people on the outside of Taxi think our mission is to just give you 1,200 opportunities a year for your music, those of you who are members know that half of what Taxi does is to educate you about how the music industry really works. Making great music is only half the equation, and the Road Rally exists to help you learn how to navigate the other half as well. The business, the networking, the collaborations, and developing the perseverance it takes to become successful. Ask any of our six-figure members, and each one of them will tell you that success didn't just fall into their laps. It came to them the old-fashioned way, through hard work. And speaking of hard work, I'd like to thank our hardworking staff that takes such great care of you all year long. Angel Mara Diaga, Tom Stillwagon, Bria Abrahamson, Eric Anderson, Liz Cohn, Matthew Hutchison, Annie Dingwall, Randy Renteria, and last but not least, my wife, Deborah. She married me and this company nearly 30 years ago, and trust me, that's some hard work. I also want to thank our incredible A&R team that makes really hard decisions every day about what gets forwarded to the industry and what doesn't. They know what it's like to be in your shoes because they're all musicians. But I want to recognize them this morning because they are the single best A&R team that we've had in the company's 30-year history. And because of their choices, more Taxi members than ever are getting signed, getting placements, and building real careers because of the feedback that our screeners give you guys every single day of the year. So hats off to them. The crowd goes wild. I'm going to be hitting that button all weekend long. Anyway, and finally, I want to thank our sponsors. Without them, this road rally and the 24 that came before it just simply wouldn't exist. Their recognition and support of the incredible community that all of you are a part of is much more than a business relationship. Please show your support for their products and services every single chance you get. Every minute of this event is possible because of disc makers, Bandzoogle, Master Writer, ILIO, Airgigs, Session Wire, Paul Reed Smith guitars. Yes, we're going to give away a guitar. Final Mix, Fallout Music Group, Pandora Amp, Music Pro Insurance, Cal State Northridge, Arturia, and Shure. Let's hear it for them. Yay! Crowd goes wild. Gee, I'm not as nervous as I thought I'd be. And now it's time to hear from somebody that so many of you have asked to join us for the rally, Music Supervisor Mair Ramos. Hit it, Greg. Ladies and gentlemen, Mair Ramos. Yeah. Good morning, Mary. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Good. Good to talk to you again twice in a 10 or 12 hour period. So I'm really excited to have you here, and thank you for doing this. I know your schedule is like insanely busy all the time, and I want to mention at the top of the show, Mary's got to duck out at 10:15 because she's got to go to a spotting session, and she's already pushing it a little bit. So 10:15, man, she turns into a pumpkin, and I'm going to tap dance or tell jokes or something. Anyway, I want to give you a little background on Mair. She's an award-winning music supervisor who's helped create the musical identity for over 100 films in nearly 30 years. She's helped to shape the music for blockbuster features, award-winning independents, passionate documentaries, and episodic TV. I think commercials and video games as well, so I should have put that in there. She's worked on Grammy-nominated soundtracks and won 2 Guild of Music Supervisors Awards for Django Unchained and The Hateful Eight. And while she might be best known for her work with Quentin Tarantino, what makes Mary fascinating to us is the wide range of projects that she's worked on, including one of my all-time favorites, Happy Gilmore, Bride of Chucky. I loved Happy Gilmore. Bride of Chucky, South Park, Chef Aid, Kill Bill Volumes 1 and 2, Mrs. America, which had an Emmy-nominated score, Little Fires Everywhere, which also had an Emmy-nominated score, Wu-Tang: An American Saga Season 2, Wasteland 3, which is a video game, and Stillwater, which was just out like a month or two ago, to name a very, very, very few. So welcome, Mary. Really good to have you here.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I can't believe you've been doing this for 25 years and I haven't done one yet.
I know. Well, no, I really think I couldn't find any documentation, but I swear we had you and one other supervisor like 23 years ago, I think our second year that we did this. And I just remember the two of you really hit it off on the panel, and you guys were like a little silly, but really informative, and everybody in the room loved it. And so I've always had you in the back of my mind to bring you back. But I went to look for the documentation of that year, and because it's 23 years ago, I couldn't find anything. So maybe I'm hallucinating, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. Anyway, you work on so many different things. I know, everybody's like, oh, she's Quentin Tarantino's music supervisor, but you're much more. You are a consummate music supervisor. And, I have music supervisor friends that just do reality TV or just do episodic dramas. They tend to kind of do one thing a lot, and you've done pretty much everything. So I think that you'll be an interesting person for our people to watch and learn from. So I want our audience to think about sync from the perspective of the end users. I know it's very easy for music creators to just think of my song, it's my baby, I created it. But they really need to see it from the other side of the fence as well, because I believe that will help them create music that's more syncable. If they kind of understand what works versus what doesn't. So let's see, let's jump right in. What is music's job when it's married to picture?
That's a really great question. And music in general adds, it can add a personality to a project, to an entire project. It can warm up a scene. It can deflate some clunky acting. It can, music can do a lot in post-production, and it's been a real interesting part of my job to kind of come in and see how we can smooth things out and add something here. The script is one thing, but once you see what a director has shot, it could take a whole different it could need a whole different style of music to really work with what they've shot. It's one thing on the page, and you could say, oh, this is all going to be, hair band rock. But then when you see what they've shot, it's like, oh, this is bossa nova. So it really takes being keen on what the actual work is, what the actual job is, and what the actual needs are of the project. Does that answer your question? I kind of went all over the place.
Yeah, it does, because you hit on maybe the most important point of this entire interview already, which is that you never really know till you know, and there's a question I've got for you later that talks about that a bit. So I'm going to wait till I get there so I don't get out of order with my questions. But so by virtue of the fact that you've worked on all these different types of projects, big budget features, indie films, episodic TV, all this stuff, how different is the job description and workflow from, let's say, a big budget feature to episodic drama? How do they vary?
Well, first, the basic nature of the job for me, from my perspective, is the same on all projects. It's to serve the project and to serve what's going to tell this story the best. So, that's always the underlying, job for me. But the way that this job pans out, the way the workflow, the workload, entirely different. I haven't done a lot of television until recently. And then I did two things right at the same time, which was Little Fires Everywhere and Mrs. America, which were both very music driven. They're like doing little movies every week. A movie, you get a chance to, a movie's, you could be working on a movie for years. If I'm working on a Quentin movie, it's almost, could be 2 years. Wow. So it's you get a lot of time to like really grow ideas and really work with a director and really kind of come up with, a well thought out, plan. Sometimes in television, you don't get that luxury. So it really calls you to be on your toes. It really calls you to have an arsenal of music, because oftentimes in television, budget comes into play. So it calls for you to have, I call it an arsenal. That's a bad way of putting it, but having a bunch of music that is easily clearable, is really good, and that you can put in without any hassles at the last minute, and you know what it's going to cost, and you're going to be able to get it signed off on right away. Those are absolutely essential, and that's been really fun about working in television, because working in film, you don't get a lot of opportunities to use up-and-coming artists.
Right.
And we'll talk about that too. But there's little opportunities, but in television, because it's so voracious, and because there's oftentimes, there's scenes that take place in a bar, and what bar do you know that doesn't have music playing? Even sports bars, even if the TV's on, there's music playing. So there's you really need to be able to have great music at the ready, and that's what's great about what you guys do, is that
thank you.
When we get something from you guys, we know that it is, it is good, it's clearable, and we can do it right away. And can't say enough about how important that is. So anyways, the workflow is different in the different things. Also, video games, it's entirely different too.
I don't know enough about video games, but I've had Inan Zur on panels with me before, and it's a whole different world in the scoring and making all the different, like if the character goes left, it's this. If the character opens a door, it's that cue. It's like, who can keep track of all that stuff?
Well, I'll tell you this. One thing that in video games is that might be of use to artists that might be listening. I did a video game called Wasteland 3. They had a need of songs that fit the world of the game, but they also had a need of not using well-known or using copyrights because of wanting their users to be able to put their videos of themselves playing the game up on Twitch and the various streaming services, and they didn't want their videos to be taken down because that's a major way of getting word out about the game. So one thing that I kind of suggested was, because the world had sort of a mythology to it, I suggested let's do psychobilly covers of public domain songs. So that was a really great opportunity to work with some, up-and-coming artists, some established artists, but some up-and-coming artists to create these covers. Now that's my dog.
No kidding.
Now no, it's not a copyright. It's not a publishing thing, but it is an opportunity to do a cover of something and have it, be used in a video game. Yeah. Anyways, it was an interesting clearance thing to work on video games, because it was a whole nother world that I wasn't used to.
Yeah, I definitely need to learn more about that. So a lot of people think that music supervisors are like A&R people. They sit around with their feet up on a desk, doing bong hits, listening to music, going, "Oh man, I love this. I've got to put it in a movie. I've got to put it in a TV show." But really, the music supervisor is suggesting options more than making the final decisions. Who do you present those options to in each scenario that makes the final decision on which music gets used?
We're like casting directors in a way.
Oh,
We're
wow.
like casting directors for songs as well as composers. So, for instance, when I come on a project, I like to um, meet with the director or the showrunner, and I'll read the script and have an idea when I come in, and we'll talk about their goals and dreams, their adjectives for the show, what they want it to be, and we'll come up with a concept for it. But really, everything. I mean, I can I can really strongly suggest something, and I have. I'm very opinionated. I have strongly suggested things, but at the end of the day, it's really not my decision. It's a collaborative medium, but in film, the director is the final say, and in television, it's the showrunner.
And
Producers
showrunners,
always
yeah.
I'll say when it comes to budget, etc. But creatively, those are the
Is it like
people.
torturous for you when you know something works better in a scene than what is going to go in there, and you fight the good fight, but in the end they choose the wrong thing? Does it make you wince every time you watch, going, "Damn, I had something that's 30% better"?
Yeah.
There's a-
Yes, it drives me crazy because nobody. I mean, when you hire a music supervisor, you're hiring a specialist, right? I'm
yeah.
I'm a specialist. I have 30 years of experience in what I do, and I'm not just choosing a song because I like it. I'm choosing a song because it fits the character. It does what it needs to do to the scene. It fits the period. It doesn't throw the story out of whack because it's from a different, you know, time period, or it doesn't fit the character. Those are all these things. You hire me because you don't have to think about those things. It's my job to think about those things and present you things that are working for within the world you want to create. You know what I mean? It's like uh, there are everybody has music that they love. I mean, music's not something. Music belongs to everyone.
Mm.
Um, Everyone has their favorites, and everyone has their playlists, and you um, and DJing, like we talked about, DJing is an entirely different art form than music supervision. What music supervisors do is always tied to what's going to make this story better, what's going to make this story work, what's going to make you know the film work the best. So yeah, when I suggest something, there's a whole reason behind it. It's because I tried 100 things to picture, and this one actually makes her look brighter, him look, it's
Yeah.
there's, you know, it, yeah,
Yeah, I
the
get
whole reason. You
it.
know what I mean? Yeah, when it gets, not chosen for whatever reason, I'm sad because it's a lot of work down the drain.
I know the feeling. Sometimes I'll be in a grocery store and I hear a record or a song that I worked on back in the mid 70s or early 80s in the studio. And the one thing I always notice, even though it's coming out of the speakers in the ceiling at Ralph's, I hear the one vocal part, the harmony note that shouldn't have been in there or something like that. And it drives me a little crazy. But, it is what it is. You got
Put
to
it down.
yeah, suck it up and move on. So when you work on a film, not with Quentin, that is a big part of your job translating the director's description of what he or she needs into the lexicon of how music people describe it. My experience is that unless the picture and story people are themselves music junkies or maybe even musicians, that they don't always really they ask for something, but they don't really understand maybe what they're asking for. They don't know genres. Is a big part of your job translating their wishes into a brief that people will send the right music in for?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Um, and a brief has to be, I mean, my briefs are pretty wordy. I'd like to be very um, specific about what I'm looking for. And uh, so I tend to give examples, but not too many examples because I don't want people to replicate,
Right.
what's in there. I want to give them descriptors. Yeah, oftentimes I'm working with directors or showrunners who aren't musicians, who aren't musical, and so they don't know how to articulate what they're looking for. So I work with music editors to create a temp score and a temp track to help create something for a map to give directors the words and the tools to describe what they like. I like that instrumentation. What's that instrument? I like the way this makes me feel here. Is it tempo? Yeah, it's a tempo and it's the mood. It's So we go through it. I mean, when I come on a project, I'll spot the picture, what we call spot the picture, for song cues and for score cues. And those sessions can last hours upon hours upon hours because that's where it's a really good chance for the director or the showrunner to articulate what they want here, what they're looking for here. And I always try and get them talking because every adjective they give is helpful, I think, for an artist, for a composer, to help
Yeah.
hone in on what they're looking at.
I mean, we all know the phrase temp love. How much is going on in your head when you're spotting it and putting in temp music, thinking, "Oh, this is so good," but I know if I temp it, that they're going to fall in love with it, and I'm never going to get them off the dime to put something else in there. Is that something you deal with a lot, or is it not so much?
Not anymore. Used to be. I've learned my lesson. I learned pretty early on that you don't temp with the Rolling Stones or Led Zeppelin. You know what I mean? But it is. I mean, because of the kinds of things I work on, I haven't worked on a lot of big budget studio projects. I mean, my I guess you call it wheelhouse is independent, artsy independence. So oftentimes there's budget constraints. So I like to be controlled about what I give to a director. So there's a lot of work that goes into, this goes back to my earlier rant, there's a lot of work that goes into music that I suggest. I'm not going to suggest something that I haven't already vetted for being within the budget parameters of what we can do. So I'm going through hundreds and hundreds of songs, finding things that fit, but not sending anything until I know it's affordable, because it's just too painful to try and replace something once that temp love sets in.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why I want to get in early, before editors love to temp with
What they know, which were hits from the past or something. Yeah.
yeah, that amazing you get what you give song, which is impossible to replace because it's just such a pure pop song. It's just anyways.
I know that
and my temps are ugly.
go
I
ahead.
like to do ugly temps. I'm sorry. I don't like to use beautiful, same all the cues from the same, films, so that it sounds like a perfect score in your temp, because that does breed the breeding ground for temp love, basically. I like to make them patchworky because, again, my temps are for getting the director to articulate what they want. You like this banjo? No? All right. How about if we do it with, clarinet? You know what I mean?
You mentioned
So
that you listen to hundreds. And
Yeah.
from a musician's perspective, it's like, I think in the mind's eye of a lot of creators, and they certainly understand this because it comes from their heart and their soul, and everything's riding on it, and they imagine that a music supervisor might sit there, even though they're going to listen to hundreds, list from the beginning to the end, and really sit there and thoughtfully ponder on each and every one. Is it, when you listen to hundreds, is it like, do you know in 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 seconds that, nope, this isn't just, it just doesn't fit the vibe, on to the next?
I have to say this now because we're talking to artists, right?
Yeah.
The people that might be watching this are artists. I want to say that we're not talking about your art. We're not trying to tell you what to do with your art because that'd be stupid. What we're trying to do, we're talking about if you're interested in getting your music into a commercial platform, and that's a whole different mindset. It's it's marketing and it's sales and it's that kind of a thing. So when you want to put your music into a film, you have to consider that it needs to fit. It needs to fit into the film. It needs to fit into the commercial. If they're selling a car, and they're going to be looking for bright, happy, and they're not going to be looking for a song that's very specific in lyrics. For instance, very specific lyrics about a storytelling type of a song,
Right.
or a or a song that mentions it's all about Laura, a specific name or something. I mean, I don't. There's a lot of beautiful songs that are very specific in lyrics, but we can't use them. A lot of times when you're working on something, you ask for the instrumental version so that you can lift the lyrics out, lift the vocal out, and lay it under dialogue. When we are putting stuff to picture, there's a bunch of different types of uses for songs. There's only few times where you get the chance to really play a song in its fullness, which is over one of those montages, love montage, where there's a bunch of scenes and you hear the lyrics and you get to hear the beginning, the middle, and the end of the song. Those are so rare. A lot of times, sadly, what we're trying to do with songs is play it in the background. Dialogue's happening in the foreground. The dialogue is the top line of the song, the top line melody, basically. The song needs to lay underneath that dialogue and bring something special to the scene. You may want to have a cool hook play in the pocket of the dialogue, but these are the kinds of things that we're looking for when we're looking for songs a lot of the time. So that's something to be thinking about too.
I know there are more possible.
If
I'm
there's
sorry.
a slow burner song, like for instance, if you're a Mogwai type of a band and your songs last 7 minutes and you are a slow burner and you get to your climax at about minute 5, just know that those are harder to place unless they're edited, unless you have a beginning, middle, and end within a digestible amount of time for a film or television show. Most uses are 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 45 seconds. It's only Quentin, really, who uses a song, a whole 7-minute long song from beginning to end. So those are the kinds of things to be thinking of, too, when you're putting your music forward for use in a show. It might just be a 20-second bite that we're looking for. So it's good to know where that, best dynamic part of the song is.
I know there are more possibilities today for indie artists to land syncs in independent films, more than ever, because the internet makes music more discoverable. Can you tell our viewers why big budget films are much more likely to use music from big, well-known artists that are oftentimes on major labels?
Well, it's a marketing thing, and it's a bling thing. I mean, you may have had this experience. I think you mentioned something about Harry Garfield.
Yeah.
If it's a $100 million film, they want to show that on the screen, and it gives it an expensive, an immediately expensive look or feel to it.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
It used to
worked on.
There used to be a time years ago, not so much I've noticed anymore, where because records came out, CDs came out, albums came out as CDs, and the labels, the film and TV people at the labels would coordinate with the music supervisors to try and get songs in an album that was finished in October, but the movie's coming out the following July. They would try and delay the release of the album to coordinate and time out with the release of the movie, or at least the single. so that they could get the promotional value from the film for the artist, as well as the film I can't even say the word. The film would get a bump because it was the new Rihanna single was in the film, and so everybody was happy. An exception to all this I've noticed is that reimagined covers and remixes from independent artists show up a lot more than ever, and it seems like a good way to get your stuff. Even a major studio, big budget film will take a really cool cover. Maybe, you know, it's a fast song like Satisfaction by the Stones that's slowed down and made very ethereal and dreamy, and it works in the scene because, you know, maybe it's a romantic scene and they're talking about satisfaction. Well, fast wouldn't work there. Is that an observation that holds water? Do you find that as well?
Oh my gosh, yeah, it's kind of become a joke, that the slow cover of the fast song, or, you know, the reimagined trailerized covers. You know, it just is a fact of this is a commercial medium. It's an easier way to do something that feels new and yet has a familiarity to it. Comes with nostalgia. Like, for instance, Little Fires Everywhere, we did covers, score-ish covers, because we had Is a Machine from Florence and the Machine doing the score and producing the covers. And Mark Isham. So we chose, you know, and it was set in the 90s, so we chose 90s songs and had them covered for that. We didn't do, you know, some of the more typical. I mean, we didn't choose like some typical songs. We did choose off the beaten track of most of it, to have covered for it. But it still placed you in the time period, but it still allowed us to do something special with new singers and kind of scory versions of them. So I'm giving you an example from something I did, but it's the familiarity is what's really important. And I've often said that for a band who wants to get noticed by a music supervisor or producer or whatever, a good idea is to do a reimagined cover or a cover, because a lot of times we're looking for, you know, You Are My Sunshine. We're looking for all the different renditions of that. I've Got You Under My Skin, looking for renditions of that, you know, to try and use something familiar, but something, you know, a new take on it, or whatever. So if yours is out there, we'll find yours, and it will also lure us in to listen to your other music. That's how
you actually will go online at 11 o'clock at night and start looking on, searching SoundCloud, YouTube, Spotify, to find those, you know, fresh new versions of stuff. It's not like, do you reach out to libraries or publishers for those versions first, or do you go online and search for them?
My hours are so weird that I am doing it at midnight and the weekends when publishers and record companies aren't open. So I'll start my own research, but then of course I'll reach out to the publishers to see if they have things. And if I do come across a cool cover, I'll often tell the publisher about it, you know, so that they have it in their arsenal to be able to, you know, lend out for the next thing. Because they're you know, they're like gold. Good covers are gold.
So I know I'm going to get this question after we finish the interview from people. I'm going to get a million emails on Monday morning from people. Do I need to have permission from the publisher to do a cover of a former hit? Is what the artists are going to, the artists are going to ask. Do they need to get permission first, or can they create it and then it becomes your problem to license the copyright?
They create it first. Look, if it's a compulsory license, if it's something that's been released on a record before, then I don't believe you need permission. Now, if it's going to be used in a film or a television show or an ad, that's on me to get the rights to it, to clear it. Put it out there and as the bait to reel us in anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about that stuff. Although if you want to, look at, I don't want to don't want to give you any restrictions. Just go ahead and don't do a major classic. Don't do an Aerosmith song. Don't do I wouldn't say.
Yeah.
It would be good to do, take an old standard and do something new to it. Or an off-beaten track cover and do something for it. Anyways.
I've noticed that.
And that is a remix. Sorry, I found for a film called Last Vegas. I found a remix on YouTube that was an what do you call those? It was an
unauthorized.
It hadn't been. It was an unofficial. Sorry,
Yeah.
Not enough coffee. Unofficial remix. I mean, they didn't get permission. They just put it up. But I found it. It was great. So I went through the motions and the steps of getting it approved with the artist, with the record label, getting all the paperwork done before I could put it in the picture. But it turned out really cool. It's just, it was something that somebody had just put up themselves, and I liked it enough to get all their paperwork done for them.
Nice. Music supervisors often use music to set a time, establish a location, a specific place, or maybe even an event like a wedding or a bar mitzvah, what have you. Maybe a youthful party scene in 2021 might have current danceable pop hits or hip hop. Party in 1969 would probably have something more like Creedence or Jefferson Airplane. Do you have any advice as to which decades seem to have more demand than others for people who maybe want to build a catalog that works for particular decades that get a lot of requests? Or is it too much of a moving target to nail it down?
I think it's too much of a moving target. I think it's good to look at trends. It's good to look at what's, what the latest trends are, where people are trying, the weekend and disco and that kind of thing. And if you notice a lot of television shows are set in a specific time period. But again, we're talking to today we're talking to artists who are creating new songs. So, it doesn't serve them if it's a period piece. I speak from experience. The last couple of years, I've been doing period pieces that are specifically set in the 90s, specifically set in the 80s, or or the 40s, the 1940s, with being the Ricardos. So it wouldn't have served a new artist to have submitted something in that style, because they were set in the period and they needed to be authentic from the period.
Right.
So does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. We work with definitely the leading publisher for period music in the industry. They find, I'm guessing, a third to maybe half of their catalog has come through Taxi. One of the people we found was an elderly gentleman who recorded a bunch of music in the 40s during World War II. Some of it were done in those walk-in booths where you sing a song, like a photo booth, but it recorded you. And this gentleman had tons of this stuff sitting in a drawer. We got him a publishing deal. The publisher, I'm sure you know who it is, and this elderly gentleman in his early to mid 90s was starting to make like 10, 20 grand a year from some pretty awesome placements. And I called him up and I said, all of us at Taxi are just so tickled pink for you that you're, in the later stages of your life and probably living on Social Security, and now you've got the second income from doing something that you love to do. And he started cursing at me. And he said, young man, it's not about the money. It's about the fact that all my life, the only thing I ever wanted was for millions of people to hear my music. And because of what you guys do at Taxi, that dream has come true for me. And both of us just started crying on the call. It was a moment. So I want to go back to... Or no, I don't. You once mentioned
something. Wait. Michael, wait. I do want to say something. I didn't mean to be dismissive about that question, because actually I have had things created in the style of the 1940s. For instance, for being the Ricardos, I hired a great musician, Michael Andrew, the Michael Andrew Orchestra, to produce and create recordings that were a la the 1930s and 40s. and we used vintage instruments. We used, all of the right, we really went back in time to recreate these things. And so sometimes there is a call for that. So if you have that that skill or that ability, and you're that nerd, if you are that nerd, then that could be your thing. I mean, there's definitely a call for that kind of thing. Also, once upon a time in Hollywood, I hired someone to do a cover of The Green Door that Leonardo DiCaprio sang to, and it was done in this 1950s style, and was just so. If you have that attention to detail and can recreate something all of the 50s, that is actually a great skill to be able to put forward too.
You once mentioned in one of your interviews several years ago, I think, that we always need, we meaning music supervisors as a group or a profession, we always need songs with swagger at some point. So that's a good thing to have in your catalog. Is that still true today? And can you give me a good example or two of swagger songs that would inspire people to create their own?
It is always a good thing to have. Swagger is in everything, and it also can be used ironically, for the geek who gets off the elevator and trips, or whatever. You know what swagger is. It's something that's like, I'm feeling myself. Let's see. What are some good swagger songs? It'd be like, well, I can't get no satisfaction. I mean, Stones for real. It'd be Wu-Tang. It'd be, Mama Said Knock You Out, LL Cool J. Make Me Feel, Janelle Monáe. Howling for You, Black Keys. No Roots, Alice Merton. It's a tough vibe. It's feeling yourself. It's slow-mo walking towards the camera. And maybe tripping.
Yeah.
And falling on your face. Or, but it's definitely that kind of a thing. It's and it can be fast or it can be slow. It can be male vocal, female vocal. But it's a vibe. And I believe everybody should have something like that in there. I mean, it's rock and roll, really, to be able to offer, because there's always something like that needed in a story. Every character has some sort of moment where they need that.
I'm a little afraid now, because we've got so many people watching us, that many, many, many musicians out there who are very industrious are going to think, oh, I've got a swagger song. I'm going to hunt her down and send her my swagger song. Do you accept unsolicited music?
I can't. Well, unfortunately, I can't. And the reason is I work with, if it were just me, heck yeah, I would. If it were me making my own home movie, it'd be great. But because I have a responsibility to the producers in the studio and the bigger companies, I have to make sure that everything that I give to them is 100% vetted. So if I get something from an unknown source, I don't know that all of the band members have signed the paperwork and everything is 100% copacetic. Because, for instance, if I put something in a film and it doesn't have the proper paperwork, and, for instance, the singer goes and sees the film and says, wait a minute, that's my song. I never got paid for that. It does open up all of the people I'm responsible to for, repercussions, for, be sued for willful copyright infringement. Those kinds of things are real. And so we supervisors really depend on companies like Taxi, companies that are that can vouch for what they're sending. And it's a bummer, but it's just a fact of the way things are.
That's certainly understandable. Nobody wants to get sued. I'm sorry, I stepped on your lessons.
It's just a matter of having your paperwork signed off. If you're the sole singer-songwriter and there's nobody else that played on the track, great. But if you have anyone else playing on the track, you guys have to have an agreement between you, and you have to have it in writing, and you have to have it, be able to show it. So.
And it's tough, especially with stuff that, a lot of people in their 40s, 50s, and 60s recorded really good demos or maybe even masters back in the 70s or 80s because they were pitching for a record deal. The band fell apart. Everybody became a dentist, a school teacher, a lawyer, whatever. And one of those people decides to pitch the music. They've now got to track down everybody who was in the band to get them to sign a work for hire release 30 years later. That's tough, especially if people passed away or they're pissed off and they won't take your phone call. You got to have every single one of those I's dotted, T's crossed, or it just can't go in. I've been watching a lot of
making the music. I mean, I'm dealing with it on, I dealt with it on the Wu-Tang series recently. Yeah. I mean, reaching out to bands from the 90s, and they had to go out and find every single person in the band to get them to sign up. And also, most certainly with Clinton's movies,
man. Yeah.
Having to find people.
I literally have been quietly stalking you for like the last 3 months in preparation for this interview. I mean, I've known about you and I've known quite a bit about your career over the years, but I watched a lot of stuff you worked on. And I've got to say, you've got a little trademark thing going on that other supervisors will take like a background source placement, a song on a car radio. Two people get in the car and they're heading to the mall. Or two people walk into a bar looking for a friend. Background source music, just for anybody that doesn't know, is music that comes from a source that would be in the scene, like a jukebox in a bar, a car radio speaker, the speakers in the ceiling at the grocery store, what have you. A lot of supervisors, I think, kind of throw that away. They don't pay as much attention to you do. You seem, am I nuts? Are you a little fanatical about, you make scenes 10 or 20% better because you seem to work harder to, even though it's just a throwaway, it's on a car radio, there's dialogue over it, it's way in the background. If they're racing to get somewhere in a frantic hurry, you will choose frenetic music every time. Maybe the lyrics aren't exactly what you need, but the tempo matches the speed, the tempo of the scene. Am I nuts in noticing that, or is that a thing that you do?
Sometimes the lyrics are important too,
Well, I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying that you will match tempos.
Here's what I'll say.
Yeah.
I can't speak to what other music supervisors do. I've seen some amazing work from music supervisors the past couple of years that I've been watching television and binge watching their amazing work. But for me, myself, I view every song that's used is prime real estate. There's prime real estate. You only get so many chances to have music in a project. Television as well. So it's got to be fitting. It's got to fit the scene. It's got to fit the character. It's got to fit, if it's something coming out of a car radio, it better lay under dialogue and curl around that dialogue and make it better. And that is something that means a lot. Because I feel like you can tell when something's clunky. You can tell when something doesn't work or a scene's not flowing. As an audience member, you can tell, and it may not register, with you right away, but it'll register in your overall enjoyment of the piece, the project. You won't really 100% dig that project or something, but if it's done right, the experience will enhance the experience. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're right. It's visceral. You may not make an out loud mental note or verbal note like, oh, the music made that scene better. But if the music weren't that good or that right, you'd feel it. For instance,
there was a scene in Little Fires Everywhere where, it was a long dinner scene. It took place in the 90s, and it was a tough topic, so there was a lot of pauses, little uncomfortable pauses, and then it just needed to take the melodrama out of the scene because there was a lot of pauses and a lot of intense stuff being talked about. I felt like it was a dinner party. They were having dinner together. I felt like it needed some music in the background. Just not even blaring up in your face, but something in the background from the time period that just laying underneath that dialogue, took the air out of the dun dun dun, dialogue. And I feel like it really helped, help that moment. Anyways,
I know how many crazy hours that you work. I remember seeing that you had 1 year on IMDb. I saw that you did 7 projects in a year. That's a lot. I mean, most supervisors will have 1 or 2 or 3. You had 7, and you had years in front of that and behind it that were also really, really busy. So I know that I hear from frustrated taxi members, musicians in general, they're so heartbroken that when we forward their music to a supervisor in response to a brief or even a production music library for addition to their catalog, they don't hear back from people. It's like in their mind's eye, that song, that instrumental is the most important thing in the world to them right now in this moment. And now it's on Mary's desk. And they sit there and they stare at the phone and they check their email every 3 minutes. And then they get so heartbroken that they don't hear back. Can you explain why the industry doesn't pick up the phone or send an email and say, gee, John, it's a really cool song, but I can't use it, and here are the reasons why?
yes, and I'm sorry that it is that way. It's rude and it's unfortunate, but it's the nature of the way things are. We are not the final say, and so what we can do, we can be cheerleaders about our track, and we can send it off to the director, and the director can take a month or however long to process it and then never tell us whether they liked it or not. It's just
Right.
it's a chain of events. But I will say this: nothing that comes across my desk, if it's good, goes into the bin.
Right.
I'm a hoarder of good music, obviously. I save really good tracks. As a matter of fact, on something I'm working on now, I found something that was a pitch, because I hoard emails as well. So I found something that was a pitch from 2016, and I put it against picture, and it worked fantastically. So I reached out to the person who pitched it to me, tagging them with the forwarding the 2016 email that they'd sent. They were like, "Oh my god, so glad you kept this. We no longer control this 100%,
Right.
but get you to who has it." But so if it's something good that's come across, it's not going to go to waste. We work on so many things that we keep you in mind. So it's not the immediate gratification. It's you've gotten in front of us. That's perfect. Now
we
just,
had
any good music.
We had one taxi member who heard 7 years after we forwarded. 7 years later, they got the call. So I imagine that it's a truism that all supervisors keep huge stashes of music, some probably better organized than others. And they do have a bit of a photographic memory, at least as far as music goes, that it might be a year or 2 or 3 or 20 years later where they go, I remember getting a song like a really cool samba with unusual instrumentation, and they might look in their Latin music folder and go find it. So what didn't get used next week could get used in 2026.
Absolutely, and it's not just one song. If you send something that's good, keep sending good music. I mean, you'll go in the good music bin. I definitely have
So
good music files.
I guess the message is don't give up hope, but don't sit there staring at your phone either, if it's meant to be.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Keep sending good music. Keep making good music. And hone in on what you want to be submitted for. Hone in on the kinds of shows you want to be submitted for. As long as it's not a period piece. you know?
I think it's funny since so many people have cut the cord and are just binging shows on Netflix or Amazon, wherever. They've lost touch with episodic TV, even though you can binge that stuff. But the stuff that's really current might not be available to be binged until, months later, a year later, or even years later. And I feel like people are doing themselves a disservice because they're not watching enough current television with a legal pad on their lap. And they should, Google who's the music supervisor on this series. They should make notes about, oh, look at that. Almost every episode has 3 bar scenes. And the music they use in those bar scenes is XYZ because it's this kind of bar or that kind of bar. And I really feel like it's staring them right in the face. That's their homework. Don't just create music. Understand why certain music works better than others. They would make your job easier.
Absolutely. That's really good advice. That's really good advice. Because you want to target. You want to hit a target. You want to, you don't want to be submitted like a casting director. You don't want to be submitted for the wrong role. You want to be submitted for the right thing, and you want to target your energies and your efforts towards what you think is good, what you think you belong in. So that is really good advice. There's what's that website that does that lists all the music that's used?
I can't think of it. Bria, can you remember the website that has all the songs?
It's like TuneFind.
Right, TuneFind. Yeah, we always recommend that to our members, even though I can't remember the name.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's a good resource for if you dig a TV show or a film, even I think they have. You can go on there, and usually they'll have the songs listed for each episode, and you can make note of the style and the vibe that they use.
So years ago, I heard a Taxi member who blew me away. He played me a scored piece, and I went, this is the best score I've ever heard from anybody who isn't famous already. And I called up my friend Harry Garfield at Universal Pictures, who was like senior VP of music at the time, I believe. Asked him if I could introduce the two of them, and Harry, being a nice guy, very sweet guy, said to me, yeah, you could bring him by, but you know what? Have him score a couple of scenes from movies I've worked on in the last couple of years. Let's see how he does. So he did, and we go into Harry's office. I can't believe Harry took the time to do this. And he watched these two scenes with my friend's new scores. And he turned to the kid when it was over. The kid, he was probably 38, but he turned to him and he said, wow, that's as good as what Hans did in that scene. And then the second one, he said, that might even be a little better than what Alexander Desplat did, but I can't use you. And here's why. When studios are spending $100 million on a film, they need experienced people with a brand name. You're really talented. But now you need to go work on smaller films, build your brand, and gain the experience needed to work at the Hans Zimmer level. So, assuming that Harry was right, how can a talented composer break into the indie film scene? You're a great person to ask this because you do quite a few of them. How, where do they knock on doors for that?
It's a really hard area to break into. Scoring. It's hard to be an unknown and break into it. I will say this, that again, I mean, if you put out an EP of your music, of your most dynamic pieces, and include a cover. I mean, it's an instrumental cover, but do a cover. That is a good way to catch attention. We need to know what you can do. You want to hear your most dynamic pieces, and it will help you get attention. It's, and the cover is out there as the bait, like I said.
Yeah.
Covers are always the bait. We toss that in the water, and then we come and, I mean, that's advice. I think that's good advice because regardless of whether or not you end up scoring something, you have a cool piece of art that you can actually license.
Yeah.
If somebody finds it and they need it for something, they'll reach out to you and license it. So it's always forward moving. It's don't let somebody tell you. I just hate the fact that it's in a situation where you're waiting for someone to give you the job. Don't wait for somebody to give you a job. Keep making art. Keep putting it out there, and we'll find you. If it's good, we'll find you. So that's, I think, is a good way to continue.
When I do the print version of this interview, that will be the pull quote right there. If it's really good, we'll find you. So, speaking of being found, how did you get the gig working with Quentin Tarantino? Did you respond to a classified ad?
My short answer to that is yes. No, I didn't. No, I actually went to school for acting. I was in New York, and I came out to LA, and I wanted to be an actor or a director, and I was friends with I was friends with a group of actors, and one of them was a British actor who'd just come over to LA, and he was just starting to work on a film with this young unknown director. And I met Quentin at a party. It was Tim Roth, and I met Quentin at a party at Tim Roth's, and we talked. I mean, and my boyfriend and I were both actors, so we ended up talking about soundtracks, and we talked about music, and we just kind of hit it off. Tim and Quentin introduced me to Karen Rackman, who was the music supervisor on the amazing music supervisor on Reservoir Dogs, and she needed an assistant, so I, started working with her, and worked with her for almost 4 years, and
Wow.
Had a wonderful experience.
Yeah, she's pretty legendary in the industry. What a great teacher, I'm sure. And wow, just so some people might say you stumbled into it, but you stumbled into an opportunity, recognized it, and went for it. There's a big chasm
Yes.
between those two things.
I bloomed where I planted. And the thing that is important is I'm taking everything I learned from my schooling. I wanted to be an actor, so I'm taking all of what I learned about direction and storytelling, and from the acting perspective, and bringing it to my job. So I think that's one of the things too that makes me unique in my position. And that, well, and there's lots of actors who do what I do, but I use everything I know from that experience and bring it to this experience. So it's just being able to use everything you know and bringing it to what you do.
I would imagine that it's invigorating and challenging to work on his films because they're unusual. I mean, talk about art. Is there anything at the end of the day that you've learned as a supervisor from working on those challenging and invigorating films with him that carries over into something like Happy Gilmore or I don't know, any of the other stuff you work on that's not a Tarantino film?
Everything. Everything
Yeah.
I've learned. I cut my teeth. I'm a music supervisor because I met Quentin Tarantino. I mean, I didn't even know it was a job you could have where two things I love dearly, film and music, meet. But I learned everything through that because there wasn't really a studio head or a big boss that I could turn to and go, is this okay? How do we handle this? What's the protocol for this? There wasn't anybody like that. So I had to learn everything
Wow.
on my own and and be diligent and never give up and make quick decisions and make sound decisions so that for the betterment of the project, for the safety of the project. It's been a really incredible experience to work with him. He's a passionate film director, passionate about music, passionate about the stories he tells. His imagination is crazy, and I've made it my mission to make sure he can tell the stories he wants to tell. I want to make sure the story he sees in his head is able to be what the audience can see. So never have I wanted to tell him, you can't have that. Red tape. It's too expensive. Oh, I couldn't find him. Couldn't find the writer, so let's find something else. That has never been something I've wanted to do for this artist. So I'm grateful for the lessons I've learned, and I'm happy to say that what you guys see is what he sees.
That's incredible because pretty much everybody in any creative aspect of media knows that any project is a compromise by the time the public sees it. The fact that he doesn't compromise is like, wow, that's another pull quote. What he sees is what you see. Some of my favorite uses in his films are Jim Croce's I've Got a Name, used when Django saddles up his horse and sets off to go find his wife. the James Brown Tupac mashup during the shootout at Candyland, Vanilla Fudge's You Keep Me Hanging On, played while tripping Cliff, which is one of my favorite moments of any of the Quentin Tarantino films. Tripping Cliff goes at it with the Manson family. By the way, my wife was the only person laughing in the movie theater when Cliff smashed that poor girl. Well, she wasn't a poor girl; she was evil. But smashed her head into the fireplace mantle. My wife burst out laughing, and the other 100 heads in the theater all turned around, and I just slunk down in my seat. It was a moment. And of course, the iconic scene with Vincent and Mia dancing to Chuck Berry's "You Never Can Tell" Jackrabbit. Yeah. Oh my God. I mean, that's right up there in the top 5 most iconic scenes, music scenes in history. Do you have a favorite song in any of the films or any of the scenes, and why? If so, why do you like it so much?
Oh man, there's so many. I mean, and it's like asking me which is my favorite Quentin film. They're all my favorites for different reasons. They're just all so, and because they, I've been working with them for 27 years. So my life, there's so much of my life that's, I was super pregnant when I was working on Kill Bill 1. I was with my daughter, and Jackie Brown was my son. I mean, so there's like all these memories kind of intertwined with working on these things. And Kill Bill, I'll say, was a real incredible lesson because it was international, and unfortunately, I don't speak French. So there was a lot of and I don't speak Japanese. So there were a lot of things that I needed to reach across, the globe to get. As a matter of fact, one morning, I only had, ticking time to do something. My neighbor was from Montreal, and I saw her out in her front yard in her bathrobe, and it was 7 in the morning, and I only had so many hours before, Paris was going to close down for, France takes off for unbelievable amounts of time. So they were going to close down. So I ran out and grabbed her, begged her to do me a favor, brought her into my office, had her, wrote down what I wanted her to say. I made the phone call, and she, of course, negotiated something for me in French.
That's cool. So I hope she got a credit, at least a thank you in the credits.
She's credited on the soundtrack. She's credited Elizabeth Sedansky. She's credited on the special thanks for the Kill Bill Volume 1 soundtrack.
Which, by the way, is an exercise for anybody. Go look at the music credits for Kill Bill Volume 1. Your mind will be blown. The range of stuff, how far back it goes, where it came from. If you want to understand Mary's life in the context of Tarantino films, just simply Google music credits, Kill Bill Volume 1, and you'll sit there and stare at them for an hour and go, holy crap, that lady works her butt off.
I have to say, Django Unchained was a real pleasure because it was the first time Quentin would be open to using new songs written for the film, and that was a real it was a big high point moment. And all the music in it. And I just love Jamie Foxx too. I just love that movie because it's a revenge story, but it's a love story and it's a friendship story. It's super, super great.
And it might be the best blood and guts scenes of all his movies as well, which he's pretty famous for. But yeah, the shootout at Candyland was gross and amazing at the same time.
And honestly, using a body for
right. Yeah, exactly.
That was, a lot of times, legacy songwriters, I've had to, people always say, oh, it's so easy to get stuff for Quentin's movies. That's not true. People, have an issue with violence and they have an issue with certain things. So I had to write a letter to the James Brown estate. I had to beg the Tupac estate. There were a lot of things that went into being able to use that song over that scene, and it was, I had to describe the scene in detail and let them know that the reason it's so over the top, violently over the top, is because it's all the more devastating when he gives himself up to save his love.
Yeah.
All the it's all about
And
spin.
so many of the uses are a juxtaposition or irony. It's not on its face about the violence. It's making a statement. It could be something completely opposite, and the music can take it that way, which is cool. What do you personally listen to? Like if you're stuck on the 405, do you have a genre that you tend to favor or a station that you tend to favor?
It depends if I'm late or not.
Okay.
Uh, I have been listening to a lot of Wu-Tang Clan in the car. You best protect your neck. In the car when I've been late because it's kind of like I'm in a video game. But a lot of times classical music, believe it or not, because it's calming. You know, so it just depends.
I do as well. I probably listen to classical more than any other thing in my car because it's calming. Great. What was it like to work with the legendary, iconic composer Ennio Morricone on Hateful Eight? Every one of our members who is a composer, they all worship him. Every composer worships him. You got to work with him on, sadly, what was the last film he worked on. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
It was an incredible experience. What can I say? That's going to take a whole nother hour because it was really something. First
Well,
of all,
we've got 5 minutes, so tell me in four.
actually, I can do 10 more because I don't have to log on until.
Oh, okay.
Um, okay. So first and foremost, this was during a time where I don't know if you remember, but there was this whole thing about script being leaked and all this stuff, and so there was a lot of like lockdown. This is the first beginnings of like Quentin really locking down and not letting people see the scripts unless you came to his house to read it.
Wow.
So, and also he's never used a composer before because he's very, he's a controlling. He didn't like the idea of giving over his film to an unknown, and not knowing what music he's going to get back, and feeling like he might have to use something he didn't want to use if he uses a composer. Those kinds of fears of someone who's never worked with a composer before. So it was a hard shift to get him to think about. Well, he's always been a Morricone fan. So this one seemed like the perfect opportunity to get him to work with a composer, telling him it will be completely controlled. Worst case scenario, we can have him do a theme, and then you can use all of the older tracks that you want to use. It will be controlled. You will not have to use something you don't want to use. And by the way, it's Ennio Morricone, so you're going to love it.
Yeah, I mean, he uses so much of his stuff anyway. It's like not like it's an untested entity.
But he used a specific type of his stuff.
Yeah,
and one thing about Morricone was famously not interested in doing another Western.
Yeah.
He had said that before. So it was not an obvious, oh yeah, and he was going to say yes. So it was very much, So I got a copy of the script. I had a very close friend, the wife of my ex-boyfriend, translate the script into Italian. I knew she wouldn't show it to anybody. She's dear. I had that script then given to a woman who I was friends with, who is best friends with Morricone's wife, with Maria. Wow. She hand-delivered it at dinner at their house to Maria and said, "You read this." So Maria read it first. And then she told Ennio it was a masterpiece. And so Ennio agreed to do it. And it was a wonderful experience to get to be in the recording studio in Prague and see Quentin sitting next to his icon.
Yeah.
And like, even though he was jet lagged, even though he was kind of sleepy, he'd wake up and to hear the pizzicato and to hear to hear the recording session taking place. It was really kind of incredible.
Oh man, to be a witness to that, to be in the room for that, you're so lucky. Even if you didn't get paid to do your job, that would be payment enough, I would think.
It was really something else. And we had a great music editor who was the Morricone whisperer, basically, Bill Abbott, who has worked with Morricone before and who knew all of the ways to, communicate with him because Ennio doesn't speak English. And so we were just supported by so many great people that wanted this to happen. And the final thing was, and I say this because I want to make sure that people know what a music supervisor does. And it's not to say, look at me, but it's to say music supervisors get involved in the final of the films. We're a lot more than just picking songs and that kind of thing. We're kind of essential when we are used properly. But Ennio had given us just as 28 minutes of score, and you needed 30 in order just to qualify for Academy consideration.
Ah.
And I brought this up to Quentin, and he was busy and not really thinking about it. And I said, there was this final scene in the film where he had a piece of other music that he wanted to use. It was underneath the reading of the Lincoln letter, when Walt Goggins reads the Lincoln letter finally at the end. And I said, can you please, we need 2 more minutes. Can we please let Ennio try to do this cue? And he was very resistant to giving that up. And I said, you won't have to use it, but let's at least just let him try. So we sent the video to Ennio, hoping that he would do something similar in vibe. He sent something back that was nothing like the temp. It was so fantastic.
Wow.
It was, trumpet. It was that trumpet piece that was so perfect, so much more perfect than the temp cue could ever have been. And rather than send just the audio file to Quentin, I had the music editor put it in. He said, just right, amp it up, and sent that video clip to him to listen to, and it made it. And we qualified. And Ennio won his first Oscar.
How sweet is that, before he passed away, to finally win an Oscar. I mean, he gets a lot of love in the composer community, but the average citizen watching these films doesn't really understand how iconic the man is, and the number of huge films he's worked on over decades and decades. So hats off to you for pulling all that together. I wanted our viewers to understand that there is much more to music supervision than just hanging out picking cool music. And that's a great example. Do you think that Quentin might be for...
I did get a chance to see... we did a recording of a piece of music at Abbey Road with an orchestra with Ennio. And one of the... players pulled out a PVC pipe and whipped it over his head to make that sound. I watch that kind of thing happen and have a whole choir going wah wah. Making sounds like that.
That's great. Cool. Do you think that Quentin was comfortable with the experience and went on to that in the future he may be more amenable to trying new score? Or it's hard to say.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Go ahead. Did I lose you?
No, I'm here.
Okay, sorry.
You got me? All right. So the question was, it sounds like the experience went really well for Quentin. Do you think it will warm him up to the idea of maybe using composers on future films, or will he go back to his normal routine and this was a one-off because it was Ennio?
Well...
don't say if it's going to get you in trouble.
Well, actually, I don't know. Who knows what he's thinking? Who knows?
All right.
He has said he will do only 10 films. He said he may not do another film. All of those possibilities. So I don't know. We could just...
I don't want to believe him, and I don't know the man, but I think he's incapable of not doing movies. He was put on this earth to make movies, and it would be... Maybe he'll take a 5-year hiatus like John Lennon did, but he will come back someday. So one last thing I want to talk about, and that is I want to give a tip of the hat to the film and TV industries in general, because they're using so many talented women. Music supervision is one of the areas in production and post production that I think it's an equal number of women doing it. Maybe sometimes I feel like it's maybe even more women than men. So it's cool that nobody had to like fight for that. It just happened organically. And
You can juggle.
yeah, right, exactly. My wife would be the very first person to agree. Men are not multitaskers. But people like Maureen Crow, who we've had on stage at the Road Rally, Bonnie Greenberg, Karen Rackman, who you work with, are among the real pioneers of women doing music supervision, period, not just women doing music supervision. It's pretty cool. You're carrying that torch. But there haven't been a lot of females that score big films and TV shows. But I know that you hired, I don't know if she pronounces it Issa or Issa Summers from Florence and the Machine to score Little Fires Everywhere. So I'd like to give you a high five for doing that, because I can't see any reason why it shouldn't be an equal number of women scoring big films as men. And you did that. So yay, you.
Oh, thank you. 100%. That film needed female fire, and she is nothing but female. Like, if not female fire. So that was a cool collaboration with her and Mark Isham too. So yeah,
Well,
there's tons of opportunities coming up. And with all the content that's happening, there's tons of opportunity coming up for gifted composers. So
well, I know that you've got to run to the spotting session, and I just want to say thank you. I've wanted to get you on here for a long, long time, and it was the members that really sent me a very strong signal that they wanted you, and you've absolutely lived up to all the hype I used in promoting you.
oh wow.
You're great. You're a great interview. I want to like do this again in the future on an episode of Taxi TV or something, because I feel like there's so much under the hood with you, and so far we've just been able to scratch the surface. Do you have like one last encouraging thought for all musicians who want to get their music in media? Is there any like profound advice you want to give out?
I think we said it. I think we said
Okay.
it. Just keep making good music. Keep making good music, and make sure you have the metadata and all the stuff that everybody says, because it could be, you know, 6 years later that I find your track and want to use it, but if I don't know where to find you, it's going to be too hard. So that, and instrumentals. Make sure you have instrumentals available as well. But
That's probably your meeting. Anyway, I'll let you go. Mary, thank you so much for saying yes to this. I want you guys to know that I sent her an email with a short description of what we were doing, and her answer was, sure, let's do it, exclamation point. And I appreciate that so much. You didn't make me run around or sweat it. You just showed up and gave it up. So I want to let our viewers know, don't miss the next panel. It starts at 10:45 Pacific time. And with that, Mary Ramos, thank you. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, producing TV music for your day gig with Matt Vander, Chuck Henry, and Stephen Baird. Hello, guys. How are you? Oh, we've still got Mary Ramos in the shot.
Hey, Mary. Dang, we get to have a thing with Mary.
Yeah.
I can't see you.
There we are. Okay, there we are.
Go.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you guys?
Good.
Great.
Top notch.
Awesome. Well, great to see you guys. Audience, prepare yourselves for what could evolve into one of those sillier sessions we might do this week. But don't let that fool you into thinking there's not a ton of substance being shared here today. I want you to know that Matt, Steve, and Chuck are all very close friends, even though they live in 3 different states. Although Chuck, smile, damn it, Chuck. Look at Chuck. He looks so friggin' serious.
I know. like he's on murder trial tomorrow. I was listening.
Anyway, Chuck flew to Idaho so he could sit with Matt doing this. How are you liking Idaho so far?
It's flat.
No,
There's
they're
the parts
mountains.
that I've seen. Well, we haven't seen that. I've just seen around where he lives.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Anyway, they live in Florida, Idaho. Chuck lives in California and Georgia, splits his time. They met each other years ago through Taxi, and they've all risen to become what I would call Taxi Hall of Famers. So there you go. Now you guys have titles. Each of them can lay claim to the phrase, "You can hear my music virtually every hour of the day somewhere on the planet Earth." And that's a pretty cool statement to be able to lay claim to. All 3 of these gentlemen are full-time composers. They all make enviable income doing what they love, which is awesome. Music is their day job. And if I can be a little self-serving, I think it's safe to say that had they not joined Taxi, their lives would have turned out much differently. So thank you for joining and letting me know how Taxi changed your lives. Let's start by going around the horn so each of these 3 guys can tell you how they ended up composing music for TV and media in general. Guys, we've only got an hour and 15 minutes, so give us kind of the Cliff Notes version of, I thought I was going to be a rock star, but then something happened, this is what I wanted to be, and this is how I ended up being a composer. So let's start out with Steve. Hi, Steve.
Hey, how you doing, Michael?
Good, man. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Okay, so it's pretty much exactly what you just said. I was in a band, and I just kind of through that realized that what I really liked to do was sit in a room by myself and write music instead of hauling all my stuff to practices and to gigs and not making any money, and just kind of wasn't the life for me. And then I found out about Taxi. Actually, I found out about Taxi a few years before I joined. Actually, I was in college and I found out about it, but I had no way of getting any sort of recording equipment. Then a few years later, I did, and I was like, oh, I remember that company, Taxi. Signed up. Got a deal within the first, I think, 6 months, and then the following year went to the Road Rally and got a couple of deals between when I joined and went to the rally. Got a few at the rally, and just kind of snowballed from there. And that's kind of how I got into it. So I kind of started out thinking I'd be a guitar player in a band, and nope. And so I prefer writing for anything really than playing in a band.
I remember meeting you at that first rally you attended, and you were wearing a green T-shirt, and it said "Carries no cash." I can't believe I still remember that, 12 years later or whatever it is.
Everybody
Chuck,
loved that shirt.
Yeah, it was an awesome shirt, and it kept you from getting robbed on Century Boulevard, I'm sure. Hey, doggy.
Exactly.
Cute dog. That's your dog, Matt?
Yeah.
Where's the other one?
Yeah, this is Teddy.
Daddy.
Nice.
Teddy bear.
All right, so Chuck, let's go to you. What were you doing with your life before you became a TV composer?
Well, as you remember, I was playing piano at Nordstrom for years, and I guess I moved to LA because I wanted to be a record deal. And I kept seeing ads for Taxi, I guess Recording Magazine. And I was on a break one day. I was like, you know what, I'm going to call up and join. And that's when you were just down the street in those apartments.
Yep.
And I I drove down there on my break, and he had that little tiny desk. And I brought my checkbook. I think you and Doug Minnick were there, and I joined. I got forwards. I guess eventually, like 5 or 6 years later, I started learning about music libraries and writing for TV, and so I quit Nordstrom in the year 2000, which was one of the best things I ever did. Cashed in my 401k and just lived on that for a while. And I get the taxi listings in the mail back then, because that's before the internet. And I would write to listings, and that's really what started my film and TV career, was learning and writing to listings and just getting my craft down.
That's great. I remember my wife and I were at the Nordstrom in Woodland Hills, and we saw you playing piano underneath the escalator, I think, and that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I think it was like a Monday after the rally. I was like, why are you not asleep? Why are you here out? You should be sleeping.
Well, I am going to take a little time off after this rally. It's been, usually like 90 days straight of work to get ready for this, but I love doing them. It's like people learn so much, and great to see old friends. Matt, what's your story, dude?
Oh, geez. So I always wanted to be like a rock star ever since I was a kid. Like growing up listening to Motley Crue and Poison and Skid Row, like that was my jam. All I ever wanted to do when I got old was get my ear pierced, grow long hair, and play guitar on a stage. That's it. That was like going to be the best life. That was actually before people had tattoos, I think. That was the early 90s, late 80s. But anyway, so I was kind of in rock bands and stuff through college. And then at some point, a friend of mine who owns a studio here in Boise told me about Taxi. And I got really intrigued and so became a member. And I started looking at all the country listings because there was just a lot of need for country music. And so I thought, hell, anybody can write country music. So I recorded a bunch of country music and took it down to a road rally, and didn't really see a whole lot of success. Didn't see any success off of those country songs. None. Not one penny. But when I was down there for my first road rally, I met a guy named James Koshin, who was he was pivotal in kind of telling me, hey, look, you should try this film and TV thing. Try to make music for TV shows. And so I went home and kind of gave it a shot. Tried to learn the business myself, and then kind of was diligent in watching Taxi TV and things like that, and kind of a lot of self-learning things. And a couple years later, I went to the road rally again and met Chuck and Steve at the bar.
Walking through the bar.
At the bar, they were just they're hanging out together, thick as thieves, downstairs watching football. And I was like, "Hey, hey, what's up, guys?" Like I knew them. And anyways, that was kind of the beginning of like the full-on dive into TV music, and that was.
I noticed your beer was empty. I was like, "Come on, let's go to my suite. I got some beer."
yeah, Chuck had beer in his suite, which was a lot cheaper than the lobby of $8 a beer, I think.
He's like, "Can you play him a demo?" I'm like, "All right."
Yeah, let me play him my music. I was like pushing my music on him. It wasn't very good. It was horrible music, but anyway, so that's how it was just kind of a series of fortunate events, basically, that led me to meet Chuck and Steve, and they really taught me the business. Chuck especially sat me down and gave me like this 45-minute master class, just me and him. He's like, listen to my tracks. He's like, this is what you should do on this.
After 10 beers.
Well, he was a little bit drunk. Anyways, we had a good time, and here I am. It's like 9 years later or something like that, and was able to turn this into my full-time job about 5 years ago or something like that.
This guy has come so far since that first demo you played for me.
Yeah, that stuff
now
wasn't very good.
Stuff, I'm like, wow, holy crap.
Hey, Matt, can you scoot to your right just a smidge? You're kind of falling out of frame a little bit, yeah.
Oh,
or you could scoot.
This guy smells.
You could scoot your chair over. There you go. So I also want to let everybody know who doesn't already know that Matt was a college professor at Boise State. And he always said, when I can make enough money, when I make equal to or greater than the money I'm making as a college professor doing music, I'm going to quit. And he did. And he worked out of a tool shed that he converted to a studio in his backyard. And a few years later, through incredibly hard work, as he often says, I turned on Pro Tools and then looked at a blank screen and went, now what? I don't know what to do. And he was using his ASCII keyboard as his piano keyboard. Right.
This.
There you go. And I mean, man, you've come so far. So congratulations. I actually have video of you teaching at Boise State. It's somewhere on the internet, and I found it. And
I saw that.
Yeah, I linked to it in a newsletter or something. It's pretty funny. So,
kidding.
Is it safe to say that once you guys learned how instrumental cues should be constructed and arranged to make them desirable for TV editors and music supervisors, that you were able to become much more efficient and therefore faster, more prolific? So, I guess let me rephrase that question. People who don't know the business and don't know much about instrumental cues might think, well, I can just pop out a vocal and send them a 3.5-minute song without a vocal. There's an instrumental cue. Can you guys each give a brief explanation of how a cue is different than just a song without a vocal? Steve, go ahead and lead off on this, would you?
Yeah, so it's arrangement wise. I mean, you have to think when you're doing a song that's got a vocal, the vocal is the focal point, and that kind of is going to it is definitely going to be what's going to push the song through and keep interest. Whereas when you don't have that, an instrumental cue for TV, you have to do some other things that kind of keep not only keep the interest but also give the editor something to work with. So like if you do like an A-B type of structure to kind of have like a verse chorus type of thing, you know, you kind of you keep a similar arrangement to that, but it's not quite as static, I guess you would say. You start out usually with the interesting part, with the kind of the chorus part, and then maybe you extend it out and add a little lead, so they have kind of room to play it out and work with it, and then maybe you drop it out into like a kind of a sparser verse thing for the dialogue, or maybe a kind of a bridge thing where it kind of builds back up into the chorus. And also, it's generally shorter. Like you said, the song's usually about 3.5 minutes. Cues are usually in the 1.5 to 2.5 minute range. I generally like to keep them around 2 minutes. So that's what I would say is the difference. They're similar, but not quite the same because it's a different application.
Let's go to Matt on this one. Can you explain to the uninitiated, and there may be some watching, what a stinger ending is and why it's important?
Yeah, so a stinger ending is where you've got this composed ending that does something really cool that kind of like crescendos into a big dramatic close. And that's different than if you were just to end a track on like the downbeat of 1 at the end of a phrase. Well, that would be, I mean, that could be an okay ending, but there's nothing special about it. Whereas a stinger would be like, you get to the downbeat on beat 1, but then you go do something like da 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 da, just like something really cool that happens, and that gives your piece a really good section that can be chopped off and used just as a standalone piece that's like 3 to 5 seconds, and that could increase your placement potential because that ending might be cool enough to just be its own thing. Like when a character on screen says something or does something that's dramatic and it leads into a commercial, the editor could chop off your 5-second ending and use that to transition into a commercial. And that couldn't happen if you were just finishing out a phrase and ring out in a predictable way on like beat 1 of a measure.
And that's why you can't ever have fade outs, because say you have a cue that's 1.5 minutes, whatever. Editor might want to have this little section here towards the beginning, so you take that and then add on the sting ending to the end of that, and then you're gold. So with the sting ending,
Chuck, talk about, a lot of times some cues are just all A section. Most have some form of a B section. I always say the A section is like a chorus, and the B section is kind of like a bridge. You got to give the editor something a little different, but within the thematic boundaries of the piece of music. How do you keep your cues from being boring if it's mostly A section from top to bottom for, let's say, 90 seconds? It's like Snorefest if it's just the same thing repeating over and over and over. What do you do to make it exciting and go for it?
The best way is to add and subtract layers. Maybe start sparse and build for ways, and drop everything out, have like a little breakdown, then build it back up again to the ending. A good example is tension drones, which you use on Catfish a lot. It's pretty much, you push a patch in Omnisphere and let it play for 2 minutes. But you can add little nuances and bells and things in there to make it interesting. But another thing, this music library owner one time told me that production music is not made to be listened to for musical enjoyment, but rather it serves a purpose to enhance media. So that's one thing. With cues, it might not be that interesting to listen to by itself sometimes, but it's there to be underneath the dialogue and enhance the scene. And that's the main important thing about cues.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I said it says it can't go over dialogue, so you wouldn't have like this crazy jazz fusion piece playing over because there's too much stuff going on.
How many times have you guys ever had a cue used in its totality versus, a 10-second piece of it or a 14-second piece? Steve, have you ever experienced having an entire cue used from start to finish?
I think it would be impossible to know that unless you actually saw it. Like I can say that I have seen, because on your royalty statements they'll have how long it's played for, and I know I've seen tracks that were played for what the length of the cue is, sometimes more than that. But I doubt that it was played start to finish. They probably took one section of like a minute and then played that 3 times over, or whatever.
Right.
So no, I don't think so. Maybe, but probably not.
So the vast majority of times that your cues are used, it's in pieces because scenes are generally not 90 seconds. Chuck and Matt, have you guys noticed the same thing, that they almost always use pieces versus using the entire cue?
I mean, I've seen in my cue sheets, like from ASCAP, I might have a cue that's a minute 30 and they use it for 6 minutes. I'm like, well, I guess they looped the heck out of that. But I've never heard it myself because I don't have that much time to sit there and watch every TV show that's on or where my music is. But yeah, I guess they just have looped it before, or like Steve said, section. I don't know. But yeah, it's rare to have your whole entire composition used.
Matt, similar experience for you?
Yeah, I really doubt that any of my pieces have been used from top to bottom all the way through. Although I did get once, Chuck told me once that he found a cue sheet of mine from like the publishing side so he could see it. And I had a 90-second cue that had like 4 minutes worth of duration. Yeah, I don't know if you remember that.
What show was that?
Basketball Wives or Love and Hip Hop or something. I don't know. Anyways, I was like, how could they use a 90-second piece for 4.5 minutes? I think what probably happened is it was probably like 43 seconds, and whatever intern is the guy who put the cue sheet in added an extra zero on X, like fat fingered it.
Wow.
And so I might have just 10x'd my royalties on that one due to a typographical error. But I really, really doubt that anything that I've ever written is played top to bottom.
Yeah, Steve
ever.
and I had a track one time that I got the cue sheet. It was listed for 15 minutes. I'm like, I don't think that same song went for 15 minutes. probably a minute 50 like that.
Yeah.
I was like,
Or 15 seconds.
I didn't call them up and alert them to that.
Yeah, those are the ones you just let that error go under the radar.
Yeah, on the flip side of that, if you ever had some, well, I guess you wouldn't know if if they skinny fingered it the other direction where it played, for a minute 30 and you got 13 seconds or something, but who the hell would know?
Yeah.
Steve, you said something before, now I can't remember what it was about. Was it you that said, who was it that said the library owner said it's not art? Which one of you three was talking about that? That was
Chuck. I know who you're talking about too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So that's a really sticky subject for a lot of musicians that want to get into doing composing. It's like they might say, "Oh, I create art. I'm an artiste, and I don't want to create music that fills a need on order." Do you guys ever feel like you're compromising your artistic side? Steve, let's start with you.
Not really, but I mean, the way I've always looked at it maybe a little bit different. Like ever since I started writing music whenever I was 12 years old, I always wrote with the intention in my mind that somebody would like. I wanted people to like it. Like I wanted them to get enjoyment from it the same way I would get enjoyment from listening to my favorite bands and artists. So whenever I'm writing for a TV show, it's kind of a similar thing because especially when you're talking about with like pop music, you still need to make it catchy. Like it still needs to sound like a good track. It's just that you then change the arrangement and the way it's done a little bit to make it more useful for syncing the picture. But it still needs to be a track that grabs the editor and and makes them want to use it. So you're still. The job is still the same in that way, and that you should be making music that catches the ear. And if that's what you want to do for a living, then that's what you're doing. If like you just want to do art for yourself, that's fine. But just don't be mad when nobody likes your stuff and you don't make any money. I don't know how to say it on that. That's part of the job. And I think really any artist, whether it's you're a painter or you're doing music, I think. You should be expressing yourself, but you should also, in your mind, be thinking, because what are you trying to do with art? You're trying to communicate with people, and so that's part of your job is to communicate to them with your art. And so if you're not able to communicate your message through your art with people, then I think that's on you. Then you need to kind of reevaluate. So I've never looked at it that way, the way a lot of musicians look at it, because I've always looked at it as I'm trying to connect with other people with my art. I want them to like it, not because I want them to like me, but I want, because like I know whenever I listen to a band or a song that I really like I know how it makes me feel, and I want to have other people feel that way about my music. So I don't know. I've never looked at it as I do it for the art, and I don't know. It seems a little bit like a cop out to me. People that say that kind of stuff a little bit, it's a little bit, but that's my opinion, anyways.
And also doing cues for TV and films, whatever, it's an art in and of itself. It's not just more than just, I made a minute and a half track. There's a lot more to it than just making music. And the thing that is also good is there's a huge palette. I mean, when you're doing music for TV shows or for whatever, you can be able to write in so many different types of genres because everything is needed. So you don't get bored, stuck in one genre. You can go, write something one day in one genre and the next day in something else, so that it never gets boring. I like that about doing it.
How about you, Matt?
Well, let's see. Can you go? I think I remember the original question.
Here, I'll repeat it. Do you, as I'm wiping my nose while off camera busted, do you guys, Matt, do you ever feel like you're prostituting yourself by, you're basically filling orders. A library says, I need 10 tracks like this, or a show needs a track like that. Do you ever feel that you're not doing something artistic, like you've sold out, or, and you're doing something less than artful?
No. I hear people talk about that, like, I got to stay true to myself and just do this stuff that makes me happy. And kind of like Steve said, it's like, okay, well, great. Don't be upset when nobody else likes it. But I know for me and probably for these guys as well, once you make the leap from being a hobbyist who's just making a few side bucks to this being your full-time job where all of your bills are being paid through this money, the whole mentality changes. Like you have to chase the money, basically. And so if someone comes to you and says, hey, I need 20 tension drones, and you could in your head be like, oh God, I'm gonna like this. Nobody wants to do those. But if there's money attached to it, you got to take the work, because like the alternative to that is your house gets repossessed, your car gets driven away by the repo man. So like that, and maybe you could call that selling out, whatever. I call it staying alive and making money by making music. And for any musician in the world, I think there's no better pleasure than making music for your full-time job. And who cares if it's not something that you necessarily are into, or if it's a bunch of 90-second cues. You are making money and making your living and livelihood from making music. And has there ever been a musician that's ever like scorned that idea? Go talk to the guy at Jack in the Box who's like, oh, that band sold out. Like, oh yeah, sure, because they took some more money? What, are you working Jack in the Box for free? Everybody works a job because they need the money. We just have an awesome job. So that's the only difference. So I don't listen to that crap. If it can make money making music, then just make whatever is needed.
And I would contend that you can, they're not mutually exclusive. I always piss off the jazz guys for some reason when I say this, but, working on instrumental cues by day, it's kind of like painting houses by day. And then you can go paint your fine art, your portraiture and stuff at night, because you're still learning about blending colors. You're still learning about different brush strokes. And music is the same. You can work on cues all day long. You're only going to get faster on your workstation. You're only going to get faster picking sounds. Melodies are going to come to you faster because you're used to working under some time pressure and your brain works at that speed. All that stuff comes together to make you better if you choose to do the artsy-fartsy stuff that, moves your musical soul at night. You're going to be better equipped. Am I crazy for thinking that, or is it a true statement?
No, absolutely. You'll be better at that. Like, I have projects that I do just kind of for fun. And if it wasn't for my career as a film and TV writer and jingle writer and whatever else you want to call me, there's no way that stuff would be at the level that it is. Because the other thing is when you have to do it for a living, kind of like what Matt said, it also it forces you to get better because you're doing it all the time, and it's not like it's not a hobby anymore. It's not like you just kind of like do and then go do something else for a little while. No, you have to finish it to completion, and there's really no room to kind of be an amateur at it, really, and so it will definitely make anything that you do in music better. It's like, just never turn down a gig, everything that you do, like, it makes everything else better. And, like kind of like what Matt was saying too, I remember this was a panel years ago now. I think you asked this similar question, and I told a story about how I was in a bar, and a girl asked me that, like, well, do you feel like you're a sellout for doing jingles and that? I'm like, well, look, all my musician friends, they work in call centers for money, and I'm sitting at home doing whatever I want, writing music. Like, you tell me who's a sellout, who's a sellout?
Yeah.
It ain't me.
Yeah, and while they're working in call centers, I remember a time where you got to live a lifelong dream of yours, and you bought a Maserati, which I now think you no longer own. But
no, I got rid of that one and the other one. Yeah. So but no, that I've been all over the world. I've done all kinds of stuff, and I might buy another one. Who knows, one day? But right now I'm in a different mode. But it's afforded me a really great lifestyle. That a call center job or a corporate job, even paying as much as what I make, wouldn't afford me, because you have to show up to the office every single day, and do something you really don't want to do. I would say. Yeah,
and those guys hate. Yeah, the guys that show up to their corporate job every day. I know, because I was one of them for a while. Like, you are doing that job just because of the money. That's it. you hate the job, you hate your coworkers, you hate everything about it, but you do it for the money. So how is that not selling out? Like, we're doing things for the money too, but we love it.
Yeah.
Like, why not?
I remember Steve
Yeah, you're
told me
creating
that.
something that you can be proud of, you know?
Yeah.
I remember Steve, you told me a story, I think when we first met, God, it's like 2007. God, it's been that long. And you said that that's when you were kind of first starting, and you told some of your friends that you were going to try to be a composer, and they all laughed at you.
Oh, yeah.
Remember you told me that?
Yeah. They're like, why don't you use your business degree and work at a bank? I'm like, okay, that sucks.
Uh-huh.
And also the other thing is and also the starting, if you, like back then, I'm sure it's the same now, but back then, you know, when you look at what you started out as, like you always started out in a call center pretty much. And at the time it was like $12 an hour. And I was like, well, if I'm going to be poor, then I might as well be poor doing something I like, you know, and see where it goes, you know, because I had time to, you know, change courses if I wanted to. But I got a lot of crap for that.
Well, sometimes it takes a leap of faith and some lean years, but
Well, speaking
it
of
doesn't happen overnight.
speaking of leap of faith, when you guys each made the decision to start doing music for media, I'm sure you're all gifted and super talented, and it was probably easier for you than other taxi members because you're so awesome that you immediately started getting forwarded, right, guys?
Yeah, I don't know if I kind of keep an eye on the taxi forums every now and then still, and to this day I don't know if anyone's matched my record of 68 straight returns in a row.
68.
68.
Oh, wow.
That's a lot. Well, the music wasn't very good, but there's a reason they were returns. But nobody starts off good. Well, maybe these guys did.
Matt,
I don't know. I sure
Matt,
did.
you had 68 straight returns.
68 straight returns. Yeah, that was
Can
when
you
I was.
send-
But
Can
I
you
was
send
like,
me a few of
I
those?
barely joined taxi. Oh yeah. But
I
a lot
gotta
of
get
them
it.
were my
That's
country
pretty-
songs.
I mean, seeing as how you do it for a living now, that's pretty specialist there. You got like right out the gate,
Yeah,
68 in a row return. Yeah. Whoa.
Yeah.
That's inspiring, actually.
For next year's road rally, I want to do a panel where we just play Matt's 68 returns, so everybody can understand how bad you can be and still end up eventually doing it for a living with nothing more than perseverance.
Yeah, I tell people that all the time because they're like, I want to do what you do. I'm like, well, okay, you can. All you got to do is stick with it because there's nothing special about me. I'm not I forgot every ounce of music theory that I'd ever learned as a music minor in college. That was 20-some years ago. Like, I can't play piano. I play piano like this. I can't even play guitar. I can't do anything. Okay, but if I can make a full-time living out of this, knowing where I started, then anybody can.
I certainly understand that when a musician works really, really hard on something to create a new song or instrumental track, they have a lot of hope that it's going to be forwarded to the music library or supervisor that asked for it. They wait on pins and needles to find out if they got forwarded or not. If they don't get forwarded, they're understandably crushed. But if they do get forwarded, then they check their email every 5 minutes to see if they're going to get offered a deal or not. Can you tell your fellow members what the phrase write, submit, forget, and repeat means and why that mantra is important? Anybody can jump in on this. Chuck, go for it.
Yeah, it's like, for instance, with my company, when I'm running listings, I might get the forwards in, but I don't need them maybe at that moment. It'll take me a while to go through them.
I should interject Chuck actually started his own music library years ago. So he does run listings. Not only does he submit to Taxi and work for other people, but he also runs listings as a company. So sorry, go ahead.
And I just remember it's all those years of being a member when I would submit and get forwarded, I didn't hear anything back. It would be very, very frustrating. But now I see, being on the other side of the coin, how it works. You just have to be patient. And don't sit there by the phone. Like that old saying goes, a watched phone never rings. Or a watched email never happens. I don't know. Just keep writing, and yeah, you can't sit there and wait. Just keep writing and repeat, and you have to have output. It has to be quality, but also quantity. You can't. I remember seeing on the forums one time, this guy was like, "I wrote 4 tracks this year. Woo!" I'm like, "Well, that's great if you want to just have it for a little hobby, but if you're looking to really make this your living, you have to constantly be churning out as many tracks as you can, but also with quality."
Matt, on an average year when you're busy, you know, I know that you've had a couple of years where you slowed down a little bit for various like life reasons, but in an average busy working year, how many instrumental tracks do you make in a given week, let's say?
Yeah, so I've kind of stopped tracking that as good as I used to. I used to take diligent notes and records of Oreo. I used to take diligent notes and records of. It was almost like a weekly music journal, basically charting my track count and everything. And in my heyday, I was making an average of 10 tracks a week, which would be like 2 tracks a day, Monday through Friday, and then take the weekends off. Or if I didn't make my 2 tracks a day, and if I didn't hit 10 by Friday, then I'd be working on Saturday. Or if I wanted to work ahead of the game, you know, I'd write extra. But basically what I tried to do is stay at a 10 track a week pace. And at the height of my output, I made 500 tracks in 1 year. And that's the most I've ever made.
Insane.
That's more than a track a day.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah. That's a lot. That was a lot. But now it's more like, gosh, I'd say if you averaged from when I went full-time to now, it might be about 350 to 400 tracks a year.
Still good.
That's
is
amazing.
still, yeah.
That's still, like 1 a day if you're working 7 days.
Yeah.
Steve, how about you? I know that, well, EDM's not the only thing you do. It's maybe your preferred genre.
It's my favorite thing to write, for sure.
Yeah. So how about you? What's kind of your weekly average on number of tracks cranked out?
I mean, probably around 3 a week is what I like to stick on average. But I mean, I'll have weeks where maybe I only get 1 done, and then the next week I'll do 12 or something like that. Like right now, I've got a 12-track project that I'm working on, and I really want to knock it out pretty quick. So I'll probably be doing 12 by around Friday, is my guess. So that would be like a busier time. But then the following week, maybe I'll only do 1, 2, 3, something like that. It just kind of depends. It also depends on what kind of tracks you're doing. Like if you're doing really involved tracks, including EDM stuff or orchestral stuff, man, doing even 1 a day is kind of rough. And then you start getting, I feel like, to where you're kind of making tracks that are, you start losing track of some of the details and the quality drops off a little bit. Now, if it's stuff like tension stuff, or like really minimal, anything minimal hip hop, minimal, rock stuff, where it's just the idea is to have a very basic kind of bed type of track, then yeah, you knock the 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever a day, and that's not too bad. But anything that involves serious production, I think I like to stay at 3, because that way the quality doesn't drop off too much, and also you don't burn yourself out. Because you do, I've had like 300. I haven't done 500 a year, I don't think, but I've definitely hit close to 400 before. And yeah, man, it can burn you out, and if you're doing it as a career, you got to think like you're in it for the long haul. You don't want to burn yourself. So that's, I mean, for me anyways. Maybe some people, maybe they're like machines, like Matt over here doing 300, 500 a year or whatever. But for me, I gotta slow it down. And also at a certain point, I feel like you get to a diminishing returns kind of situation, where I don't know that you get that many more placements by doing that many more than 150, 200 tracks a year. Maybe not. And if there's not an upfront budget for it, then, yeah, for me, it's not really worth doing more than, maybe 150 a year, I'd say. But it really just kind of depends, depends on your situation.
I know that a lot of our members are frustrated by the fact that they don't get forwards, and the screeners will write back to them and say your sounds just don't sound that good. And I'm never quite sure if it's they don't know how to use like their string libraries well to build in articulations and stuff, or if it's just they have older, out-of-date, bad-sounding libraries, because they do keep sounding better and better every year. How important is it to invest in good-sounding sound libraries? Anybody?
I think it's incredibly important because the technology is there, and they're pretty doggone realistic, especially with orchestral stuff. So if you don't have that top-notch, almost like you can't tell the difference, then someone else is going to come and take the job away from you. Because what they have these days is just, it's almost indistinguishable from the real thing. You can't beat the real thing, of course, but it's pretty damn close now. So just spend the money and get the best software you can.
And then you have to invest the time. Mark Giovanni did a video for the Rally prequels, and he crammed about a semester's worth of information into an hour. It was so incredibly good. If anybody watching today has not seen that, tonight when we're done, go back and watch the Mark Giovanni video. But it's awesome watching him do this with his hand, all the time on a fader just to make stuff sound more realistic. It's breathtaking. By the way, I can't remember which day it's going to be, but we've got a panel or a video coming up with an old friend of mine that I've known for like 40 years, Dennis Sands, who has recorded and mixed soundtracks, scores and soundtracks for 300 blockbuster movies in his career. Jeez. So that's going to be great too for people that don't really know how to get the best out of their libraries from a mixing perspective. You're going to find out because he takes some in the box music and shows how to get better results from it. By the way, you guys mentioned Omnisphere. Spectrasonic/Omnisphere is a sponsor of the rally this year, and they are doing a special offer for taxi members, which those guys are loath to do discounts. They don't really need to, but they are doing a discount for taxi members, and it will be announced later on in the rally. So I know you guys.
Maybe I'll finally buy Omnisphere.
I
still don't have that.
You're kidding. Well, here's your chance, Maddie.
Go ahead and get it. You won't be disappointed.
And I don't want people to think, viewers that are watching this, that might be like acoustic guitar players, mandolin players, marimba players, whatever. There are plenty of libraries out there. Virtually all of them, frankly, use tracks that weren't created in the box that are done, with microphones and acoustic guitars and what have you. I mean, watch HGTV for an evening, and you'll hear a ton of like light, breezy, kind of innocuous acoustic guitar tracks, and oftentimes they're very stripped down. It might just be one or two guitars. Have you guys found that to be true? That I've had members who are successful as well tell me that they're always a little shocked that it's their simpler tracks, the ones where they're not trying to win I'm a Genius Composer of the Year award, and it's the stupidly simple little tracks that get the most action. Have you guys found that to be the case?
One of my favorite lines I always tell composers is less is more. And that's completely true.
Do you find yourself having to resist putting more stuff in the stew? Like you're adding stuff and going, nope, I crossed the line a half an hour ago. I should just stop and call it a day?
And stick a fork in it, yeah. It's hard to when you're a composer and you study music your whole life. You want to add more stuff, make it amazing, but you have to remember, if you're doing this for media, like I said before, you can't have too much stuff in there because it's going to go over the dialogue and it's not going to work. So just remember, simplicity and less is more. I can't stress that more than
Steve saying. Go ahead, Matt.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, back when I used to really watch my cue sheets and stuff, I'd see a bunch of uses of certain tracks, but then in parentheses, drum and bass mix, or parentheses, bed mix, which are these stripped down, the drum and bass would be just the drums and bass from a track. And you'd be just amazed at how many times a drum and bass track is used. And you spend all this time as a composer putting all these cool things in, and then you send it to the show, and then what do they use? The drums and the bass.
I've seen that so many times. I tell composers, okay, I need all these alt versions, bed mix, drums and bass, whatever. Which is a pain to have to make all these alt mixes, but so many times those are what gets used, and not the cool full version.
Because they're so simple, and it just allows for all the dialogue to come through without being distracting, and that just goes into this simplicity thing. I don't think anyone would ever submit a drum and bass mix as a standalone track, like, hey, check out my music. It's just got to be an alternate mix, but you'd be surprised at how many times that's used, and that really shows or proves the point that the simple stuff is what ends up generating the money.
Like Steve, wasn't that first track that was the opening track used on Dr. Oz back when we did that? Wasn't yours just the drum and bass song?
Super simple. No, it had the guitar part in there, but it was super simple. Yeah, it was super simple. And they used that as like the opening thing for, I guess, about a year, something like that. Like that's what he would walk out to. And yeah, that was super simple. It was drums, bass, and one little guitar line. It was not much. So yeah, simple stuff tends to work pretty well.
Wasn't there that throwaway hip hop song you did that got placed on that film that was like a massive sync fee?
There's been a few that could maybe fit in there.
Well, we went and saw it at the Chinese theater.
Oh yeah, that one. That was one. I didn't even think that was going to get accepted by the library. Actually,
exactly.
It was done pretty quick, and even the vocalist. It was a song, and the vocalist was like, before we started recording, he's like, I don't know about these lyrics that I did, man. I was like, well, it doesn't matter, just. Well, he's like, no, you don't understand. He's like, I say, and I can't remember what the lyrics were, but he told me one of the lyrics. I was like, yeah, that is pretty stupid. But they took it, and it's been used a lot. It's been on, it's been a bunch of shows. I think it's been on a couple movies actually. Yeah. The first one was the one of the Ninja Turtle movies, which was a pretty big deal because I remember when I was a little kid, I loved Ninja Turtles. So that was
that's when we went and saw
it. Yeah, that's when we saw it. Yeah, at the Chinese theater, actually, or whatever it's called, the TL. What is it called now? But yeah,
I think it's still called the Chinese theater.
But it's by a...
I don't know. Maybe it's not Grauman's anymore. I don't know. But let me ask you another question about a lot of songwriters or artists that are solo artists or in bands. They hear the word composer and they think of John Williams with a baton in his hand and somebody, charting music out. I don't think they understand that being a composer really is just, you already know how to record an acoustic guitar, a bass, put it, build a drum track if you're doing it in the box, or record real drums even better. So they've got the recording chops, they've got the production chops. And all they have to do is just shift the type of compositions they're making to not be songs, and bam, you're a composer. Is that a fair and apt description?
Yeah. I think a lot of people, like, actually, I'm recording some voiceover for a workout video, and we were going through some music, and person doing the voiceover didn't realize that she thought that I was like doing exactly that, like John Williams stuff or whatever, and we're playing all these like just regular songs, and like, oh, I didn't realize that. Yeah, so a composer is just somebody who composes music, any kind of music. So it doesn't necessarily have to be John Williams. As a matter of fact, I don't really do any of that, and I was actually telling, I don't like to score to picture a lot of times. Actually, I prefer to just write the music and send it off.
Yeah.
I agree.
Let's see.
Yeah, scoring the pictures is tedious, and I have a lot of respect for the people that do it and are really good at it, because it is not easy. It's very rewarding whenever you get done with it and it looks good, but it's like, man, it's if you don't do it a lot, it's a pain. It's a lot of work.
And you're stuck right in one genre, and then you'll do a perfect scene, they'll come and say, "Oh, we changed the timing on this," and you have to go back and completely redo it. Not my favorite either.
If you got paid by the hour versus the note or the runtime minute, How did you guys learn? Because so much of what instrumental does as its so-called job is creating a mood or amplifying a mood, elevating a mood, or an emotion. How did you guys learn how to create music for certain emotions? You know, did you watch other shows, listen to other cues, and think, oh, that does a really good job of creating tension? Or watch something else and go, oh, that does a really good job of making me feel like, what a great day to be alive. The world is a fun place to live. Matt, how did you learn how to create emotion?
I a lot of that I was just thinking as you were asking that question. Some of it I just stumbled into on accident. Where I remember when I was first dabbling with dramedy music, and I had pizzicato strings on my keyboard, and I was just plucking them out one finger at a time. And I don't know how to play piano, so I'm just like, oh, I'll try this note after this one. And at some point, I realized that if you did, like, instead of playing in the scale, if you did a half step, like a little half step, it adds this sneaky comedic tone. And I was like, oh, dang, all you got to do is do a half step instead of a full step interval, in these certain, whatever, just half steps, right? And so that was something I stumbled on totally on accident. And in all of my history of writing music, I would have never done that sound. And so it was not something that I was aware of until just accidentally figuring it out because I didn't know how to play piano. So happy accident.
How about you, Steve? How did you learn how to do moods?
It was a lot of I watched some shows and listened to the music and then listen to other cues that would be sent out as examples. I mean, for the most part, for me it was more it was just kind of like it's like a it when you hear it kind of thing, and it was just kind of a matter of dissecting the music and figuring out what instruments and what arrangements they were using to get to that. For me, it's very much of a feel thing. I don't know if there's really a structured way I came about it. It was it's kind of like writing a catchy melody. It's kind of when you hear it, you play it and like, oh, that makes me feel this way. Or whatever. This would go good in this kind of a scene. This reminds me of this. So yeah, it was mostly just kind of a trial and error kind of thing, and just kind of knowing it when I heard it.
Same thing for you, Chuck?
Yeah, it's also the best way to learn whatever genre you do. If you want to write for TV shows, go watch the shows and see what's being used, and emulate what you hear on TV. I was one time years ago, me and my friend Sharif we're going to write some acoustic tracks for Catfish. So we had the show playing, and we listened to some cues and get inspired, and we go back and record one. And we kept doing that, and I remember one time we were listening, and I was like, God, why does this song sound familiar? And I was like, oh yeah, that's mine. Oops. But that's the best way. Just listen to TV shows, even reality shows that are boring and stupid maybe. If you want to write music for these shows, just listen and see how they're used and emulate that, and that is the best education, I think, for writing for TV.
Let's talk about the relationships that you've gained with the library owners that you were forwarded to through Taxi. Everybody wants those relationships, so can you tell us kind of how quickly should you jump in and try and schmooze the library owner, or for lack of a better way to say this, suck up to them, or hey, I got a bunch more stuff you need to hear. Can you explain? You get a forward, the library owner reaches out to you. How is the kind of natural, organic progression of having a relationship where they then reach out to you? Hey, Matty, I need this kind of thing, and you do that really well. Matt, how does that happen?
So it's one of those things, just like people skills. Okay, and back when I was teaching at Boise State, I taught in the communication department. So a lot of it just depends on your communication style. But nobody wants to be approached by the bull in the china shop who, like you... Chuck, as a music library owner, reached out to someone and said, hey, I got this piece forwarded from Taxi. I'd really like to sign it to my catalog, and they come in, hey, I'm the best person in the world. I got 105 different pieces I'm going to send you tonight, and you should sign all of them. Actually, Chuck's told me he's had people do that. Remember that one guy? He's like, I got 100 of these tracks, and you should sign them all. Like, that's just, it leaves such a bad taste in people's mouth. Nobody wants to work with that person. And so, for me, like, I'll still submit to taxi listings and get calls from libraries that I've never had any experience or communication with. And they'll say, hey, got your piece from taxi. And for me, I guess it's a little bit different now because I can, my email signature has my website, and then you can click on that and see my credit list and everything. But I always just try to be, like, let my personality through in an email, even if it's the very first one. Like a few well-placed exclamation marks, not over the top, but you gotta let your personality shine. You can't be just a stick in the mud. Hey, how's it going? Here's my track. Yes, love to sign it. Goodbye. And you also can't be I'm the best composer in the world. Everybody wants to be me. You should feel lucky that you stumbled onto my music. You just gotta be yourself. If you've got a fun personality, let it come through in writing. Got a website that you can showcase some of your skills, then just include a link to your website in your email signature. And if the library owner is enterprising enough, they'll probably click on it and check you out. See if you got some pictures up there, see what you look like, see what your personality is. It's a communication thing, really, because at that point you're just selling yourself as someone who is fun to work with. You're not selling yourself as the world's greatest musician.
And
go ahead, Chuck.
I would say be professional and humble, and open to changes or critiques, because the library owners, they know what works and what they need. So if they hear something that should be changed, then be like, oh man, thanks for the criticism or the critique, and do it and send it, and that's just the best way to. Don't be saying, oh, I don't want to change my music. It's perfect as it is. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I would say, too, though, it's so much of this business is just like any other business. You want to work with people who you get along with. And so if I can put myself in Chuck's shoes, not having been there.
As a library owner, you know.
As a library owner, yeah. I imagine that the reason Chuck likes to work with myself and Steve is because we're all good friends. We get along. We have the same personality. Like we're all on murder death row trial right now. No, but we're all like, we have a good time together. And if you're going to have a long-term working musical relationship with someone as a library owner, you want to be working with people that you enjoy. And like I would say, it doesn't matter how good your music is. If you are a jerk, or you come across as holier than thou, or whatever. Yeah. It doesn't matter if your music's great. A guy like Chuck is probably not going to sign you, if I can put words into your mouth here. But I know I wouldn't want to work with anybody like that.
Chuck, what's the most obnoxious thing? I know this is a surprise question. The most obnoxious, off-putting thing that a composer has ever done or said to you when you're wearing your I Own a Library hat?
One thing that kind of gets me is, all the composers that I've signed, I try to become friends with them and get to know them. They're not just a commodity to me. I like to, get to know about them and what they're doing. But the ones that, if they send me something and they feel the need to text me or call me to let me know, I'm like, oh God, just don't. I got the email. You don't have to call or text. That kind of is a little weird, I think, sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't.
Follow-up is a touchy subject because there's acceptable professional etiquette follow-up, and then there's the obnoxious follow-up. I've got somebody in the chat room right now who's going, when are we getting the prize? When are we getting the prize? It's like, dude, I'm trying to conduct an interview. Back off on the prize. Now I'm going to make sure you don't get the prize. No, it's totally random, by the way. Computer picks the prize winner.
I do like follow-up. Like there's been so many times I get so much music and so many composers, so much metadata and all that to deal with. a composer might send me some tracks and I listen to them like, hey, these are great, but I'm on something else at the moment, and they'll follow back up in a couple of weeks. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot about those. Oh, and I'll say, thanks for reminding me about this. So
Yeah.
to follow up, but be professional and not pushy. That's the best advice I can offer.
Let's give folks a timeline, and I know it's probably different for each of you, but I would contend the first year of composing, you're probably not going to make any money. I mean, first of all, there's the timeline, the amount of time it takes for your PRO to collect the money, especially if it's overseas somewhere. It could take a year and a half, 2 years. Inside the U.S., 6 months, 9 months, a year. But let's talk about kind of the income. You know, I don't want people to think that they're going to start composing, they're going to send some stuff to Taxi, it's going to get put into a couple of libraries, and the checks are going to start rolling in 90 days or 6 months. Can you give sort of a timeline as to how it develops and at what stage you start making, let's say, you know, over 10 grand a year at it, maybe over 50 grand a year? Steve, you don't own a dog. Talk to me.
Yeah, my dog just got, he's got a vibrating bark collar on, so he probably just shocked himself. All right, sorry,
yeah,
go ahead.
so first year, actually, I've got the check over there. But yeah, the first year I made, I believe the number was $70.30. That was the first year. Then, yeah.
Man.
Big ball. Then the next year, I can't remember the exact amount. Yeah. I can't remember the exact amount the next year, but it was like basically $30 on this. It was like $100. It was somewhere between $100 and $150. I don't think it was quite $150. But then after that, I think the third year, I believe it was $16,000.
Wow.
And then the fourth year, I believe it was somewhere around $60,000, and then it just kind of went up from there. So it really does kind of depend, but it does take a while. And I'll say this also, you know, it depends on what your lifestyle is and what your responsibilities are. So like if you're, you know, like I was pretty young and had, you know, I didn't even have a car payment at the time. My car was paid off at the time. So, you know, for me, you know, $16,000 and then going and getting a part-time job at Old Navy, that was just fine. And so I was able to spend a lot of time writing. But, you know, if you've got a family and you've got, you know, a couple BMW payments and you got to put a new addition onto the house, you know, $16,000 probably isn't going to get you where you need to be. So, yeah, if you're talking about going, you know, full time, then it really, because the thing is, when you can start producing every single day, and as much time as possible, that's when you really see it going exponential. So the quicker that you can get to that point, you know, the more of an income growth you'll see. But, you know, it depends on what your situation is. So just kind of plan accordingly. You know, like you know what your expenses are, and if your expenses are kind of up there, then you should be prepared to, you know, for it to maybe take a little longer if you're trying to do this full time. If you're just trying to do it part time, then you know, hey, extra 16 grand a year would be great, right, for doing music.
Hell yeah, with the inflation we're experiencing right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
An extra 16 grand is great. Yeah, we just lost your light.
Great, yeah. A lot of my light, yeah. I tried to get a webcam and the thing didn't work, and so I'm using it. Had a little light in it, and so I'm using my giant monitor here with a Excel spreadsheet to kind of provide some sort of light. It's also rainy. Yeah, so I keep kind of wiggling the mouse around, but I guess I forgot I wasn't on time. And it's a rainy day here in Florida, so I've got no light coming in from the windows up there. And yeah, so
that's funny.
But yeah, so yes, yeah. So if that's your goal, just kind of like extra money, then yeah, you know, that's a potential timeline. But if you're going to do it full time, at some point you're going to have to kind of take a step backward to take, you know, 2 steps forward, and just kind of be prepared for that. Like I remember. My first rally, I remember sitting around and talking with some guys, and they were throwing out numbers like, you know, how much money do you need to where you can quit your job and do this full time? And like for me, I was just like, give me 10 grand, I'll make it work, right? But everybody else's number was the number was $80,000.
Wow.
And
Whoa.
I remember sitting there thinking, that was like the average, I would say. Most people were like, yeah, 80,000 would be good. Maybe a few were like around 60, but most people seemed like it was like 80 grand. I was sitting there thinking, I'm like, so hold on a second. You are saying that you want a part-time job writing music that's going to make you $80,000. That seemed absurd to me. And it is absurd.
Yeah.
I believe I am
totally.
the only one in that group that's making it, making music for a living full time, past the 80 grand level for sure. But just know that, no, you're not going to, if $80,000 is what you're making now and that's what, that's what you need, you're not going to get there with any part-time job, really, I don't think.
Yeah.
So just keep that in mind, and be, realistic. It does take time, and depending on what your situation is, it could take more time or less time.
Chuck and Matt, can you guys each give me a short answer on that? Like, how much did you make in your first few years? How long did it take you to get to the point where you made a real full-time living?
Well, it's like that class that Matt Hurt and them used to teach at the rally, the 5-year plan. You have to at least plan to spend 5 years or so, or even more, before you really start seeing a good income that you might be able to do it full time. But you have to really have the output and the abilities. For me, I guess, I started, before all the technology and everything had really blown up. So it took me a bit more than 5 before I started seeing maybe 7 or 8 before I started just, really raking it in, I guess, is for lack of better. before the real money started coming in.
Right.
I mean, it gradually started, slow, but then it did that. But I stuck with it. There are a lot of times I was like, what the hell am I doing? This is not working out. I can't pay my bills. I can't pay my rent. I got credit card companies, creditors calling me. But I was like, I can't do anything else. I'm just going to stick with it. I'm glad I did.
How about you, Matt? 2.5, 3 months, and then you were making like crap tons of money, right?
No, I said I was filthy rich within 6 weeks.
There you go.
So actually, kind of like Steve, a little bit different, but my first year, I made a net revenue of $0. Woo! Second year is when I got my first. So nothing. And I remember getting into this business thinking, I'll make 25 grand my first year. I think maybe I was thinking I'll make 10 grand, just some side change my first year. I made 0. But then the second year is when I got my first royalty check, and that was $225.
Woohoo!
So I think Steve and I, if you combine our first 2 years, we're like pretty much neck and neck, about $225 for 2 years worth of work. That's pretty solid.
Yeah.
But really, it's a ramp up thing. It's a slow burn. You can't get into this business thinking you're going to get rich quick or that you're going to see anything for at least a year, maybe 2 years. Or maybe longer, but once you're able to transition out of whatever job you're doing and go to full-time music, for me that took 5 years. It was a 5-year process before my royalties eclipsed what I was making at Boise State. And then after that, when you can start putting 8 to 10 hours a day into making music, that's how you can make 500 pieces a year. And then when you get to there, then the money can really escalate really quickly just because you have more stuff in the universe out there.
Pipeline.
In the pipeline, yeah. But I mean, you're not even going to get to that point. Like Steve said, depending on your other obligations. Steve was lucky, and Chuck was too, and myself. I was teaching, but I was teaching classes I taught 1 million times before. And so my full-time job of working at Boise State was not me working full-time hours. So I was able to put a lot more time into music than other folks would. So maybe 5 years for me would be 7 years for other people. But then again, I was also starting from 0, whereas other people might be starting, kind of at 30 miles an hour already, kind of a rolling start.
Good point.
But
I've got, let's see, what do we have left? 7 minutes left, and there have been quite a few questions in the chat room, so I'm going to skip some of my questions and go to the chat, take questions from the audience. I am going to curate them a little bit, try and pick the stuff maybe we haven't covered earlier. All right, guys, if you're going to do a question in the chat, just type the word question in all caps and then followed by the question so I can pick it out pretty easily. Yep, only 7 minutes left. I know, it goes really quick with these guys.
Jeez! Let's extend it by an hour.
Yeah. Chuck is thinking, I flew all the way to Idaho for an hour and 15 minutes.
Well,
I see this clown here.
Question, MTT. I don't know who MTT is. What did you make in the third year, etc. So I'm thinking he means MVB or Matt. Oh, he meant Matt. Yeah, Matt. What
Matt
did you?
without the A.
Right there, you go.
The third year, I think in my third year is when I had the checks finally hit the $1,000 range, like 4 figures on like every quarterly check. It still wasn't enough money to quit my job on, but I'm pretty sure that now year 3 for me was like 8 years ago, so I can't really recall, but I think it was consistently in the thousands. But
Okay.
it'll ramp up quickly after that.
Chris Williams wants to know, how many genres of music do you recommend a composer should do without compromising what they're best at? So can each of you guys address that? Let's lead off with Chuck.
I remember hearing someone at a panel years ago saying, I don't like when composers say, I can do everything, I can do it all, which
Right.
is true. But you do have to be well-rounded and do a lot of different genres, but you also have to be very good at them. Or great at them. If it's something you're not comfortable with, there's really no time to learn how to do it. But just do what you feel is your best and your strongest at, whether it's 3, 5, 10 genres, whatever. But if it's something you just like bluegrass or something that you've never done before, don't spend your time trying to learn something that you don't really know much about.
Yeah.
Do what you're good at, because there's always a need for every type of music.
Would you guys agree with that?
Yeah. Start with one, get good at that, and then just kind of spread your wings from there. And you don't have to. You need to do a lot, like Chuck said. You need to be well-rounded because it is more difficult if you can only do one thing. But you don't have to do everything. Like I really don't do much in the way of orchestral outside of like dramedy or like mixing it in with other genres. Because it's a lot. Like guys that are good at that are really good at it, and if you're not really good at it, then just hang it up. And it's not really worth me trying to get good at something that I'm not even a huge fan of writing, anyways. So like I do mostly popular music genres. If you're more in the orchestral world, maybe if you're good at that, then maybe learn a little bit hip hop and start kind of mixing it in there. So it's kind of like related, but get good at one and then spread out a little bit, but don't get too crazy. Yeah, like Chuck said, don't go try to learn banjo if you've never even picked up a guitar before, so you can do.
Or like if you're
ridiculous like that.
If you're like a 50-year-old rocker and you decide I'm going to start doing hip hop, probably not going to work out that well.
Yeah.
Just
We've
saying.
only got about 2.5, 3 minutes left, but if you guys could go around the horn. Somebody asked a question before, what do you have in your home studios? Because people always think that in order to start, I need to go out and drop 20 grand putting together a studio. Can you tell them about your SSL consoles and your $3,000 mics and all that amazing gear that you guys have?
Can I start? I
Yes.
don't have much of anything. In fact, we're talking in my studio right now, which is a bonus room above my garage that I mostly share with my daughter's toys. You can kind of see a princess castle over there.
Yeah, I saw that. I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, that's a Barbie frozen castle. But mostly my equipment, I got a couple of these, couple of bongos and some shakers.
Guitars.
Huh?
Okay.
Guitars.
I got some guitars that I never use, but there's not much here.
I've got about 1.5 minutes left, and I've got a hard out at the end of this. I cannot go a second over. Chuck, how much would you say you have in your studio in the LA apartment? Dollar.
Basically the same thing that Matt has here. A keyboard. Well, mine's a piano. It's more weighted, but speakers, a computer, lots of software. that's it. There's no outboard gear or anything fancy.
Steve, how about you? Anything fancy in yours?
Not really yet. I'd actually show you if my stupid webcam I bought worked, but I'm in my studio as well. But yeah, pretty much just a computer with software, a MIDI controller. I've got a bunch of guitars because I'm a guitar player, and you can't have enough guitars if you're a guitar player, as I'm sure everybody watching this that plays guitar knows. And then I recently started buying some analog synths, but I don't even have a lot of those. You know, I have 2 or 3. So that's about it.
Cool. Well, I think that you guys have given people a very realistic view and inspiring. I guess I've been watching the chat a lot while you guys were talking, and people are very inspired by you guys, as they always are. You guys are honest, you're genuine, you're hardworking, and you have absolutely proved that you don't have to be, you know, this amazing, it's more about hard work and understanding the business and giving the industry what it's asking for than it is being a genius composer that people stumble upon and go, oh my God, best composer ever. So with that, I want to thank you guys. You're awesome. I will see you soon. Chuck Henry, Matt Vanderboegh, Stephen Baird, great to hang out with you guys. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we'll talk to you soon. Thank you, guys. And stick around, everybody. Next session's coming right up, right after this, immediately. Here we go. Go ahead and kill them before they get... Greg, can you kill their mics? We need to get this other thing rolling. I've still got open mics. All right, and now we are going to see how to build a professional website with Melanie Kealey from Bandzoogle. Hit it, Greg. Go ahead. Start the next bumper. Ladies and gentlemen, how to build a professional website with Melanie Kealey.
Hey everyone, Melanie from Bandzoogle here. I'm going to talk to you today about building a website for your music. A website is an important aspect to your online presence. Taking care and detail to get it set up will show in the end result. So if you do plan to create a website or maybe change yours up, maybe you're getting back into performing, you teach music, or you're looking to do session work, you want to have this website to direct people to that reflects who you are. So let's get started and check out how to build a professional website for your music. So first off, a little bit about Bandzoogle. We're a website and direct-to-fan marketing platform, which you can use to easily build a website for your music. There's no coding needed on your end. And we do also include a domain name and web hosting. So you don't have to worry about that. You can get it set up when you're ready with your website and you're all set. We also include hundreds of mobile-ready templates, which you can customize to suit your music. And these features that we offer were designed with musicians in mind. There's a lot of musicians on the team. We've been around for quite some time, and we listen to musicians, what they want to do, and we add those features along with that. Plus, we offer commission-free sales, so that goes for music, merch, and that kind of thing. All of these templates are easily customizable. Again, with no coding, you can create a look and feel that's all your own. We do have some preset design palettes, which our designers have used, chosen modern colors and sort of trendy palettes that go together. So you can always grab one of those and go, or you can fully customize your content, font, your colors, anything you like to suit your music. We do offer preset pages you can use to build your content out quickly. So you can add a home page, and we'll suggest some features that you might want to add to your home page. And then you just populate it with your own content, music, text. We include really robust music players, plus a merch store and an event calendar, which you can use to help promote your music and your shows. And we also offer crowdfunding if you are raising money for a project or an album, and fan subscriptions. If that's something you're interested in, you can do all that with Bandzoogle. Now, if you do need a website, or if you're thinking of switching your website over to try out our features, feel free to use this promo code, TAXI15. That will get you a 3-month free trial plus 15% off any plan. You can upgrade from the trial at any time you want, and you'll get 15% off. So getting into it, does a musician need a website? In this day and age, it might seem like there's so many places to promote your music online. Social media is so easy, everyone's there, but it's also a bit trendy. It might come and go. Audiences are all over the place on different channels. It's a lot to maintain, but your official artist website is that dedicated place just for you, just for your music, where your fans, the media, and industry can always go to find out about you. And you can update it regularly, with your music or whatever is coming up for you. These are 4 main reasons to drive fans to your website. Of course, you can maintain a fan base on social media, and you should, but you want to drive those fans to your website as well. And the first reason is that you own the address. This website will be yours forever. This is where your fans will be able to find you. If they Google you, you're there, and you own the experience there. So there's no ads, there's no, silly videos that are selling something designed to take your viewer away from your website, like on social media. And there's no design limits either. So you can create this space and brand it the way you'd like, add the content you want, however you want it to appear. You also own the data, which is really important. So you can see where your fans are coming from. This might help inform a tour. You can see which site brought them there, which might help you decide on where to focus your promotional efforts. If you're getting a lot of traffic from Spotify or from Facebook, or even you can see what people are Googling to get to you. You can also earn more money by selling directly through your website. And that's only increased in importance over the last year and a bit with the pandemic, because people want to support their favorite artists directly. And giving them a place to do that without having a cut taken is really important. So that's another good reason to drive fans to your website if you do want to sell music, merch, and that kind of thing. So your website's audience. You want to keep these 3 audiences in mind when you build your website: your potential fans, your current fans, plus industry and the media. So for your potential fans, you want to turn them into current fans by offering information about yourself that will really interest them in your music and your story, who you are as a musician. So lay that out on your homepage. Give your potential fans a look into who you are and what you've done so far. That includes your best song and video. So when they land on your website, they can see that right away. Plus, you want to get them on your mailing list, which will help you nurture this connection with them and turn them into fans that will support you. So to get them on your mailing list, you can always offer something in exchange for their email address. Could be music, a file, some kind of content. And your current fans. These are people who will come back to your website to see what's going on, whether they're curious if you're playing a show or they just want to know if you have new music. You want to include something for them to keep them coming back. And again, nurture that, artist-fan connection. So news is a great way to do that. Photo galleries, or even just photos in blog posts. These are the ones who are going to support you. So make sure that you give them a way to support you if you are crowdfunding, if you are selling bundles in your store. And also you want them to be on your mailing list. You can use your mailing list to drive them back to your website to a specific page or product. And again, just sort of keep that relationship going. For industry and the media, you want to make sure that you do include your latest news. You want industry to see that you're active and there's momentum in your career. You want to point out what makes you unique or different, and you can help do that with your best music, a video. Plus, you should include a press kit on your website, and that will also help industry and media find what they're looking for. So a few things about design. We always suggest using a template. Templates are not the sort of, one size fits all cookie cutter solution that they used to be. They're extremely flexible. Without having to code, you can place your features, create layouts, and customize it however you'd like. The real selling point for a template is that it will adapt to mobile easily. So you don't have to worry about creating a separate website that people will visit on their phone. When you're choosing a template, there's a lot of options. So here are a few things that you can consider. First of all, what kind of image are you working with? You want to choose an image that really shows who you are, shows your music, whether it's a portrait style image or a landscape style. That might sort of dictate the template that you choose. You want to think about the kind of menu that you'll add. How many pages do you need? And that will hinge on how much content you will add. If you need room to grow, maybe you're just starting out and you don't have a lot of music yet, but in the future you might have subpages with your full discography. So you want to make sure you choose a menu that can accommodate that. What kind of music do you play? And think about your current branding. You want to make sure your website and all of your social media profiles and everything work together. So if you're just getting started, here's what you will need to get your website off the ground. You'll want that great main image of you, your professional photos, some music, a video, plus create some text, recent news, and your bio. When it comes to these photos, you want to make sure to use professional photos. I always try to emphasize this. iPhone photos, often can appear blown out or grainy, and it just doesn't cut it. You need professional photos to use in the header, in the background of your website, in the sections, and on your photos page, your EPK. Make sure that they're good quality. Bad photos might even prevent someone from carrying on to listen to your music. Now, when it comes to colors, you want to stick to 3 major colors: your primary color, your contrasting secondary color, and then a third accent color, which will go with the other ones, but also pop out a little bit. So think your play button, links, and that kind of thing. When it comes to typography, you want to choose simple fonts. It's trendy to use simplicity now. Lots of breathing room, lots of space. You want to make sure there's a high contrast between the font color and the background of your page. So classic is black and white, but anything that's really easy to read is good. You want to left align your text because that is how people are used to reading text. And use bold, italic, or capitals sparingly. You can use them for, header titles, blog post titles, maybe your album title, but for body text, you want to keep it really simple. Mobile-friendly websites are really important. Mobile digital media, people consume content on their phones and tablets more than on their desktop computers now. So for that reason, the experience has to be seamless. Content has to be easy to find. And e-commerce as well must work perfectly on mobile. In fact, Google actually punishes websites if they're not mobile friendly, if there's not a version that is mobile friendly in the search rankings. So when you're creating your menu, here are a few tips for you. First of all, you don't want to have too many pages. Make it easy. Imagine your potential fans coming to your website. Make sure it's easy for them to find what they're looking for. And along with that, you want to have one clear purpose per page, per section. You know, your music should be on your music page. You just want to make it really easy for people to find what they're looking for. And keep your menu page names simple. Again, that just helps if somebody comes to your website, they want to listen to your music, they click music and they're there. So here are the 8 pages that you'll want to add to your website. Of course, if you're not quite there yet, you don't have to add all these pages if you're not performing. But if you want to create sort of a well-rounded website, these are some suggestions for you to try. So a home page, about page, a music page, a shows page if you're performing, photos and or videos, a store page, a press kit, and a contact page. So first of all, on your home page, you want to add a great header image, a short bio. So if somebody did discover your music somewhere, they're landing here, let them know they're in the right place. Add some music, add a video, plus your news to show that you're active, and your social media links on this page. You also want to add a call to action on your homepage. In the header is a great spot. It could also be in the content, just directing your visitors to something you want them to do. Joining the mailing list is a great idea here, but if you are releasing new music, you can promote that on your homepage with a call to action. Here's a quick example of a website homepage. You can see she's got a call to action to stream her new song. And then she has more content for further exploration. Here's another website homepage with a call to action to join the mailing list. And that's another great way to start building that mailing list. You can swap out the call to action at any time, change the text, change the buttons, just depending on what your goal is there. Next is your about page. On this page, you want to add a short bio, your full bio, plus some photos. And when you're writing your bio, I always recommend using a quote, either in the content or to kick it off, just a third-party source to sort of add some authenticity to your music and the words that you're writing. You want to cover your background and your education and your recent achievements here. One thing I see a lot is people who create an about page and then they just let it sit. You want to make sure that it's up to date. Keeping in mind someone might come here and copy and paste it. You want to make sure that it's as relevant as can be. And here's a great about page laid out nicely with really easy to read text, plus a great photo. So next, your music page. This is a really important page, of course, on a music website. Whether you add your latest tracks, your full discography, adding your lyrics here. You can sell your music, of course, if you'd like, or you can offer it in exchange for an email address. And I always recommend adding context to this page. Add information about the albums, talk about the songs, how they were written, where they were recorded. People love to read those details, and it just adds that much more to the page. You can also link to your streaming services on your music page. This just gives people other ways to support and consume your music in addition to your website. If you don't yet have music, you could place a video on this page. And here's a quick example of a nice album, great cover. She's got some context and some music to listen to. A shows page. On this page, you want to list your calendar of events, live streams on here. You can add multiple calendars. So if you're doing a local tour or an international tour, you could put both calendars on this page if you'd like. And you can also sell tickets directly through your website. A nice touch for this page, some live shows, live photos, or video of you performing live. That just adds a little extra something if somebody is considering coming to see you play. That might sort of tip the scales and help them decide that They can't miss out. Quick shows page example. Her name's really clear on the page. You can see her events, and she's added some imagery, which is really nice. A photos page. People love to look at photos. If you have enough photos, definitely include a photos page. It could be your promotional photos. Performance photos are a really nice touch here from highlighted shows, important shows, or candid photos. Perhaps you're recording shows from the studio. If you're co-writing shows from a session, you can change these up at any time to keep the interest going. And you can also create a videos page or combine this with a videos page if you don't have a lot of photos. Here's a nice photo gallery, kind of a nice modern tiled layout there. So videos, you can embed your videos from YouTube, Vimeo, and add context to them. So in addition to just placing videos on the page, talk a little bit about them. Talk about where they were filmed or how many views they have, why they're important, and why they're on your website. And you can swap these videos out regularly. So you don't want to put too many on one page. It will slow down the loading time. But make sure you swap them out so that your most important videos, your most recent videos are reflected on this page. Now, a store page. If you do plan to sell merch, sheet music, file downloads, things like that, a store page is a great place to do that. You can describe your merch, add images, and then if you are selling limited edition items, put them on sale or offer them at a discount as a nice way to clear out stock, maybe before the holidays. And you can also sell print-on-demand merch items from Printful. Printful ships them directly, so then you don't have to keep stock, in-house. Quick store page example with some tank tops, signed Polaroid, coffee beans, anything that works. And you can combine your Printful items plus items that you ship out personally. Everything is seamless on the page. So a contact page. I do recommend adding a dedicated contact page. That way, if somebody gets to your website with the intention of contacting you, they can do so just by clicking that button through your email form, and you want to try to get them on your mailing list as well. So a press kit is an important page as well. It basically acts like an online resume for your career, whether you're booking shows or promoting music. This is the place where industry professionals can hear your music and find out everything they need to know. It should include your bio, a variety of promotional images, your music, a video, your social and streaming links as well, just to paint a fuller picture of who you are as an artist. Reviews on this page from press are great to have, plus your contact information. A couple of quick press kit examples with some nice quotes. Now we'll just wrap things up quickly by talking about SEO, search engine optimization, essentially optimizing your band's presence in Google search. Which is really important to make sure your website is sort of the official online hub. If you're just getting started, you want to make a list of the keywords that you expect you might rank for in Google, usually your artist name plus some variations like the word music or where you're located for performing. And to help with SEO, you want to make sure you add content to your band website. And set up a domain name for your website that includes HTTPS, which is security. In order to optimize your website content, you want to add a custom title tag and meta description for each page. You can do this behind the scenes in your Bandzoogle account per page. You just want to make sure each page is described differently. That will help them all rank differently depending on what people are searching for. And again, make sure every page has text on it, has content. Google needs that in order to match what somebody is searching for to your website. Image alt text is another thing to do to help with that. Just describe in a caption what the image is of. Try to include your name. And make sure each page of your website has a descriptive URL. So if someone searches your artist name plus music, and your page is called music, that page is more likely to be returned in the results. Links are also very important for SEO. Essentially, you want any other website to link to your band website wherever possible. So on your social media profiles, put your artistname.com, your website domain. If you get press, a music blog, or you're playing at a venue, ask them to link to your official .com, and that will just signal to Google that this is sort of the trusted website, and it should return in the search results. A couple of technical details here with SEO. Once you've created your website, or if you've moved your website over to Bandzoogle or anywhere and changed some of the page names, you want to submit the sitemap. This is easy to do with Bandzoogle. It's built in under the hood. We walk you through it. But of course, you can do it through Google directly. And another thing you can do is set up Google Analytics. This measures visits to your website from search engines, gives you some information about your traffic, and it will also provide the keywords that people are typing into Google before they land on your website. So we have this resource, How to Make a Music Website. It just goes into a bit more detail than I have today about content and design and ways to make your music website really unique and professional. So I encourage you to check that out if you are giving your website a refresh, if you're starting from scratch. It'll help guide you on your way. And that's about it for me. If you want to follow us on social media, we're around. And if you do need a website, again, please feel free to use this promo code TAXI15. It will give you a 3-month free trial and 15% off any plan. If you do have any questions about websites, head over to bandzoogle.com, click on live chat. Our chat support is really great, and they're all musicians as well. They'd be happy to help answer any questions you might have, and just make sure that you are getting your website off on the right foot. Or you have any questions about, domain names, or content or SEO. They all know lots about that too. So thank you very much for having me. Hopefully it wasn't too much information too quickly. And I wish you all the best of luck creating your websites.
Ladies and gentlemen, join us for Be a Fly on the Wall for a country co-write with Marty Dodson and Clay Mills.
Hey, Taxi, you get to sit in today and spy on a co-write between me and Clay. And so there's no telling what might happen here. Put your seatbelts on. Here we go.
You do realize, Marty, it's 8 a.m. in the morning here.
Yes, it is. It's very early to be writing.
The life of a pro songwriter. You have to be ready to go at the drop of a hat.
Exactly. So I've got an idea, if you like it, Clay, and that is The Sweetest Lies.
Yeah.
And I was thinking it could be basically a guy saying to a girl or a girl saying to a guy, hey, you're saying all the right things, even though I know they're not true, in the first verse maybe, and then to go, you tell the sweetest lies. And then maybe the second verse is like, just keep telling them,
Yeah.
for now, until it's time when you have to go, you have to leave me, then keep telling them.
Yeah, man. I like that. Sweetest Lies.
Let's do it. We got a Google up here.
I think we could do a little bit of an kind of an R&B feel to that.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Down, down, the sweetest lies. Yeah, I like that. Keep talking, down, the sweetest lies. Sorry, I'm just thinking kind of a melody that could do that. I like that. You say all the right things. You know, ain't true.
One thing.
Yeah, you tell the sweetest lies. I know that's just your song map you're typing out there, but
Yes,
yeah, I think that title will sing really well.
And so one thing we could do in that first verse is like maybe there's 4 lines that are the lies. Like you say I've got your whole heart, you'll be here forever. Like just four things, and then the pre-chorus maybe goes, yeah, you say all the right things, even though they aren't true. And then
I like that. I'd loved in that first verse to have some kind of little rhythmic hook built into it. What was that first lie that you were thinking?
I've got your whole. You say I've got your whole heart. You'll be here forever.
Yeah, you say that I got your whole heart. You say that I got your whole heart. No sin. Down, down. I'm trying to think of a rhythm like down, 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 down.
You say that I got your whole heart, or something like that. That kind of fits your play.
You say that I got your whole heart. So right away we got that ba 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 ba. Hooky.
I learned that from your melody book.
Say that I got your whole heart. You'll be down on the sea. Down, 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 down,
Say that I got your whole heart. You'll be mine forever.
Yeah, we could just cap it off like that. You say that I got your whole heart. You'll be mine forever. Down, 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 down. Then you can repeat it. Down, 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 down. Yeah.
What if it's like you say that I got your whole heart, you'll be mine forever. You're looking forward to a lifetime, something love together. I don't know what that. I don't want to say sweet.
Looking forward to a lifetime. Don't always be together. We'll always on a lifetime. and picture forever.
Another thought would be like it's not long enough to be together or something.
Yeah. Done it done and a lifetime ain't long enough together.
Tell me,
You're telling me that a lifetime ain't long enough together.
that would work. Tell me that a lifetime.
You say that I got your whole heart. You'll be mine forever. You're telling me that a lifetime won't be long enough together.
I like that.
That a lifetime be long enough together. So you could even kind of change it up on that fourth line. Say that I got your whole heart. You'll be mine forever. You're telling me that a lifetime won't be long enough together. Now I like it the other way. Just do it straighter.
Yeah, do it straight. And then maybe there's this little pre that says you say all the right things even though they aren't true. Da 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 da. You know, maybe it's like a 2-line pre like that.
Yeah, and even if we wanted to kind of, I know we used the word telling before, but you're telling me down the right, down, 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 down. Do like a little triplet line on that third line. You say all the right things and even down, 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 true.
What if you do a pickup like you say all the right things, even though
all of the right things and living down. I'm just hearing it longer.
oh, okay.
Say all of the right things and even though they are true.
Okay, with this, so we're working on a Google Doc you guys can't see, but you say all of the right things even though I know they aren't true. Would that?
Yeah, it might be, not to complicate it, but if we rhymed with the things, you say all of the right things make me believe in that something, you know, like put that E rhyme in the middle.
The right things.
All of the right things and some of the weird things about you.
Well, this would be maybe it's just cheating, like rhyming things and things. Like you say all of the right things, even though one thing's not true. You know,
All
something.
of the right things, and even though one single thing ain't true. You say all of the right things, even though nothing they ain't true. How are you hearing it?
Well, you say all of the right things, not even one thing is true, or
All of the right things and not even one single thing is true. You could delay it, not even one single thing. All of the right things and not even one single thing is true. Then we go back to a line that would be like the top of the chorus. You set it down, 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 do.
so there's one more line in the pre.
Yeah, so it would just kind of wrap up the verse with a line like the first part. You set it down, 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 down,
Go back to
down.
that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you need to record all that stuff we've got, or you have it in your steel trap?
We're recording this whole session, man. No, I got it in my steel trap.
Okay. You
My
say
eight-
all the right things, not even one single thing is true.
I know the first time you brag that you can remember something is like when you're gonna forget. So yeah, let me go ahead and pop one down. I got a little iPhone and I'll just put down a little work tape of what we got so far. You say that I got your whole heart. You'll be mine forever. You're telling me that a lifetime won't be long enough together. You say all of the right things and not even one single thing is true. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah.
Cool. All right, we got to have that line that gets us to the chorus now. I'm thinking something like, say all of the right things, not even one single thing is true. But that's okay, baby. You know, just keep on.
I ain't looking for the truth.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's okay.
I don't think. I don't think I want to know the truth.
'Cause that's okay, 'cause anyway, don't think I want to know the truth.
Can't handle the truth. You're right. What if it's like, well, that's okay, because right now, I don't want to know the truth.
Yeah, that's okay, because right now, I don't need to know the truth. If you say I don't need to know, you kind of get some alliteration.
Ooh.
It's okay, because right now, I don't need to know the truth.
Is it cool rhyming true and truth?
I think so.
All right.
I have a confession. I had a hit on the radio one time, and I listened to it, and I go, oh my gosh, we rhyme the same word with the same word. And I called my co-writer, I said, do you realize what we did? And he goes, yeah. He goes, I said, why didn't you tell me? And he goes, because it was such a great idea. And he goes, I knew you'd change it if I said something. And it was. Sometimes the idea overrides the technicalities.
Yeah. The rhyme police. You can overrule the rhyme police.
The rhyme police.
All right, so that's okay, because right now, I don't need to know the truth. Oh.
Yeah, that's okay, because right now, I don't need to know the truth. And if you want one number heaven, then one number two, send a sand down the time of dawn, and same about you.
Do you want to start the chorus with the title?
Yeah, girl, you tell the sweetest lies. I don't know what it is. I just like the way that title sings. Girl, you take the sweet, girl, you tell the sweetest lies. Love the way they roll right off your lips. Love the way they roll off your lips.
I like that.
Girl, you tell the sweetest lies. Love the way they roll off your lips. Marty typed on there, roll off your lips. And then I just extended it. I know you guys can't see the Google Doc, but it's really cool. He's somewhere else in the world typing on a page and I can see the words.
Yeah, maybe at the end here we'll share the Google Doc.
So Marty, you don't know that the reason I was running 5 minutes late was that writing at 8 a.m., the most important thing was I needed an extra 5 minutes for the coffee to take effect. Yeah. So I'm sipping on, this is my morning inspiration.
Yeah. It'd be cool in this chorus if we could rhyme like the A and the B parts, like girl, you tell the sweetest lies, love the way they roll off your lips, da-da-da-da, alibis.
Mm-hmm. Girl, you tell the sweetest lie, love the way they roll off your lips. Sounding and singing and a song and a thing and a time and a thing of tears. Like that?
Oh, yeah. Maybe so.
I'm basically hearing a chorus that would be twice that long, is what I just did. Girl, you tell the sweetest lies, love the way they roll off your lips.
Okay, yeah, I was hearing like double this melody, but I like what you're doing better, I think. So I was hearing like, girl, you tell the sweetest lies, love the way they roll off your lips, da-da-da-da, alibis, da-da-da-da, your kiss.
Yeah, the reason I think the next line, if we go somewhere different, is so then the back half we can go back to that dun 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 dun. If we do it in all the lines at the top, then it kind of leaves us wandering around at the second half, I think. So
Okay. All right. Do that one more time.
girl, you tell the sweetest lies. Love the way they roll off your lips.
What if it's like you love the way they roll off your lips like honey from a honeycomb?
Yeah. Like honey from a honeycomb, down, 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 down. Be nice to get an inner rhyme in there too, like honey from a honeycomb, so don't say you don't want it.
That's longer than what you did originally. You were going, will you tell the sweetest lies? Love the way they roll off your lips like honey from a honeycomb. Dun 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 this.
Like I think I'm just adding more syllables to it. I think it'd be cool just to kind of have that groove in the melody like that.
Okay.
Let me throw this out there. Should we have saved the word truth for the chorus to help set up the lies, or you got something else under your...
I'm not there yet, but I think we can do without it.
Yeah.
Girl, you tell the sweet. So you're wanting to help me get that longer.
Like honey from a honeycomb, sun down, 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 dear. If I can play the chords right. Honey from a honeycomb, sun down, 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 down.
I don't know. Honeycomb dripping on me, baby, don't. Like honey from a honeycomb dripping on me, baby, don't.
Don't ever say, baby, don't quit. Don't just. Honeycomb dripping on me, honey. On a honeycomb dripping on me, honey, don't. Could you get away with 3 honeys?
I think it'd be cool to go, baby, don't. Honey from a honeycomb dripping on me, baby, don't. What I want to say, because I don't want to
say you want to quit.
I don't want to say. We talked about having the second verse say like keep on telling them.
Yeah.
I don't want to say that, but like, what if he's like, baby, don't you ever run out? Like that kind of thought of like, or you tell the sweetest lies, love the way they roll off your lips, like honey from a honeycomb dripping on me, baby, don't. Don't you ever run there? Don't you resist would be an interesting rhyme. Kiss.
Like honey from a honeycomb dripping on you, baby, don't you know, baby, don't you know that I can't resist? Baby, don't you know I can't resist?
Mm. I like that. Like honey from a honeycomb dripping on me, baby, don't you know I can't resist?
Yeah, man.
I like that. Do we say something about like you got all your alibis in that middle part, or?
There's also the idea of white lies and like different kinds of lies.
Mm.
We don't want to say make them white, make them.
Girl, you tell the sweetest lie, love the way they roll off your lips. I cut it from a honeycomb dripping on me, baby, don't you know? You got all your alibis. You can put them on. Mm.
Keep them coming double time, down in your line. An alibi is kind of like they got an excuse for what they're doing.
Yeah, that's true. But it rhymes, Clay. I mean,
I know.
It's so nice.
Why do we have to make sense, Marty?
Do we want to do that same rhyme in the middle, or do we want to change it up? Because now we've kind of completed everything.
Yeah, we can go to different. We don't need an I rhyme.
Okay, let's get off that and try to like end on the.
Well, then we got to end on the I rhyme, though, right?
That's what I mean. Let's end on it instead of having it in the middle.
Yeah.
No, I can't resist.
Time. So put it there is what you're saying.
But like you can make a man believe.
And then the next line would be an I rhyme.
Yeah.
You can make a man believe anything at all the time. With those, make a man believe anything with those eyes, with those lion eyes, with those
What
deep
about,
blue need you eyes.
Single line. Yeah. Deep blue need you. You can make a man believe. Every single something line, every single made up line.
Every single. Yeah, it would be cool to have something, a line that was. You can make a man believe. Now, you can make a man believe right, that everything's all right. You can make a man believe when you're talking with those eyes.
I was trying to get something like this. You make a man believe there's nothing in between those lines or something, but I'm not sure that's going to work. You can make a man believe. Is there a more interesting way to say made up lines? Make a man believe. You don't even have to try or something.
Make a man believe. Tell the sweetest lies. Man believe. Every need you love, every need you something line. Every thing, specific thing she would say to him, or every need you. Every can't live without you line. Is lying too much like lives? Every
I don't think so.
line.
What did you say?
Every can't live without you line. Every can't live without you line.
I like that. You can make a man believe. Every can't live without you line. It's on the sweetest life. Oh, you know what a cool thing to say? Da-da-da-da-da-da-don. Baby, now, but girl, right now I'm living on the sweetest lies. Like,
yeah.
I
in the morning, I know in the morning you'll be gone, but right now I'm living on the sweetest lies or something. No, I know tomorrow morning, girl, you'll be gone. I know tomorrow you'll be gone. Right now I'm living on sweetest.
Is it living on or hanging on?
No, tomorrow you'll be gone right now, but right now I'm living. Right now I'm hanging on those. No, tomorrow you'll be gone, but right now I'm hanging on those sweetest lies. The sweetest life. Hanging on to the sweet. I know tomorrow you'll be gone, right now I'm hanging on to the sweetest life.
Okay, what if it's won't be long till you're gone, but right now I'm hanging on?
No, tomorrow you'll be gone, won't be long.
Because tomorrow is a little clunky to me, but I like that extra internal.
Won't be long till you're gone, but right now I'm hanging on.
Won't be long till you're gone. But right now I'm hanging on.
Won't be long till you're gone. Right now I'm hanging on to the sweetest lies. Yeah.
That all feels cool. You want to put that down?
Girl, you tell the sweetest lies. Love the way they roll right off your lips. Like honey from a honeycomb dripping on me, baby. Don't know, I can't resist. You can make a man believe you ever can't live without your light. Won't be long till you're gone. Right now I'm hanging on to the sweetest lies. Yeah.
That's cool.
Very rough for 8 o'clock in the morning, but
No,
that
that's
gets the idea across.
Yeah. That's all right. I'm going to share my screen for just a second.
Yeah, you tell the sweetest lies. Love the way they roll right off your lips. Like honey from a honey pot dripping on me, baby, don't. Yeah. Like honey from a honeycomb dripping on me, baby, don't. I can't resist.
So here's what we've been working on is like, we kind of have our little blueprint up at the top of what we're going to say in each of the sections. So now we're gonna work on a section talking about keep on saying them. You know, keep on telling me those things. All right. So, what do we say in that second verse? You think the second verse is going to be as long as the first one?
It doesn't have to be.
It might. Maybe we don't have that pre or something, but we can see.
You see that I got your whole heart. You'll be mine forever. You're telling me that a lifetime won't be long enough together. And girl, you tell me sweet. Yeah, that'll work fine just doing a half a verse.
Mm-hmm.
We might do a little, maybe very short little 1 or 2 line bridge.
Yeah, we could even repeat that first pre-chorus as a bridge too.
Oh, that's true.
Kind of encapsulates the whole song. All right. So second verse. What if the context for that second verse is like, you know, I'm holding on to you right now. So keep on, you know, just keep on telling me all those things.
Like, I love the way this is kind of feeling.
Yeah, it's like, even though you may be, you know, I don't know when you're leaving me, right now it's great.
Or do we bring them like in close together, like in your arms in these sheets?
I was thinking that too. Yeah, it could get kind of sexy there.
In your arms, white cotton sheets. Dun, 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 what you saying to me? Keep saying what you're saying to me.
What about you're in my arms, wrapped in these sheets?
You're in my arms, wrapped in these sheets. You're in my arms, wrapped in these sheets.
Does that sing all right?
You're in my arms.
What about wrapped up in these sheets?
Either way, you're in my arms, wrapped in these sheets.
Do we need like how many thread count the sheets are? Like, do we want to make them really
800 count Egyptian sheets
Egyptian
are white cotton sheet, white lies and white cotton sheets. We'll write that one next. White lies and white cotton sheets.
What if maybe it's when you're in my arms, when you're in my arms, wrapped in these sheets.
Yeah.
I don't care what the words are, you know.
You could say anything to me, kind of, you know.
Mm-hmm.
In my arms, wrapped in these sheets, you know,
but you know, I hang on every word.
I hang on every word. Yeah. Is he really interested in words at that point?
I think so. He likes to hear all the right things.
When
I don't say hang again, but actually say
wrapped in these sheets, I'm wrapped up in every word.
all right. I'm lost in. I'm loving every word.
I'm loving every word. Yeah. Dun 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 dun. Then you can love the way you make it hurt.
Yeah. Or the best things I've ever heard, or something like that.
I'm loving every word. Every time the time sound like the best thing I ever heard. Girl, you tell us.
So we need to get that idea and like keep on saying them, like. I'm loving every word.
So keep them coming every Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
In my arms, wrapped in these sheets, loving every word. Coming down, you're telling me that a lifetime won't be long enough to get. Just trying to get the feel for what the first verse was.
Okay, so what if he goes, when you're in my arms wrapped in these sheets, I'm loving every word. So keep them coming, baby, till you say that word, till you say that one that hurts.
So keep 'em coming, baby. So keep 'em coming, anything except that one that hurts, or till you say
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Something like that.
Coming, baby.
Would it be, so keep them coming, baby, baby, till you say that one that hurts?
I like that baby, because it feels good. So keep 'em coming, baby, baby, till you say the one that hurts. Until you say the sweetest lies. Love the way it rolls.
Is that clear that the one that hurts is goodbye?
What'd you say?
Is it clear that the one that hurts is goodbye?
I think so. That's what I thought when you said it.
Okay.
Keep 'em coming, baby. Or anything but the one that hurts.
Okay, we could go, so keep them coming, baby, baby, because that goodbye is going to hurt.
Cause that goodbye, I like that better, I think. Cause that goodbye's gonna hurt. Girl, you tell. Or does it need to be just a lie? Cause we follow it up with girl, you tell the sweetest lie. No, I think it works. Cause that goodbye's gonna hurt. And girl, you tell the sweetest lie. Love the way they roll off your lips. Like honey from a honeycomb dripping on me, baby. Don't you know I can't resist?
Okay, so when you're in my arms wrapped in these sheets, I'm loving every word. So keep them coming, baby, baby. That goodbye, because that could maybe it's just keep them coming, baby, baby, because that goodbye is gonna hurt.
Keep 'em coming, baby. Keep 'em coming, baby, baby, cause that goodbye's gonna hurt. And girl, you say the sweetest lies. Love the way they roll right off your lips. You'll notice I keep doing different things with the melody just till it gives me the right perfect feeling. I'm looking for that melody line that is just the sweetest lie.
Just the sweetest word.
Sweetest lies. Love the way they rolling off your lips. Like honey from a honey pot dripping on me, baby. Honey pot. Like, that's Pooh Bear sticking his hand in the honey pot.
All right, yeah, let's look at whether we need a bridge or if that might be cool to have a bridge if there's something else we can say.
I mean, I like that that back half of that verse. It might even be too long though. You say all of the right things and don't even know no single thing is true. Girl, you say all of the right things and not even one single thing is true. Girl, you tell the sweetest lies.
Oh, you think maybe just do that one line?
Or we could do it more traditional kind of bridge where you keep me holding on.
What if it's girl, just keep leading me on?
Just keep leading me on. Son, leading me on. If loving you is right, I don't want to be wrong.
Hey, I love that line.
Just keep leading me on.
Is there another way to say that? It'd be cool to say it in another way. Like, girl, just keep leading me on.
This feels too right to be wrong. This feels too right to be.
Oh, no, I meant to say this, keep leading me on in another way. Like, is there another way
Oh, I got you.
to repeat that kind of thought? Just keep leading me on. Like, girl, just keep leading me on. Keep.
I want to keep singing this song.
Right. You got. Lead me on. Keep.
This is how songwriting is. You write the whole song quickly, and then one line you go.
Yeah, you can stop.
Takes the next twice as long to come up with the one line.
Uh-huh. Girl, just keep leading me on. I mean, it could also be, girl, just keep leading me on, make me think my doubts are wrong.
It seems like a little heavy for some reason, like that tone-wise is what's going on.
What if it's the thought of like, I'll take all of you I can get, like, you know, I know it's not going to last, but
Right. I know it's not going to last.
another thought would be to like repeat that whole pre-chorus, but change the back half a little bit.
Yeah.
Like go, you say all of the right things, not even one single thing is true. And then change that back half.
One single thing is true. I like that idea because we've got that pre-chorus. It only happens once, and it would be nice to repeat that triplet feel.
Mm-hmm.
But to do it a little different would be optimal. Say all of the right things and done true.
I'm just, you know, that's okay because right now, at least I've got you. It could be something simple like that.
Dun. I'd follow you.
I'd still got you. That's okay.
Got me following you. I still got you.
That's okay, because right now I still got you.
Mm-hmm. That's okay, 'cause right now I'm still holding on to you. Say all of the right things and none of them true. But that's okay, 'cause right now I still got you. Girl, you tell the sweetest lies. Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah. Poor guy. Poor schmuck.
Man, when you're in love, that's the way it is.
That's it.
You take what you can get.
Yeah. He must just be out of his league here. This girl. All right, let me read it down. You say that I got your whole heart. You'll be mine forever. You're telling me that a lifetime won't be long enough together. You say all of the right things and not even one single thing is true. But that's okay, because right now I don't need to know the truth. Girl, you tell the sweetest lies. Love the way they roll off your lips like honey from a honeycomb dripping on me, baby. Don't you know I can't resist? You can make a man believe every can't live without you line. Won't be long till you're gone, but right now I'm hanging on to the sweetest lies. When you're in my arms wrapped in these sheets, I'm loving every word. Just keep them coming, baby, baby, because that goodbye is gonna hurt. Girl, you tell the sweetest lies. Love the way they roll off your lips like honey from a honeycomb dripping on me, baby. Don't you know I can't resist? You can make a man believe every can't live without you line. Won't be long till you're gone, but right now I'm hanging on to the sweetest lies. You say all the right things, not even one single thing is true, but that's okay, because right now I still got you. Girl, you tell the sweetest lies. Love the way they roll off your lips like honey from a honeycomb dripping on me, baby. Don't you know I can't resist? You can make a man believe every can't live without you line. Won't be long till you're gone, but right now I'm hanging on to the sweetest line. That's cool. I think that's all tight. We should do a Zoom high five.
All right.
Cool. So let's. Do you want to talk? We got a little time if you want to talk about the process and what we did. And one of the things. So I threw this idea out to Clay 1 minute before we started recording. So it's not something that we worked on ahead of time, but we were able to do it pretty quickly because we did this blueprint and we kind of decided on what we were going to say.
And I have to say this, that the idea was something that I felt like when I heard it, that it had legs. I mean, what I mean by that is that it can run from the start to the finish of a good song. And it's not an idea that you're going to start writing and then halfway through it, you're going, I don't think the idea is worth writing. So you brought in, and because you've been doing this so long, you really know when an idea has legs and when it's a good idea. So I think that's step number one for me.
Yeah, and the idea I felt like and you felt like was musical in that it would sing well and that kind of stuff.
And that's what, to me, like when somebody throws out a title, if I can immediately go, the sweetest lies, like if I can just hear how that would sing, and it's instantaneous, I don't even think about it. You say the title and I can just sing it to you. To me, that's what I look for, is like, I want to turn those lyrics into musical emotion, and I don't want it to be an intellectual exercise.
Right. And then, when we had that little discussion in the beginning, we didn't formally lay out this blueprint, but I said, here's what I'm thinking for the first verse. We'd say, here's what we'd say in the chorus. Here's what we'd say in the second verse. And then once we kind of agreed on that and had that little discussion, I typed that blueprint into our document so that we could, continue looking back at that.
Yeah.
And there was a point in the chorus where I had a line that would step on what we wanted to say in the second verse. So I kind of held that back.
Yeah, I think I had thrown something out too, and you had said, yeah, we're going to use that in the second verse. And so, in this kind of situation, since you're so great at lyrics, we can write this really quickly because I can focus more on the music. You can focus on the lyrics, and that that map, when you go, okay, that doesn't fit the map, I don't have to, I trust you, so I don't even have to stop and think about it. I'm like, okay, let's find something else here.
And Clay and I have written long enough that we really, I trust him musically. So if he says, no, I think this is cooler musically, then I back off. Sometimes I'll throw out something melody wise, and he liked it, so he liked the melody, that first line. But if he had said, no, I think this is cooler, I would have let him go with that. And he does the same thing with me lyrically, so I think a lot of that's based on trust as far as a long time writing relationship. But once you agree on what you're going to say and you get that melody going, you kind of have a really great launch pad to write the thing, because all you got to do then is figure out a cool way to say what you're trying to say and hold yourself accountable to that blueprint of like, well, this is, here's what we set out to say. Are we changing that on purpose, or are we accidentally changing it because we came up with a cool line and we're going to follow that cool line wherever it leads us, even if it's not great, that kind of thing.
And I mean, the melody also, we established a blueprint too, because on that first line with you say, I got your whole heart, like that rhythm, bum, bum, bum. Let's see. Dun, dun, how does it go on? Dun, 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 dun. You say that I got your whole heart. Once we establish that rhythm, then in the second half of when we come back to that, you're telling me that a lifetime, on that next line, we set that up. And then, you try to continue that in the second verse. So just establishing melodic kind of blueprint through there. And then if you ever read anything in my melody mastering melody book, you'll know right off the bat we use line plus 3 in the chorus. Girl, you tell the 1, 2, 3, dun 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 dun. That was the whole rhythm pattern for. So once we establish those kind of rhythm patterns, they're hooky, and we can at that point just kind of use that. Then when we go back in the second half, you can make a man believe. We've established that line plus 3 there as well.
Yeah, what he means there is like there's a line and it ends with 3 syllables, like you can make a man believe.
Yeah.
And that is really catchy. And as a lyricist, primarily, that really helps me once we get that melody blueprint, because I don't count the syllables, but I'm in my head, I'm going da 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 da, and so the words have to fall right to make that melody pattern work right. So then that really helps me fit words into that melody.
Yeah, I find a lot of people when they're studying melody, they're thinking more about the notes. I really believe today in music, rhythm patterns are just as important, if not more important, sometimes than the actual, I could sing 10 different combination of melody notes on Girl, You Tell the Sweetest Lies, and they would all work because there's a solid rhythmic foundation.
Yeah, absolutely. Clay, should you play the whole song down and record it?
I'm still trying to wake up.
Yeah, I sprung that on you as a surprise, I know, but we need a work tape. Are you recording it?
Okay. Say that I got your whole heart, you'll be mine forever. You're telling me that a lifetime won't be long enough together. You're saying all of the right things and not even one single thing is true. But that's okay, cause right now I don't need to know the truth. Till you tell the sweetest lies, love the way they roll right off your lips, like honey from a honeycomb dripping on me, baby. Don't you know I can't resist? You can make a man believe every can live without you lying. It won't be long till you're gone, but right now I'm hanging on to the sweetest lies. Ooh, oh, sweetest lies. When you're my arms, wrapped in these sheets. I'm loving every word. Just keep them coming, baby, baby, 'cause that goodbye's on her. Girl, you tell the sweetest lies. Love the way they roll right off your lips. Like honey from a honeycomb dripping on me, baby, don't you know I can't resist. You can make a man believe every can't live without you line. It won't be long till you're gone right now. I'm hanging on to the sweetest lies, the sweetest lies. Sweetest lies. You say all of the right things and not even one single thing is true. But that's okay, 'cause right now I still got you. Girl, you tell the sweetest lies. Love the way they roll right off your lips. Like honey from a honeycomb dripping on me, baby, don't you know I can't resist. You can make a man believe every can't live without you lie. Won't be long till you're gone, but right now I'm hanging on to the sweetest lies. Honey, won't be long till you're gone, but right now I'm hanging on to the sweetest lies. Sweetest lies.
Woo!
Good job.
All right.
Bye,
Thank
everybody.
you. Thank you for having us, Taxi.
Thank you, Clay and Marty. I want everybody to know who's watching that they can go to songtown.com. That's songtown.com and check out all the courses that Clay and Marty and their team of incredible songwriters offer over there. And we will see you right back here at 1:45 for the instrumental music pitch and feedback panel with Pedro Costa, Trevor Lewallen, and Martin Haene. See you in a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Instrumental Pitch and Feedback panel with Pedro Costa, Trevor Lewallen, and Martin Haene. And I bet you guys are going, well, where's Marty? He's in a car racing home right now. He thought it was an hour later. Hi, guys. How are you?
Good. How are you guys?
Good. You know what? I'm going to turn off my air conditioner. I'll be right with you. Shoot, I forgot that. Okay. Live TV. Okay, on our upper right, we have Pedro Costa, who's the CEO of InStyle Music, and below him, we have Trevor Lewallen, the CEO of Get It Done Music, and Martin Haene, the CEO of Catapult Music, will be with us as soon as he gets home, which will be about 15 minutes from now. How are you guys?
Excellent.
Good.
Yeah, I'm doing really good. Excited to listen.
I can barely hear you, so I'm going to turn my headphones on. Okay. All right, so this is the Instrumental Pitch and Feedback panel. What we're going to do is play music during this panel that's going to be randomly chosen. Bria's got a number generator like 10 feet away from me in her computer. It spits out a number. She goes down the list. Whatever is that number, we play it. We ran a specific listing for this panel prior to the road rally. So if anybody in the chat room is like, how do I get my music heard? You can't. Anybody else getting buffering? I'm seeing Peter Rahill says he's getting some buffering. Anyway, I hope not. How's your signal over there, Greg?
It's all good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Any music that is not played that was submitted for this panel, and if your music is not played after the road rally, the screeners are going to screen it, and then we'll pick the forwards out of that stuff that will then go to all the panelists. So that's it. If the panelists hear something that you guys like and think, man, I'd like to get a copy of that, just say, hey, I'd like to get a copy of that, and we'll send it to you shortly after the rally.
Perfect.
I think that's it. All right, that's it. Bria, are you ready over there? She's giving me thumbs up. Greg, you ready over there?
Oh, yeah.
And Greg is ready? Okay. Get ready for some music. All right, and
All right, first up is A-List by David Bradley Mao.
All right. Well, hold on. We had a little miscommunication here. First of all, the music didn't seem. Were you guys getting enough level?
Not
Yeah,
on
it
my
was definitely
side.
pretty quiet. Yeah.
Yeah, we need more level going to the panelists. Yes, more volume.
I can't turn up, so.
Greg, can you give the panelists any more?
Yeah.
All right. And guys, I forgot to tell you one little instruction. When you've heard enough, you can just wave at me and then we'll kill it, so we don't have to listen all the way through to every one if you don't want. So anyway, your feedback, please, on that one. Pedro, you want to lead off?
Sure. It sounded like a science and technology type cue. So I could picture it used on like a science and technology news spot or something to that effect. And then in the beginning, I was wondering about development, but as it progressed, I could hear that there was some development in there. At one point, I heard a pad that almost took it in a little little bit of a different direction. It was adding some emotion, so I would probably remove that one pad. But other than that, it sounded like a decent beginning to a science and technology cue.
Trevor.
Yeah, I was gonna say almost the same thing. I was waiting for it because that's why I didn't kind of like jump in or anything because it sounded like an intro most of the time. But then now that you stopped it, I realized that it's supposed to be minimal, like a less is more kind of scenario. So yeah, it's one of those if you can hear it, you can visualize what would go on top of it just fine without them like clashing, which is kind of what I heard, is that there would be all kinds of different types of visuals, whether it's like an IT video or an one of those like not intro, but like where they're explaining things, almost like a presentation.
Right.
You hear that in the background just fine without it causing problems for whoever's talking or whatever, which kind of is what those are made for. So it sounded like it would do well with what it was made for.
It'd be great on that show, How It's Made.
Yeah, that's almost exactly what I meant.
Right.
Is it's those things like you see like those are they popular on like Twitter or Instagram where it's like a 60-second like did you know, and then it kind of they go through something, you know.
Why no, like Trev, I didn't. Yeah, I love watching. I've spent far too many Saturday afternoons watching How It's Made. This is how we make lawnmowers. This is how we make a hammock. Worthless information most of the time, but somehow fascinating to me. All right, let's do another one. What do you have next, Bria?
Next up is Sunrise Shuffle by Kealey.
It's coming through garbled on my end.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing.
I think we're okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's weird. Both the audio from the song and the clap is coming through like really garbled. Like it's hard to hear what's happening. Is it just me?
The audience is saying it's interesting. The audience says it sounds great on their end. It sounds good for me. Greg, is there anything we can do to make sure their audio is less garbled? Or not garbled at all?
It shouldn't be. I thought it might be overmodulating, so I pulled it down a bit.
Right.
But that didn't fix it.
Now all I could say is let's try one more. How's your? Are you guys on? Are you on Ethernet or Wi-Fi?
Ethernet.
I don't know a way to get to the Ethernet. It's not the service because you guys sound and do just fine.
Interesting.
Interesting. It's weird. At least that one. Play it again real quick, just like 5 seconds.
All right, play 5 seconds that one again, please, Greg.
Like it started okay, and then it kicked right into it.
I'm sorry, I had you both talking. It started okay and then got garbled?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Exactly.
How's your level over there, Bria, leaving that computer? How far up the meter are you?
I am like 3/4 of the way.
Okay, that's good.
So it's not. I'm pretty sure it's not a clipping thing. It sounds like a. So I have this issue sometimes in Logic where you're trying to play a 40 or a 41 K file that's that's 48 or whatever, or a bit depth issue, resolution issue is what it sounds
Right,
like.
right.
And so I don't know why, but you're hearing this kind of like digital noise that's gargling the.
Yeah, I got you.
I don't know, but the audience apparently isn't, and you guys. So
They
I
can
don't
try
know.
turning their echo cancellation back on.
Yeah, try that, Bria.
They'll have to disconnect.
Oh.
But so
Tell-
we'll go to a single on Michael while they reconnect with echo cancellation off.
Okay.
Okay.
Echo cancellation off.
We're going to go to a single shot of me.
I'll right back in. Is that what I'm...
And we're going to do echo, take the echo cancellation off, you guys. We think that may be the issue.
Turn it on.
So, anybody know any good jokes? I am the world's worst joke teller, so don't look to me for a joke. How did you guys in the chat room like the Mary Ramos thing this morning?
Okay, guys. So go in the settings, please, and turn echo cancellation back on. And then click read.
Yeah, it says lots of echo with the panelists, but we in the chat room have no issues hearing the music.
Okay. All right, they're ready to go.
Okay.
All right, we're going to bring the guys back. Yeah, I loved that interview with Mary. She was awesome. All right, do we want to play that one again for like 5 seconds and see? Bria.
Same thing.
Same thing. Still getting the garbled thing.
I can still mute
No,
their mics.
All right. He's going to try muting your mics,
mute
Bria, when I
every
say
time
5
I'm
seconds.
on,
Like
I mute.
legit 5 seconds, okay? So he's going to try muting their mics while we play. So play again for 5 seconds. Okay. Still garbled?
Same thing.
Yeah. I don't know why.
I don't either. I mean, we check the stream health on YouTube. Oh no, that wouldn't affect them.
Nope.
Yeah, because the audio from your mic is fine.
Yeah.
I think it's this sibilance in the track is just.
Let's try another track for like 5 seconds. Live TV. Glad I used lots of deodorant this morning.
The other thing I was thinking about saying was if there's a way for us to get a link where we just listen and at the same time the audience listens and then we pause and then like we listen on our like system or whatever.
Then I don't know. Hang on a sec. Did you play? Was that garbled as well? That little clip she just played?
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn. What could this possibly be?
I wish I could
Same
like
thing
record
with
it and then play it back to you.
With the clap track also was garbled, so it's whatever system that's both of those feeds are coming through. I don't know.
And basically, they're just going out of a Mac laptop into the same broadcast system that my voice is, that's what's weird. Try plugging headphones directly into the laptop and see how it sounds, Bria.
I have.
Oh, actually, it sounds fine for me, and it sounds fine for the audience.
Yeah.
So.
Can you put me on the live feed, Greg, so I can hear? Can you put me out of the green room so I can hear
Oh.
It's going to them.
Okay.
I don't think it's a mic issue. For those of you who are in the chat are saying it's a mic issue because we tried muting their
I'm gonna
mics.
play it really quick.
Okay, Bria's going to test something really quick.
It's okay for me.
Bria says it's okay coming out of the laptop. It's okay for me. It's okay for the audience. Guys,
That it didn't sound garbled that time.
okay.
That one didn't. That track didn't sound garbled or whatever. but
Can you
it
try
sounded a little
something
low.
that can you
It
try-
sounds like it's coming out of your speakers into your microphone and to us.
It's not because
Is
I
what it
got
sounds
headphones on. You can't hear the music anywhere in the studio here, or I should say my
Yeah,
kitchen.
yeah.
Bria, can you try a track that's not like a low pad like that?
Do that
Try
jazz
something
one again.
I'll go back to the last one.
Okay.
Yeah, it is
Garbled.
Still
It's-
garbled for them. What?
It's garbled because of the
Yeah.
sibilance.
She says it's garbled because of sibilance. Try any other track that's got like a rhythm
Yeah,
section.
the other
There's
one,
nothing
the other
for
one
me
that
to
she
go
played
on.
wasn't.
Well, just guess at one then.
This one's garbled.
How's that, you guys?
It was super quiet, but it
You said it was super
Is
quiet,
it still
but
playing?
no.
I could hear it. But I think my guess would be as soon as all that stuff came in, it might start doing it. Like all the guitars and stuff would come in.
Yeah.
All right, let's try. Go to a track. Play a track that's got a rhythm section. And let's get the level good. Can you guys keep giving me thumbs up, and thumbs up until you get a good
Yeah.
level? Okay. Up, up, up. Good.
Yeah, that's good.
Level's good, but it's garbled.
But once those guitars start coming, I can hear it going.
Yeah, it's
Starts
weird.
to wrinkle.
All right, once the guitars come in, then it starts. So back it down by like 5%.
Well, I'm doing the backing down.
Oh, okay. No, we're not using Zoom, anybody. Zoom couldn't handle a show like this. Any ideas, guys?
Last year we didn't have this problem, right?
No.
Well, we used regular vMix call, not vMix call.
Well, we just lost Trevor. Oh, there he is. Back.
Down there, I changed the setting to see, but it's
No, we're not on Wirecast either. We're on a thing called vMix that's basically like TV quality, except for audio, apparently. Yeah, we've done this a bunch of times before. It never had an issue.
It's also not sounding stereo. If that helps, maybe there's
Hey.
a setting going on.
He said it's also not sounding stereo if that's a setting going on.
I know last year the audio quality wasn't 100% also, but it
Interesting.
wasn't garbled.
Yeah. Can we send
And then
these
when I
guys?
played it back on YouTube, I could hear it perfectly good quality, but then when we were listening, it wasn't clear.
Right. Greg, is there any way to send them the feed that the audience is getting?
Well, it's because it's going through different broadcasts.
I know. Could they, Bria, can they log on to the YouTube link?
Yeah, it'll be slightly
Delayed.
delayed, but
All right, can you send them the link? Bria's going to send you the link to YouTube where the audience is watching. We'll have a delay issue, from the time when something stops and you talk, but we got to get this puppy going. We can't just cancel the thing.
Yeah.
here, give me 1 second. Can you take me out of put me back in the green room?
It has been going so well so far. I don't know if either of you guys saw it, but we did an interview with Mary Ramos, music supervisor, this morning. Does all the Quentin Tarantino stuff and a bunch of other stuff. She was just amazingly good.
Yeah, I believe I met her years ago at an event. If it's the same person I'm thinking of.
Right. I just emailed it to them.
All right, check your email, guys. The link should be on its way.
Yep, I'm on YouTube right now. This should work. Can just mute the YouTube feed when we're talking and then switch to it to listen.
Greg, are you listening to them, Greg?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can give it a shot.
All right, Bria, play us a sample of anything just to check it out.
Oh, is there a way to now
Yeah, I don't know
not
how to
put
mute.
the audio into this?
I'm sorry, say again?
I'll mute their audio.
Oh, he's going to mute your audio. Okay. All right, play again. Are you playing it?
I already did.
No, I said play again.
Oh, sorry.
Is that good, guys? Unmute them. Yep.
It's great.
You can hear okay?
On YouTube, yeah.
Okay. Trevor, you good?
Yeah,
quite
it's
the delay.
it's way different. Like it's full on. I can hear everything on the YouTube,
Yeah.
but when it's so
Right,
much
so-
different in here.
Right, so we'll just do YouTube.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds
So,
good.
guys, Greg and Bria, what do we need to do? Let's pick. Let's go back to the track that was all garbled, the jazz track. And we're going to play that one more time.
Ready?
Yep. All right, open their mics, please. So, guys, what do you think?
Yeah. Yeah. For one, listening through the YouTube was so much better. Because now that song is so much more enjoyable now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's a pretty much perfectly done jazz tune to be put anywhere. And it's one of those ones where, like, the one thing I will say is, and this is just kind of a general truth, is to make sure that you have some underscore versions. Because, like, if you got those kind of, I don't know if it was a sax or a trumpet, or not a sax, but like it was a trumpet or something like that, those usually people want to duck those out sometimes so people can talk.
Right.
So having a version without that would be perfect, because sometimes you just want that groove underneath and while people talk. But yeah, the track was great. It never got boring. It kept, kind of switching up and changing. Yeah, I think it was a really great jazz track that I could see get placed in anywhere that needs any kind of jazz. And the whether it was the way that it was mixed or if it was actually played in the live room, it sounded like you could, because of whether it was the reverb or the way it was recorded or whatever, I can mentally visualize it actually being in a scene and believing that it's in the scene because of the mix.
Pedro?
Yeah, I have nothing to add really. I think Trevor covered it pretty well. I think we should move on to the next one.
All right, I agree. It was a great piece. I can see like people walking into a party in a big ballroom, even if it wasn't that era. Just that music is like, yeah, we're strutting into the ballroom. All right, next one. What do you got?
Okay, next up is Collapse by Peter Chapley.
I already know the answer, but Pedro, what'd you think?
Oh, I was still listening to it.
Oh, sorry. That's right. I forgot you guys are a few seconds behind.
Yeah, we're a little behind, so it just ended right there.
So yeah, great trailer track. In the beginning, I was feeling like the intro was kind of dragging. And of course, in a trailer situation, we're looking for the different acts. And I felt like I was looking for the acts to be well defined between the sections. You could feel that the energy had changed, or there was a slight change in the theme at one point, but I'd like to hear more of a delineation between the different sections. The way that normally trailers are set up, where you can clearly hear that, okay, and it comes back, but yeah, other than that, it all kind of fit well into what you would expect from a trailer track. Just a little, like that.
That's the funniest thing I've ever seen you say, Pedro.
Well, there you go.
Yep. Trev, how about you?
Yeah, man, I'm a sucker for trailer tracks. I love those tracks. I do agree that the beginning was a little too long because, like, if you think visually, trailers, they got to just start hitting you with like interesting stuff, or you're gonna like skip the YouTube ad, right? Yeah, so they got to hit you with some cool visuals. So the track usually needs to start joining those cool visuals sooner, most of the time, right? And so you want to have those acts, like he said, clearly defined. And I really would emphasize the sound effect and motion he did. those things are more and more common in trailers nowadays, where they have those like those edit points where the trailer like hits a point, maybe they'll bring in something like and then go back into the track, instead of a constant like just one section to one section to one section. Those little edit point moment things are a really big deal, especially because timing wise, if somebody's editing a trailer, you can do that, and then they can kind of spread that section out, throw in like a I can't believe we're all here, and then boom, go back into the trailer or whatever the audio is,
Yeah.
So which his end has like a false ending thing going on, but there weren't many kind of like dips. So yes, kind of cutting up the sections with some of those edit points would be kind of cool too.
Bria, some of the people in the chat room were saying that they weren't hearing you do the announcements. I'm hearing plenty level. Can I get, if everybody in the chat room agrees that they'd like to hear more Bria, give me some +1s in the chat.
It's going to be like 15 seconds before they start popping up.
Wake up, damn it. All right, yeah, they need to hear. Oh, that's so funny. Nobody can agree. We have yes, yes, nope, I'm fine. But yeah, for the most part, it's so funny how some people are hearing her just fine. Other people's like, turn your damn headphones on, people. I don't know. How can you not all be hearing the same thing? Wow. Fine in the UK. Well, that settles it. If it can make it all the way over to the UK, Wait till Martin joins us. He's in Switzerland. All right. Well, let's bring Bria up a little bit. And let's move on to the next one. Bria, what you got?
Next up is Raya Sala by Andrew Robinson.
How's my applause sound?
Very garbled.
Yeah, very garbled.
Really? Okay, so what'd you guys think of that? Trevor, you want to lead off?
Yeah, sorry, I lost my train of thought. The Middle Eastern, the authenticity is really starting to be more and more important that I've noticed when I'm like, talking to music supervisors or clients or whatever. And over this, it's kind of hard to tell. This is kind of true now because plugins sound so good and it's sampler instruments and stuff. But that sounded pretty good. Outside of, I felt like there was a lot of reverb. And I don't know if that's just the way it was recorded, if it's live, like those live instruments. But if it's not, and you have it all in there going into a reverb, you might want to back off a little bit because it did sound a little like there were some reverbs on other reverbs, They're just a little too reverby, So that was one thing. But That, and then there was a moment where at the beginning, and then there was another part where it plays kind of a quick melody. It was like da-na-na, do-do-do-do. I don't remember the melody, but it kind of does it a quicker, and that I would not do that so early, and also have a way to have a version without that part, just because it's a little distracting. Just like I've said in the last two, it's nice to have a version with less distracting stuff. That is one of those moments that is a little distracting if I'm listening to a scene and people are talking, and all of a sudden I hear this like, it kind of goes, whoa, wait, what was that?
Yeah.
But other than that, though, it sounded like this kind of stuff, licensability wise, is pretty. It's hard to come by. Like, everybody and their mom is making hip hop beats on their laptop, but not everybody's making authentic Middle Eastern music. So this is definitely a good place to be and to make more of that for whoever did make it.
Want to hear something ironic? We've got a company in Israel, music library in Israel, that uses Taxi to find American composers making Middle Eastern music for an Israeli library. They know where the good stuff is.
Yeah, what a web, right? It's like,
yeah.
You can go there and then it comes back.
Exactly. Pedro, how'd you feel about it?
Well, from what I could hear, was sounded really good. Again, like Trevor was saying, authenticity in these genres is becoming a lot more important, unless it's being used like in a situation where it's more from a comedic perspective, to bring irony to a situation. But if it's to be used in say a film or something that's authentic to the area, it would have to be really spot on these days. Yeah, really don't have any other comments beyond that. It sounded pretty good from my end.
I want to remind you, because people in the chat room are reminding me, let the guys know if they hear something they want. All they have to do is say, send me a copy. So consider yourselves reminded. We are adding Martin Haene, so we're going to do a switch to a quad screen in a second here. And Martin will join us.
Oh, one more comment. The
Yeah.
vMix feed on that one actually sounded good.
Interesting.
It wasn't garbled, so I ended up muting the YouTube.
Sounds good.
Interesting.
Because otherwise they're both playing at the same time, but
right.
like off of each other. So it gets confusing.
Yeah, I end up just muting our little session and listen on YouTube, because it seems to be working better for me.
Oh, how do you do that?
In Chrome, if you right-click the tab, there's a mute site.
Oh, okay. Right click.
So,
mute site. Got it. Perfect. Thank you.
And there's Martin.
Martin's here.
Martin, how are you, buddy?
I apologize.
That's okay. I haven't seen your face in years. Great to see you. Looking good. Thank you for
Great to
doing
see you
this.
too.
It's late at night over there. It's like 10:30 at night or something? 11:30?
Yeah, and actually, it's 10:30, and actually it turned out it's winter time here, so normally it's like 9 hours. You're 9 hours ahead, and now it's 8 hours. So that's why, and I apologize for this.
I get it. No problem. It's all right. We've been having technical difficulties on the audio playback. It's like the people in the chat room, the viewing audience is hearing it fine.
Mm-hmm.
The panelists were getting garbled audio. So does he already know to...
I sent him the link.
Okay, so yeah, you're going to be listening on the YouTube link with a slight delay from us, but it'll be a lot clearer. All right, well, anyway, everybody, that in the lower right-hand corner is an old dear friend that started out as a Taxi composer and also ended up building a library years ago and has done really, really well with it. So welcome, Martin Haene. Hold on.
My pleasure. Hello.
There we go. That's right, damn it. All right, what you got next, Bria?
Next up is Remembering Lips by Eddie Allen.
All right. Martin, did you hear okay?
I hear it well, thank you.
Okay. Comments, please. You know the drill because you've seen many of these panels at the Road Rally before. So,
Shall I give it the start?
yeah. Let's hear. What did you think?
Okay. Well, I think the trick here will be, in my opinion, working on the production and on the sounds and on the programming, because the theme itself actually isn't bad. That actually can work. It's kind of an emotional feel that gets provided, and it can work very well to have a kind of solo piano or minimalistic kind of arrangement. However, the sounds probably are not really up to date, and also the programming and production is not what I would consider current and what's possible to do with today's sound libraries. That would be
I'm getting shaking heads from the other two guys. So rather than spending more time repeating the same thing, you guys in agreement?
Yes,
Yeah, I
very
got one
much in
note.
agreement.
It
Go
might
ahead,
be
Trevor.
kind of what he was already saying, but I noticed with the piano and probably a lot of the other instruments too, is that it sounded like you programmed them, or the person who made it programmed them, and just left the velocity the same as they were, or like the attenuation, or and so like every hit of the key of the piano and stuff was like the same, and so it didn't have like a real kind of like up and down kind of feel like a human would, and that was the first thing I noticed, that it sounded like you just hit those keys are hit the same velocity throughout the melodies.
Yeah, I would suggest that the member, first of all, spend more time learning about production stuff, but also look for a collaborator, because melodically, that was cool. Emotionally and melodically, there was something there. You're right about that. So
Nice composition.
yeah. All right, what's next, Bria?
Next up is Danger Zone by Murray Wills.
All right, Trevor, you want to lead off? Trevor? Hello?
Sorry, I was swapping back, turning off the YouTube and then coming back.
Sorry,
here.
did I miss something?
No.
You just brought it. Okay. I would say that this is even more of an example similar to the last one, where just everything felt like 90s keyboards, and like the Triton strings, probably like old Triton strings, or everything just sounded really dated and kind of old sounding. Each instrument, I don't know, it's the main thing I noticed and couldn't stop thinking about to it is like, this sounds like early 90s composition with people making, or somebody making like a track out of all these old keyboards. So
Trev, I mean Pedro, same.
Yeah, same thing here. And one thing for the audience is, when we're listening to a track, we're trying to figure out, where can you use the music? So even if this piece of music was was produced with proper instrumentation, or up-to-date instrumentation, I'm trying to think, well, where could it be used? Is it more of a score kind of composition that this person was trying to put together? Like, you have to be trying to figure out what the end purpose is for that piece of music. If it's just, you want to compose something that sounds like your favorite score, then that's fine. But if it's for the purpose of sync, you really have to zone in on, get in on what it is that will work for a particular genre of production, whether it's a trailer or it's underscore for news, documentary. What is the purpose of the music?
I agree. Anything you want to add, Martin?
Basically, I would second that. Production music is about being clear for what it is. So, this is kind of meandering. So, this is something in generally working not so well in production music, in my opinion.
Okay, let's go to the next one. Bria's going to tell us what it is.
Up next is Open Mind by Simon Scofield.
All right, let's start with Martin on this one.
Hi, Simon. I know him. I'm working with Simon as a composer. And what I would say on this cue is basically that to me would be a first draft of a basic idea, but it's not yet developed into a full arrangement of a production music track. So there's a theme, but what now would need to be done is basically build it into a whole arrangement. So kind of add supportive elements that kind of increase the intensity while keep the whole thing consistent as it is. So that would be my comment.
Okie doke. Anybody else want to chime in on that?
Sure, that was a perfect example of something that you hear and immediately you know what it is. So as soon as like half a second in, less than that, you're going, okay, dramedy track, great, what could this be used on? Could be advertising. Then as I continued listening on, it was like good composition. And then like Martin said, where's the rest of it? Like it didn't develop, the instrumentation didn't quite develop as quickly as I would have wanted to hear. Then eventually we got to a point where bells came in. It was like, okay, now we're starting to,
right,
evolve the arrangement. But I would have wanted to hear that happen much sooner. But yeah, like Martin said, great beginning to a track. Just needs a little bit of work.
All right, let's move on to the next one. I'm not ignoring you, Trevor. It's just I want to keep the ball rolling here.
No, you're good. They covered everything I would say anyway, so you're good.
All right.
Okay, next up is Dwayne Swag by Derek Andy.
Cool. All right. Trevor, you want to lead off, please?
Yeah, I mean, maybe one of the other guys have a little more experience in this. I don't know if I've ever licensed just a drum track before, like just a solo drum track. I've seen it a few times, kind of like the like a Pixar movie, I think, where they did something like that, and it can work in like very, very unique moments. But I don't have a lot to kind of contribute to this. It did sound good. It sounded real. It did, and maybe that's the point, but it did sound a little kind of like just random a lot of the times. But that might kind of be the point of like doing kind of a little solo thing. So I know you guys might have a better take on this.
All right, Martin.
Actually, that's kind of a good example because I'm just now releasing an album called Positive Percussion, and what's different is basically this cue was kind of jammed, kind of improvised, versus having a structure and a clear motive. So if one would focus this more, narrow it down to kind of a clear message, and maybe even add one simple bass motif, just playing dum, 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 and that's it, kind of evolving that then can get working. However, in the current state, it's rather kind of improvisational, and that's the part that kind of makes it to a drum stem from a song that's played solo versus a production music track that is intended as a purely percussive track and would work as such.
Pedro, anything to add?
Yeah, actually, it's very cool to see everybody's perspective because we're all coming from like our experiences, and so ironically, we're actually working on a show that the direct or producer in this case is looking for tracks just like this. So the examples they sent me are actual, drummers improvising in this style.
Would
I'm
you like
going,
to,
okay?
would you like us to
I would
send
like
that?
a copy.
Absolutely. Yay!
You just never know what is needed in this industry.
Yeah. Remember there was that movie with Michael Keaton about 7 or 8 years ago where the entire score for the movie was jazz drums. Remember that? It's like had bird wings growing on them or something. I don't know. Whatever. We can hang out and talk about movies later. Right now we got work to do. All right, Bria, what's next, please?
Up next is Fresh and Funky by Tom Haene.
I like the title. Okay, Pedro, you want to lead off?
Yeah, sure. Fresh and funky, and it was. So immediately I thought ads or promos, this could work well for. I'd love a copy, by the way. And also, I thought that beginning section was a little too long. I would have liked to hear that B section come in much faster. Give us a little something different a little sooner. But other than that, I thought it was a very cool track. I'd love to have that in our catalog.
Great. I'll have Bria write that down for you. She's bobbing her head yes, so she heard me. All right. And she is now going to the next thing we're going to play, and we will send you a copy. Either of you guys want a copy?
Yeah, to me, go ahead, Trevor.
No, you got it. You got it.
To me, it would really it would really depend on if it's sounding kind of authentic 70s, and that I can't hear in the stream. So because it is, I'd probably be interested, but I would have to hear it. So yes, why not send me a copy of that so I can kind of take an impression.
All right. We will send you a copy as well, Martin. And Cass McKenty, I see you keep talking about the stereo is missing and the middle is missing. It sounds fine here. And it's not going through the Rodecaster, by the way. It's going through a Mackie mixer. Okay, next up, please.
Next up is Teeth Shine by Jeremy Webster.
Trevor. Yes, sir.
I would like a copy of that because this track is like a happy hip hop or feel good hip hop, and I'm working on a feel good kind of hip hop kind of album right now. So this would be perfect. So yes, please send me a copy of this. The only thing I would say, and when I get the copy, I'll talk to the producer about it. But I would say that this track is a couple like a little beefy drums away from being kind of the perfect feel good hip hop track. It's got the feel good guitar and the really happy and nice bass line, or at least I think there was a bass line in there, kind of grooving you along in a feel good way, which it's hard to do happy hip hop right or feel good hip hop right without sounding corny. And that's why I actually really like this, is because it doesn't feel or sound corny, or whatever word you want to put in there. It just needs a little bit more production in the drums, and then I think it would be good to go. So yeah, please send me that.
Awesome. Either of you guys want to add anything?
Pedro, go ahead. I'm good.
Well, I'll just say that I thought it was a very cool track, but in my mind, I couldn't place it. So it was cool to hear Trevor say, yeah, I could use that right now. So it just goes to show different needs for different publishers, right?
It's such a great point, because I bring this up all the time. I brought it up a couple times in the prequels earlier this week, that if a friend of yours says, oh, I can introduce you to that library owner, and the library owner says, yeah, I'll take all those tracks. First thing you want to do is see if that library has a market for those tracks. Sometimes people sign something because it's so good, but it doesn't mean they've got shows that need it, so it could lay there like a lox. You might be better off in a different library that's got the right clientele. And I think you guys are demonstrating that what's good for one is not necessarily right for the other. So yay, glad we got that covered. Maria, what's next?
Next up is Pop Rock by Sarah Sisson.
Martin, why don't you lead off on this one?
Probably what came really quick to mind is what I would recommend to this composer is before you start working on your cue, before you sit down and actually play instruments and compose and produce, think about what exactly you want to tell. What kind of story do you want to support? What kind of emotion do you want to evoke? Because this to me reminded me kind of myself a couple of years ago, just sitting in the studio having fun and trying out things, and oh, this sounds cool, and let's play a bass here and let's do that. But that quickly ends up in something that is then kind of, what is it? And again, it's kind of not clear what's the message, what is it for? And I often say it a bit bluntly, I don't sell music, I sell emotion for storytelling. So that's kind of a perspective I would recommend to think as a composer, because that's where your music is needed.
Trevor and Pedro just wrote that down. It's going on their logo. We sell emotion.
Yeah, that's a good one. I've seen some like on other library sites. They'll have really good little one-liners like that. Like, we don't, do blank, we do blank. And it's like, that's a really good one. I wish I would have thought of that.
Yeah. Quality A&R since 1992, Bubba.
There you go.
The one thing about that track is I thought it was well titled Pack Rat, because that's really what it was. It was just like, let's throw this in. And I'm picturing, a pack. You're in a pack rat, and you're in the house, and there's stuff all over the place, and yeah. So it made sense, the title for it, but yeah.
All right, let's get a few more done. We've got 9 minutes left, or 8 minutes left. How many? Oh, go ahead. What's the next one, please?
Next up is Until the End by M.J. Lee.
Pedro, you get the honors on this one because you had the first hand. Nobody will ever raise their hands again.
So the beginning was a little confusing. It came in, it all seemed all at once, like a big pad, and then the guitar came in. So I would kind of reverse that and maybe start with the guitar, or even make the entire thing just a solo classical guitar piece. And then if you're going to bring in any kind of pads, I would probably go for something that sounds a little bit more organic, like a real cello or something like that, rather than a synthy pad. Doesn't really go with it, in my opinion. But other than that, I mean, it seemed to be a nice composition, so probably would work well as a solo classical. Strip everything else, just a nice solo classical piece that's got a nice consistent theme beginning to end, and there's your cue.
All right, either of you guys want to add something?
Yeah, I would add basically that what I was kind of a clear motive and a clear structure in the composition. So it was kind of playing, and it goes on, and it goes on, and it goes on. But I actually don't remember anything now, because it just went on. There's no kind of clear motive that gets kind of a repetition. So often, honestly, the most successful production music tracks I see is basically one little theme stretched out to 2.5 minutes. And it keeps being interesting by the arrangement. So that's kind of the very opposite of what we just hear now.
Okay. I think we've got time for one or two more, so Bria, do it to it.
Up next is Destructo.
All right. We've got 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. So somebody tell me something. How'd you feel about that?
Well, I think it's. Oh, go ahead. No, it's good.
All right. When I was just going to say that I really like the feel, like the emotion that I feel, because like it's really tense, dark, almost demonic sounds. So sonically it sounds great because I'm just like, okay, I know exactly what I'm listening to. It makes me think of like Doom or something, right? Or one of those kind of games where it's underneath and it's making you feel the evil or the bad or whatever that's going on. And so in that sense, I really love it. Just to broaden it into other types of placements, you would need to kind of have some form of motion, maybe a little bit of up, a little bit of down. It kind of stayed kind of this underbed of spooky or tense or scary like the whole time.
Okay. Anybody else want to add something?
Yeah, I would agree with that. So I was going to say a drone can work very well because it works very well in the background. So what one can do in this track is kind of start it as is and then kind of establish a kick that gives a pulse. Doom, doom. And then maybe a little theme. Da, 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 doom, doom, da, 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 and little building up. And the mood will stay all the same intensity, keep slowly. So with that in mind, that actually could work well.
I knew him when he didn't know anything. When I first met Martin, he was so hungry to learn, and he just was so focused on everything. And look at how well you've done, all you guys, man. I really appreciate your time. People don't know you like I know you guys, but these guys live and breathe this stuff. So your comments are very well appreciated. My sincere apologies for the audio thing. I guess we'll be staying after work tonight to figure that out. Thank you very, very much. We've got to get another panel started in about 30 seconds here, but Pedro Costa from InStyle, Trevor Lewallen from Get It Done, Martin Haene, all the way from Switzerland and Catapult Music. Thank you very, very, very much, you guys. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Have fun, guys. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, so the next thing starts in 30 seconds, and
Sorry about the audio stuff.
we'll figure it out in a minute. Okay, so right now,
Yeah, good thing we could do that.
just open my mic. Play the whatchamacallit, the title card. Ladies and gentlemen, programming modern synth sounds with Omnisphere featuring Michael Midihead Babbitt, sponsored by ILIO.
Hello, my taxi friends. I'm Michael Midihead Babbitt, and I'm here to show you a brand new patch library that I created for Omnisphere 2 called Elevator. I'm going to show you some tips and tricks that you may not be aware Omnisphere can do, so watch to the end, and I've got some special deals for you, exclusively for taxi members. What you're seeing and hearing is a trailer I put together for the Elevator Patch Library. At the bottom of your screen, you can see my DOS session. Let's listen to what Elevator can do in Omnisphere. And then I'll share some workflow tips that will help you on your way to becoming a master. Let's open up Omnisphere, and I'm going to show you a neat little trick that's hiding in plain sight. Let's click on the Patch Browser's Zoom, and here's how you can organize your patches into projects. For example, if you're working on a movie trailer, you need those kinds of specific sounds, pop music, etc. You can organize them by projects. You can see here, I've got a project called Elevator Trailer, and you can see that I've grouped every patch from that demo here. So let me show you how to do this. We're going to mosey on over to the Projects menu, and we're going to create a project. Once we click that option, we can give it a name. Let's call this one Epic Project. Hit Enter on your keyboard, and while it looks like nothing happens because you don't see the name you just typed, have no fear. We'll add some patches, and that name shall appear. While I have ILIO's Elevator Patch Library open, I'm going to click on All under the Project column so that no filters are applied. While holding down the Shift key on your keyboard, click on the patch names that you wish to add to your project. Once we've selected our patches, let's move up to the Projects menu and select Add All Marked Items to Project and select Epic Project. And as you can see, we've added 3 items. Say OK. And voila! You now have a new project called Epic Project. And if you click it, you can see the 3 patches you just added. And if you'd like to continue adding patches, simply repeat the process. Allow me to show you some time signature tricks that you can employ using Omnisphere's Arpeggiator. To do this, I'm going to demonstrate with Triplet Beat Banger, a patch I made for ILIO's Elevator Patch Library. With that loaded, let's go into the Arpeggiator page. Here, you can see that I've got an 8th note triplet time signature selected for my pattern. To give you some context, I'm going to play a percussive loop from Elevator underneath. Let's change the time signature to hear what it sounds like. Raise the swing knob to change the groove. You can also adjust the clock speed from the main screen. Also important to point out is on the effects page, under the auxiliary bus, is a BPM delay with its own time signature assigned. Be sure to adjust that to match your time signature changes. And of course, you can just turn off the arpeggiator if you simply want to play the patch. And yes, if you make any of the changes I showed you, they will be saved with your project. A useful, sometimes overlooked feature in Omnisphere is the master filter, located on the main screen. I'm going to demonstrate this with my patch First Love from Elevator. It contains a good amount of high and low frequencies. Let's hear what it sounds like without the master filter. The master filter allows you to quickly and on the fly remove frequencies to provide space for other frequencies in your mix. Simply move the cutoff slider to the desired frequency. Now that we've heard how the low-pass filter cutoff on the master filter affects the sound, let's listen to the high-pass filter. And as you saw, I was playing a little bit with the resonance there, but I encourage you to be very careful with that, as too much can cause pain. A couple of examples of when you'd want to employ a low-pass or a high-pass filter. Let's say at the low end of your mix you've got big drums and bass, and you want to make space for those. Or on the upper end of your mix, you've got percussion, cymbals, and effects. This control makes it quick and easy to dial in. Let me show you another place you can employ a master filter. On the Common Effects page, I'm going to move the precision compressor down a slot and instantiate the power filter. With it on the common bus, we can now affect the entire signal coming through Omnisphere. Let's switch from the low pass to the high pass filter. One of the benefits of using the power filter on the Common Effects bus is that you can modulate the controls with, for example, an LFO. Here I'm modulating the filter cutoff. Now, if you want manual control, you can assign the filter cutoff to modulation wheel or any other MIDI controller. And in this case, we're going to invert the control so that we cut off the high frequency when we move our controller. Let's hear what it sounds like with a percussion loop from Elevator playing underneath and our synth sound playing on top with some of the high frequencies removed. While there's so much more you can do with filters inside Omnisphere, these two methods will give you quick and easy access when you need it. One of the best ways to make modern, cutting-edge sounds is to infuse them with a lot of modulation and dynamics, which was one of my main goals for Elevator. The modulation options in Omnisphere are powerful, to say the least, and I've employed both modulation wheel and aftertouch to modulate a variety of sources, giving you incredibly expressive control with my patch library, Elevator. Let me show you what I mean. I'm modulating a lot of things here, but particularly the ring mod frequency with the modulation wheel. And then with aftertouch, I settle into amplitude modulation. Again, lots of modulation happening, speeding up parameters with emphasis on the pitch rising and falling with the modulation wheel, and aftertouch bringing in the pulsing filter. Inspired by A Quiet Place. Very apocalyptic. Now I'm going to raise the modulation wheel and hold down aftertouch. And what's happening here is I'm adding an amplitude pulse. That's with aftertouch. And the modulation wheel brings in distortion. Here we have a nice, beautiful hybrid string sound. I'm going to bring in an amplitude pulse with the modulation wheel, but I'm also going to double that and tighten it up with aftertouch. modulation wheel opens the filter. Aftertouch does momentary filter opening for more expression. Three pages of modulation happening here. It's incredible. Basically just speeding up, slowing down the pitch. That's really what you hear. But there's a lot of stuff going on beyond that. Here, Aftertouch is sending the signal through a distortion effect. Got some pitch modulation, some FM frequency modulation with the modulation wheel. And this is 12 layers of my own vocal. Aftertouch is pulsing the amplitude and the modulation wheel is raising the pitch. Now that you've seen and heard a few examples of the powerful modulation matrix in Omnisphere, what happens if you don't have Aftertouch on your keyboard or just want to use another kind of controller? Well, we can do that here by switching it out in the system settings. I'm going to select Move MIDI Controller. It's waiting for MIDI, and I'm just going to move a knob on my keyboard. And now I've just switched out my keyboard's Aftertouch control in favor of the knob. Simply repeat that process if there are any other modulation sources you would like to replace with a different controller. One of the things I love about Omnisphere is that you can use 4 layers per patch. I'm going to click on the layers page so you can see all of the different sound sources I used. This is a Tetra patch. More on that in a moment, but right now I'm going to solo each individual layer so you can hear how special these Tetra patches are. As you can see and hear, Tetra patches give you a variety of sound options. You can solo, combine, or play them all together. Now that you know what a Tetra patch is, let me show you how to find them in Elevator. Under the Attributes column, you can change any one of these to Combo. Here, you can select all the patches in Elevator or just the Tetra ones. And you can see by scrolling through the list, I've got quite a few. And now for my next trick. Let's latch this one so I can get my hands free when I play this arpeggiated patch. It's one of 4 arpeggiated Tetra patches. Now watch and listen as I turn on and off the different layers. And my friends, that is just scratching the surface. As I've demonstrated by using Mod Wheel, Aftertouch, high and low pass filters, playing only single layers, all the effects you've got access to, and more, you can tailor any Omnisphere sound to the needs of your project. Let's do one more thing before I leave you. I've loaded up one of my beautiful plucks from Elevator, Flows the Stars, and you can see all the layers here, just great sounds from Omnisphere's core library. I'm going to play a little bit of this patch and record it, and then we're going to drop it right back into Omnisphere. Bringing in the Japanese Children's Choir at the end with the modulation wheel. And here is our audio recording. And let's export that to a place on our hard drive. Let's clear out this patch now by going up to the Utility menu and selecting Initialize Patch. Select Layer A and click the Sample button. Now, let's open the granular oscillator page, and we're going to drag and drop our audio file we just exported right directly onto the screen. And boom, you get a little prompt. Once you click OK, your audio will appear. Now, turn on the granular oscillator and play. Thank you so much, Taxi friends, for being with me today. I deeply hope you found it beneficial. And now I get to disclose to you that for a limited time and only for Taxi members, ILIO is giving you 20% off all Spectrasonics virtual instruments. Visit ilio.com/taxi2021 for more details.
Wow, that was impressive. Gotta love that. I know a lot of our members love Omnisphere, and if you didn't love it before, you certainly must love it after watching that. Michael Babbitt, now I know why they call you MIDI head, man. That stuff sounded great. So I want to reiterate that Omnisphere rarely offers discounts, and I think it's extremely kind of them to offer the 20% off to Taxi members. So remember to go to that link that they showed you at the end, which I believe was omnisphere.com/taxi2021, and sit tight because in just a few more minutes, about 6.5 minutes, we're going to play Mixing Orchestrals with my friend Dennis Sands, who has recorded and mixed scores and soundtracks for more than 300 blockbuster films, including Spider-Man, Forrest Gump, Avengers Endgame, which had the largest box office sales in history. He's got 4 Academy Award nominations, and he's also recorded and mixed music for hundreds of episodic TV shows, as well as jazz greats like Ella Fitzgerald, Count Basie, Sarah Vaughan, Joe Pass, and Oscar Peterson. He's going to be mixing in-the-box strings, showing you how to make them sound more realistic. So sit tight. We'll see you at 3:30. Everybody. Nope, I'm not seeing me. There I am. Okay. Live television. Woohoo! From the kitchen table. Anyway, I'm so excited for you guys to see this next thing, Mixing Orchestrals with Dennis Sands. Dennis and I were part of an elite group of studio owners when we became friends 40 years ago. Since then, Dennis has recorded and mixed more than 300 film scores, including Spider-Man, Forrest Gump, and the Avengers, and Avengers Endgame, which had the largest box office sales in history. He has 4 Academy Award nominations. He's also recorded and mixed music for hundreds of episodes of TV shows, as well as recorded jazz greats like Ella Fitzgerald, Count Basie, Sarah Vaughan, Joe Pass, and Oscar Peterson. Wow. If you'd like to learn how he mixes in-the-box strings and makes them sound incredibly realistic, you can't afford to miss this powerful session taught by one of the nicest guys in the industry. Say hello to Dennis Sands.
So now we want to start taking a look at the mix itself and, you know, all the tracks and the elements. We're going to start with the strings, and in particular we'll start with the violins, and in particular from that, the first violins. But before we start that, let's talk about a little bit about, again, the philosophy in terms of the mix. Number one, balance. Left, right. How does this, how does the balance feel? We want to keep it even, rich, full, so that neither side is dominant. So you really are feeling the full width and depth of the mix. And the number one way to achieve that is via panning. Okay, so with that in mind, let's take a look at the first set of tracks. In this case, first violins. And here they are right here. Right now I want to discuss a little bit about, we talked about earlier about rituals. So here's where rituals really come in very handy. So when I'm looking at a track and I hear it, I think, okay, I know where I want to position it. How do I know that? Okay, this is an action cue, it's an orchestral mock-up. Because it's an orchestral mock-up, I am simulating with samples an orchestra. And I have to think, okay, how is an orchestra laid out in this stereo spectrum? Well, thinking about from the podium perspective as a conductor looking out into the orchestra, I have violins, first violins to the left, second violins next to them, violas center, cello right, basses behind cello. That's a traditional recording orchestral layout. And so I am looking to achieve that same positioning. So what does that tell me? I've got first violins, so first violins are to my immediate left. So let's again look at this track here. Here's the two channels, left and right. Okay, well, interestingly, the right channel is actually the heaviest channel and the dominant channel. So what do? I pan that to the extreme left, but the left channel I don't also pan to the extreme left. I have it mid-left. Why do I do that? Because if I pan both to the extreme left, it's so dominant to the left, sounds unnatural. But if I bring the left channel, the non-dominant channel, into this space a little bit, it gives it a little more dimension. And that adds to the reality of it. If you're in a room and you hear a live orchestra, if you hear just the first violins play, you don't really only hear them on the left side, even though they're sort of positioned there. It's certainly dominant on the left side, but they also emanate into the space, into the room. And we're simulating that. And panning is one great way to do that. Let's step back into the ritual discussion a bit. When I look at a track and I say, okay, I know how I want to pan these, but the first thing I do with any track is I have to determine where do I want these tracks to end up. What stem do I want to record these to? Well, I know I want to put these on string stem. Okay, so first thing I do is I assign to the string stem. It's extremely important. And again, it's a ritual. I have the track before I even listen to it. I assign it to the correct stem. Then I'll do panning. Then I add any effects. I add any reverb. I'll add then any EQ or anything else that I want to do next. And that's the process, the ritual that I use. I do this repeatedly, and I do this with every single track because it's the best way to make sure that I'm going to eliminate as many mistakes or potential mistakes as possible. And it's a great habit to get into, ritual. You always do it. You develop your own rituals, whatever they are. This happens to be mine. But you develop your rituals, but do them over and over and over again. So it becomes second nature. You're not thinking about it anymore. You just do it. And it really pays off because in those late nights, you're tired, you have to deliver a particular mix or a set of mixes. The last thing in the world you want is that phone call. Oh, something's messed up. You want to avoid that. Rituals are really valuable to help you avoid it. That's why I do them, and I strongly urge you to do the same. So I have these tracks, so I'm going to listen to them again now. Now I've panned it, positioned it right. Okay, now as I listen to it, I feel, you know what, there's a lot of, on the sample itself, there's a lot of spatial component. I'm hearing a nice room component. I have enough reverb for now. I don't feel like I need to add anything. But it's a little, I want it to be a little more aggressive. It's a little dark, a little muddy. And so what have I done? I've added some EQ. What is this? This is a FabFilter Pro Q3. It's an EQ. It's a great cue from a company called FabFilter. Their plugins are excellent. They're musical. They sound good. I find them very, very functional. So what have I done? So we'll listen to this. And then here's without. Yep. And you can watch me switch it in and out. In, out. And so you can hear how it's sort of cleaned it up a little bit, and I've added a little bit of top end. And so what have I done? I've got a high pass filter here, so I've rolled off some bottom end, and then I pulled a little bit out at around 450 or so. That just takes a little bit of that lower mid-range kind of muddy area for violins. And I've added a little bit at about 6,500 cycles to sort of reach for the sort of the rosin area of the strings, and it gives it a little bit of an aggression, a little edge for action cues. I feel a very valuable component. So it cleans it up a little bit, and it gives it a little bit of aggression, which is kind of a cool quality to add to this, string, this kind of an aggressive element. Again, no added room, no added reverb for this particular track. Okay, next up. Okay, again, first violins. So notice the panning, same deal. First thing I do, look at the dominant track. In this case, it's the left channel. So I pan it over 100% to the left, but the non-dominant channel, I've panned all the way to the mid-right. So again, for the same purpose, to give a little sense of dimension and space to this particular sound. Again, adding to the reality of it. In this case, I want to add some reverb. And the reverb I'm using is this. And this is a plugin, a reverb plugin, a beautiful plugin. I use this quite a bit. It's from Exponential Audio, which is now owned by Isotope, and it's called Symphony 3D. And this particular plugin I can use because I work in a multi-channel environment quite often. I can use it certainly for stereo, but also for 5.1, 7.1, or even Atmos. So it has format options for all those particular specific formats, but also stereo. And it's a great sounding reverb. It's very natural and again, very musical. And for users, especially for users that are just starting out, this is a great reverb. It sounds great. There's tons of presets. You'll find one that's going to work for you without a doubt. And you don't need to mess with it. And especially when you're starting out, don't mess with it. Just find a reverb that you really like that's working and just go with it. As you get more adept at this, you can experiment with. There's quite a few controls. You can, parameters, you can make adjustments to just see how they work. Never anything wrong with that. You could always just reselect the preset that you started with and it'll reset all the parameters. I find that generally speaking, I don't actually make that many adjustments inside of the reverb itself. The one adjustment I do make more often than not is the reverb time, the overall time, and then sometimes the width. But as far as these other parameters, not that often. Sometimes, but not that often. But anyway, here's what it sounds like with the reverb. So it's really a lovely sound, and why am I using as much as I am? Because reverb helps create a sense of depth, and to me, that's I want to add that component. Now, this is an aggressive track. There's lots of actions, lots of activity. There's lots of things going on, but I still like to have that sense of stuff happening in the back. So the perception of depth. I want this and this. And you can achieve that. And one of the great ways to achieve it is the depth aspect is with reverb. Again, first thing, bussing. Second thing, panning. Then any inserts, EQ, compression, something like that. And then finally, reverbs. In this case, I thought it's a good sounding sample. And I really felt all it needed was the panning and the reverb. And just quickly, speaking of samples, the strong recommendation, use the best possible samples you can get, always. For a composer, I think one of the most important tools to have, there's two things. A great sample library, a series of sample libraries that'll work for you, and great stereo monitors. Those two things are really, really significant. They're the place to spend money. Don't ever buy expensive microphones or preamps or any of that kind of stuff. Rent them. You want to create the best sample library you can, because you will use those every single day. But an expensive microphone, or any microphone for that matter, probably sits on a shelf, maybe use it once or twice a month. But sample libraries daily, constantly. They're really valuable and they're very, very important, because you want to start with the best sounding material you can. You can't polish crap. You can't make bad sounding stuff sound great. You make it sound better, but you can't make it sound great. You need to start with really good sounding samples. By the way, these, all these samples that Mark has, for the most part, really sound good. And there's a number of modern sample libraries that are excellent. Next set of tracks. Okay, again, a good sounding sample. I chose not to really do much of anything with it, except reverb. And again, same reverb. Use less of it on this track, because I want some spatial component, but I don't need a lot of it. I don't want to mask too much of that energy in the performance. That's really, really important in an action cue. Again, that's part of what helps drive it. Now, same deal with the panning. Left channel's dominant, full left, right channel, mid right. Same reason. Okay, moving on. And this, so I don't have this as far left. It's sort of sitting a little bit more towards the middle. It's playing in a range that's almost a viola color. So for me, I didn't want it to sit too far. I wanted to move it into the space a little bit more. Now, also, it seems a little dry and tight. I don't really hear the room component on this particular sample. So, but I want to feel that. I want it to have that room sense. So I have to add it. What do? And that's the first thing I'll do. Notice no other aspects. Again, a good sounding sample, don't need to do anything. Doesn't need EQ, doesn't need compression, doesn't need anything. A good sound to start with, which is key. So first thing I'm going to add is a room. I use Altiverb. Altiverb is for me is a really, really wonderful plug-in. It's what's called a convolution reverb, and it uses impulse responses. These are fancy names. Basically what they do is they'll go in and measure a particular space. In this case, I'm using the 20th Century Fox scoring stage, which is in Los Angeles. I'm very familiar with that stage. I've recorded on that stage many, many times. It's a great sounding room, beautiful space. And they, being Altiverb engineers, went into that space and through their measuring devices create what are called impulse responses. These are programs that more or less define the space itself so that you can utilize it inside of this plugin. And they have a great deal of spaces to choose from. If you buy the plugin, you can download these various impulse responses for free. There's just a myriad of them, all kinds of everything from scoring stages, concert halls, small rooms, metal pipes, and all kinds of sonic character that you can add for whatever sort of creative purpose that you need it for. For me, again, in this case, I'm using the 20th Century Fox scoring stage as a basis for this room because I want a scoring stage style room space. And so here I'll play it, I'll push it up so you can really hear. So you can see it really gives it a real great spatial component. And then additionally, I add that same hall reverb. You can hear the reverb tail. So add it in with everything we have so far. Okay, so it's all blending nicely so far. Obviously got a long way to go, but you know, you're getting a sense now of at least what my approach is and how I'm basically sort of panning and thinking about these strings, these first violins now. So for the cello, we need to think again about pan. Where are we going to position them? Well, again, cello to the right. So that's basically my approach for the panning of the cello. So first track up. Okay, again, a good sounding sample. And first thing, look at the pan. Dominant track, as it should be, the right channel. But again, similar concept in that the non-dominant channel is still leaning to the right, but just a little bit off of center towards the right. This is it here. So that, again, always the same idea. Give it a sense of space. But this is a pretty specific kind of sound. So this is giving an energy. It's clearly not a pizz, but it's an aggressive arco sound. So I want to give it that a little bit of a pinpointing, a little bit of a spot, as opposed to wide in terms of the pan. So that's why I've taken the non-dominant channel and leaned it over towards the right as well. Okay, so I did want to add this J37, and again, it feels a tiny little bit gritty to me, so I want to warm it up a bit, and this is the perfect kind of plug-in to do that. And here's without it. And in. Start again. Out. In. And you can hear it especially towards the bottom end of this particular kind of, for this particular track. But it also smooths out that little bit of that sort of grittiness of it, of this, you know, kind of digital sample. So, okay. And now, for some EQ. Again, the air EQ. And you'll notice very subtle. So just a little bit of that, you know, it's again about the 300, 350 range, taking a tiny little bit off. Remember, with this air EQ, the amounts are a little more aggressive than the Fab Filter EQ was. So, you know, again, you have to judge by listening. It's not always a numeric thing. You want to listen. Always trust your ears. You develop your ability to hear frequencies and understand what the equalizer is doing. The better you're at that, the more competent you're going to be at dealing with all these plugins and all, this whole concept of mixing. So I'm taking a little bit off it again around the 300 range and adding at about 2100 cycles, just a touch. So it gives it again what I'm feeling is a little tiny bit of energy. And then at the very top, right over here, is this little air. It's what this plugin's named for. This air component, if you will. And I'll turn it off and on. Again, off, on. And it just gives it a tiny little bit of clarity and, added clarity. And again, same deal. It's very subtle, but it's really meaningful. Now, remember, we're starting out with good sounding samples, so we don't need to do a bunch of anything to it. But specifically for this track and listening to this sample in context with everything else, these are the choices I made. And it's always going to be that. It's always going to be with everything else, listening to everything, and how each track sits in with everything else, and what this piece of music is doing, and how I want it to ultimately play. And then I didn't need, I felt it had enough ambience, again, for what it's doing in this track. I didn't feel I needed to add anything further. So, in with everybody else. Okay, and it fits in nice. And again, balance. Now we're hearing how things are balancing out nicely. So they're not playing the same part by any means, but they're almost speaking to one another, the way it's written and all. So it's really the mix is starting to settle in already, and we got a long ways to go. Okay. Next cello track. Just this little thing here. Okay. Now, it's a small part, but first thing I wanted to do is add the EQ and just clean it a little bit. That's all I'm doing. Here's it out and in. So just again, not a lot, subtle, but just cleaning it. And what does it do? To my ears, it already sounds a little brighter, a little cleaner, a little less plodding. It just, by taking a little bit of that, 300 or so cycles out, it just cleans up and exposes more the top end, the brightness. Okay. Now, I'm adding room reverb And one thing I wanted to mention before we get to the reverb is the panning. Notice dominant channel goes almost full right, not quite, but almost full right, and non-dominant is mid-left. So for this, I wanted to give a little more dimension. Okay, and then the room. Here's with it out. And with it in. So again, it's giving it a little more of that spatial component. And then the hall reverb. And notice, not much, but just a bit to give it a little bit of that spread, a little bit of dimension. And with everybody. That's it. Okay, next cello track. Okay, same pan as the previous track. And again, pretty good sounding sample, so I didn't feel the need to do anything other than reverb. But the same room. You can hear the little bit of the tail, the room reverb. Okay, it's you know, again, just to give a little bit of the expanse. And then the hall. So it's a little bit. Now, the reason I'm real light with the reverb on these kinds of tracks that have a lot of the motion to them is that I don't want to smooth that out. Remember, this is an action cue. There's a lot of energy to this. There's a lot of parts. There's a lot of movement. And if I pile on reverb, it kind of softens all that. It smooths it all out. I don't want to do that. I want to keep it kind of aggressive. And so I want some reverb because I do want it to give it, I do want to give it a dimension. But I don't want to take away from any of the energy. And if I add too much reverb, it's going to diffuse some of that energy, and I don't want to do that. So I'm cautious with it, especially early on. If I were to get into the mix and I felt, maybe I could use a little more, I'll make that adjustment. But I start out being very conservative with the amount of reverb, especially the hall reverb. That's the reverb that has longer tail that takes up space. The other thing is if there's a lot of parts, a lot of pieces to the cue, I want to have as much clarity as I possibly can. And again, the more reverb, it just takes up the space, the transparency. So I'm cautious with it. Okay. So again, in with everybody. Okay. Next cello part. Okay, so for this, EQ. So again, done the same thing, taken away a little bit. This is a little bit under 300 cycles. And then I'm adding not quite 3 dB at almost 6,000 cycles, because I'm looking for that rosin, that edge, the bow. I obviously want the tonality, but that's not really what this is doing. This is really providing an energy and an edge. And then next up, and again, before we get there, we'll talk about the panning. We notice same kind of pan, not quite extreme right for the dominant channel, which is the right channel, and then mid-left for the non-dominant. And then room reverb. You can hear the room. Out. In. So it really gives it that kind of spatial quality. It really sounds like it's in a room. This Altiverb is a really excellent plug-in for this purpose. And then finally, the hull. So you can hear the longer tail on the hull. Okay. And then in context with everybody. So it sits in well. Again, subtle underneath, but it's playing its part. And it just sits in really nicely in the context of all the string parts. Okay, and now we're ready to move on to the basses. And finally, we're at the basses. And so we'll just talk quickly about the bass panning. Bass panning, we look at this first track, we see the bass panning very similar to the cello. More or less in similar position in the sort of in the scope, the stereo spread. And for this track, we see sort of exactly the same approach. Dominant channel all the way to the right, non-dominant channel mid-left. And again, another good sounding sample. So what do I need? Really nothing beyond the room and hall. It is a little present. So the first thing I want to do is add the room. Now, I don't have a lot of it, but good, reasonable amount. And then the hall. Okay. And in context, so again, if we listen to this track, I don't have a huge amount of reverb on it. Another thing about those low strings that you want to be careful, again, especially relative to an action cue. A lot of reverb on low strings, and it can get muddy very quickly. And again, you don't want to do that. You're trying to give it a good amount of clarity and transparency, and you don't want to mask the energy again. Too much reverb, and you get this muddy, darker quality, and it just tends to start to mask things. So again, I tend to be conservative with reverb for the most part on bass tracks. Okay, next up. Again, another very, very nice sounding sample. Okay, so first up is some EQ. Again, the Air EQ. Okay, so here's it out. And in. And so I'm adding a little bit in the 150 cycle range. Push the lower, the upper low, mid, low range, the upper range of the low frequency, to just give it a little bit of oomph in the bottom end, but not too low. And one of the reasons I want to be very careful of the extreme low end is we have some low percussion coming up, especially Grand Casa and low sub stuff, that we want to make sure we have space for that. We don't want to have anything conflict with that. And that's what we want to give the real bottom end to. So not these elements at all. But I still want to go for the 150 cycle range. It's a little bit of that lower tonality. And then immediately I'm rolling off a little bit right after it at around 300 cycles. And it gives a sort of it helps give a little clarity to the bottom end. We've got a little boost for a little oomph, and yet taken out a little bit of that area that tends to mask some of the higher frequencies. And then a tiny little boost at 1250. So it's sort of, it just enhances a bit of the growl in this sample, which is very cool. And then the same deal, room, push it up a bit. Here's without the room. And with it. Okay, and then the hull. And what it helps, another thing that it helps is gives a little bit more to the sustain. So, in addition to giving it dimension, a little depth, it helps with the sustain a little bit, which is nice, a more natural quality. Not a huge amount, but it's meaningful. And then again, the pan, same thing. You see it, this pan matches this pan. So here in context. So it's all kind of blending really nicely, and it feels good. Again, we're getting a good sense of the width, and yet the blend feels real. It feels like an orchestra, which is obviously the goal. Okay, next track. Bass pits. Again, first of all, same pan. Pretty consistent with this. Trying to, have it feel like a section, a bass section. So by matching the pans, my thinking is to try and keep it as if this was the section playing these parts. Again, very nice sample. I keep saying that, but it really, really helps. And then again, same deal. Room. And hall. And it's doing its job. Don't need to, do much to it. Like I said, it's just panning and a little bit of the room and hall. Again, being very conservative with that. Okay. Next up. It's one little event. This is it's called bass pits, but it's almost like a light Collegno. And for this, I felt it had enough of the room. I just added a little bit of the hall verb. And in context. I kept it very light. I wanted to be careful not to draw attention too much to this. So I kept it in there. Maybe a little more. Okay. One thing about something like a Colenio, it's a very sharp attack, and it's very specific, and it can really draw your attention. And I wasn't feeling the need to do that with this sound in this particular context, in this mix. So I kept it just playing under there. I can feel it more than anything. And for me, that was adequate. Okay, next track. Okay, so this has enough room and ambience on it for my taste, and again, in context. But it's just, you know, maybe just a touch dark, a little muddy, and a little thuddy. So here's the EQ I chose, which was, again, the Fab Filter Pro Q3. And I'm rolling off some of this bottom end. You know, it's starting right around 100 cycles or so, but then pushing up a bit right here, but then coming down here. And then also coming up a little bit at 1,000 cycles. So the 1,000 cycles is, again, a little bit of that attack, and then the 100 cycles gives it a little bit of that oomph, a little bit of that warm, bigger bottom end. Here's with it out. And with it in. Just a touch more dramatic, I think, with this EQ in. And that's all I'm doing. I'm not adding anything else. And in context. And so I have enough of the attack from the cello of of this particular passage. And so I'm using the bass, and why I added a little bit of that bottom end, to sort of round out the bottom of this event. This is really obviously a combination of the cello and the basses and this bass track. So the combination is this. Okay. And then we have bass trem. And for this, the only change here really is the pan. Again, dominant channel, hard right, non-dominant channel, mid right. And so this pushes that over to the side. And in context, So it gives, again, balance. So that's, that is supplying really tension. That's what the trem does. And I wanted to feel it over towards the right. I don't want it to bleed into the room really very much. So I've kept it, it has a dimension, but I wanted it to really lean to the right pretty significantly. So that's what this is. And that's it. So those are the basses, and those are all the strings.
Wow. Talk about a guy who knows his stuff. Dennis, you are such a pro and such a good guy and such a great explainer. Thank you so much for letting us air that. I appreciate it. Mark Giovanni, thank you for putting the video together for us. Check out cinematicComposing.com. They've got a ton of great courses like that. I don't think you'll find a better orchestral mixing guy than Dennis. So stick around. Our next panel starts at 4:45, goes till 6 p.m., and that is the TV and film song pitch and feedback panel with Bob Mair, Matthew DeLuca, and Pat Weaver. Great ears on all of them. What else? And for those of you who are watching the earlier panel where we were listening to instrumental stuff, we think we've got the audio problem solved. We sure hope so. That was a little embarrassing, but what can I say? If you saw the amount, this is not like doing a Zoom session. It's not even like doing a Wirecast session that I do for Taxi TV. So thank you for your patience before, and hopefully it's all ironed out for this upcoming panel. We'll see you right back here at 4:45. What? Oh, we're going to play the Airgigs video right now. For those of you who didn't see this video the other day, we're playing it again because the video is so cool. We love the company Airgigs. We love the fact that it's built around a community of people. If you need to hire musicians to play on your stuff, or you want to put yourself out there to be hired on other people's stuff, you really need to see this. Let's go ahead and roll Airgigs.
Echoes from the thunder out way. There I was,
Hi guys, how's it going? My name's Katie Marie. I'm a producer, multi-instrumentalist and songwriter based out of Austin, Texas, and I'm super excited to be coming to you today from one of my favourite places, Blue Rock Artist Ranch and Studio. I have just over 25 years of experience in performing, recording and writing, and in that time I've been fortunate enough to work with some amazing artists and songwriters. Sometimes people will hire me just to do individual instruments such as drums, bass, acoustic guitar or vocals, and other times I'll be doing a whole song. So I've been a member of Airgigs since 2014, and I can tell you from experience that they really genuinely care about everybody that's on their website, and I've enjoyed very much being a part of the Airgigs community. The main thing that I really love is that you never know what kind of project you're going to get asked to work on. There was one guy who asked me to do vocals on a dance track, and there was another company that asked me to write intro music for a kids TV show, and another guy that asked me to do a full song production, and he wanted it to sound like an authentic 60s track. You just never know what you're going to get asked to work on, and that's what I absolutely love about Airgigs. It's all been wonderful, positive, uplifting experiences. And how could all the people come together again with so much left unsaid? So I hope you guys are enjoying the Taxi Road Rally. Thank you so much to Airgigs for being so awesome.
When I first started on this latest album of, let's call it my virtual band, the Creekwalkers, I guess I thought that the goal was just that, a complete album of original songs that I'd be psyched to send around to friends and generally put out there for the world to check out. But looking back on it now, I realized that what I thought was my definition of success and what that actually ended up being wasn't quite the same thing. I started by building the songs in my home studio, and then got some of my super talented musician buddies to record in their respective studios as well, and kind of built it that way. But there was some instrumentation and things like that I wanted to try, and so after poking around the internet a little bit, I found Airgigs, where it looked like I could hire musicians from all over the place to fill some of these little holes that I had here and there.
A deeper state of grace, a much deserved vacation from all this. Don't you ask me for directions, but I'll bring you there if you're so inclined.
I'll never forget getting the first lead guitar tracks back from James. I loaded them in the song, assuming that they'd be a couple of takes that I'd asked for, and instead, what I got was beautifully arranged layers of lush pads and a lead that was well beyond anything I could have possibly imagined, let alone played myself. I mean, truly, I was blown away by all the creative ideas that these various musicians brought to the project. So at the start of all this, I was imagining I was just hiring some random faceless musicians to play on an album. Instead, I found myself connecting with people from all over in a way that went well beyond the music.
Heaven knows I'm good at wishing.
Hi folks, this is John Pearson. I'm a producer, songwriter in Nashville, Tennessee. I just wanted to take a couple minutes and tell you about Airgigs. It's a service that I've used for, since 2016 when I started producing. This service enables someone like me to use top-notch vocalists and session players, literally from around the world, to play and sing on your song. So just to let you know how it works with me, I'm also a member of Taxi A&R. Taxi, if you're not a member of Taxi, join. It's a wonderful way to get into film, TV, and for artists to get discovered. So anyway, Taxi, they will send an email every morning, And there'll be opportunities in this email, and they'll let you know, publishers or libraries or music supervisors that are looking for particular songs. They'll send an email with 3 different opportunities. Sometimes one of those will just spark something in me. I'll start writing a song, sometimes in a genre that I've never done before. I wasn't really doing a lot of indie pop or indie rock until I started in with Taxi and using Airgigs. But how this works in with Airgigs is once I'm working on this song, I'm thinking about the vocalist that's going to do this ultimately. So I'll finish my song, do the lyrics and all this, and then I'll send a scratch out to different vocalists from Airgigs. Each of these vocalists will have a description of their service, what they're good at, genres. Most of the times I'll have samples of previous songs that they've done. So you can find someone that matches up with your song. Send your instrumental down to that vocalist, wherever they may be. I'm working with a vocalist doing a punk rock collection right now in London, and a wonderful vocalist, Camille Van Nykerk. Her voice got me placements this year, a FedEx national ad, a Cricket Wireless national ad, and then a nice placement with a nice sync on Diary of a Future President, and another couple ads that I can't talk about, but this has all been through Airgigs. I wouldn't have run into Camille just walking around in Nashville, Tennessee. And a tip for you is a lot of these genres I've never done before, but I let the vocalist have somewhat free reign. It's like, go for it, be creative, ad lib, let them put their creativity into that, because they're singing this style all the time. They're in touch with what's on the radio right now a lot better than I am, and a lot of them are in bands singing this on the weekend. So they're in touch with the phrasing, the delivery, and it makes your song that might sound a little dated become more contemporary. That's basically how I use Airgigs and Airgigs in association with Taxi. Both wonderful services. If you're not a Taxi member, join. They'll teach you so much about film and TV. And Airgigs, give them a shot. They're a wonderful service. It's cost effective. They're great, wonderful customer service. I've used other services. They pale in comparison. Airgigs are musicians like us. They understand us, so give them a shot. And best of luck to you, and hope to see you at the next Taxi Road Rally. Take care. John Pearson from Nashville.
Hello, my name is Mark Marshall. I'm a composer, multi-instrumentalist, producer based in Brooklyn, New York City. I write a lot of music for film and TV, as well as produce albums for artists, and I've also done a lot of touring with a lot of established artists. Today, I wanted to take a few minutes and talk about some of my favorite features about Airgigs. Now, I use Airgigs both as a session musician, where I get hired to play on other people's music, and I also hire people to work on some productions that I have done. In fact, I did a blog about this for Airgigs, about a song that I had written, and hired a couple of really skilled musicians through Airgigs over in the UK, and we collaborated on a composition, and you can look it up on YouTube, and I think it's a pretty interesting watch about the whole process of working through Airgigs. Today I want to talk about one of my favorite features, which is the ability to directly communicate with musicians or collaborators before you actually hire them. And there's a lot of other services that don't allow you to do this, and I find this to be really important, because if I'm about to work with somebody, I just sometimes want to get a little vibe of what they're about and how we might communicate together. And it's usually at this time I also want to feel out how their business policies are, right? Because I'm going to want people to sign a release form. I'm working on a song, because usually when I'm coming to Airgigs, it's a song that's fully written, and I'm looking for people to play on it. And so at this point, I want to own the rights to it. So this becomes important if you try to license your song in a film, or with a music library, a music licensing company, or publisher. One of the first questions they're going to ask you is, do you outright own the rights to this song? And if you've had people contribute to your song and they haven't signed a work-for-hire release form, the truth is that it is not free and clear. The only way to be free and clear in your song, if other people perform on it, is to have them sign this release. And some people, they feel a little like they don't want to have too much business involved in the music side of it, and they feel awkward asking people to sign a release form. But I will tell you that anybody that's an experienced session musician is really used to this, so it's not awkward to them. They completely understand it. They're generally pretty used to this idea of signing their rights away for it. And if they're not, they're comfortable also with having a discussion about what they feel they might want in the song. But this is always good to discuss up front. You don't want to get to the end of the song and complete payment and then find out later that they had different ideas than you when it comes to their contribution to the song. And you have to remember that these things are not black and white. Everybody has different philosophies about what it is that makes somebody part of the songwriting team versus somebody who's just a work-for-hire musician on it. My standards are maybe different than other people's, and so I think that if I'm adding guitar parts and maybe I add a guitar solo and it's got a melody line or something in it, I'm considering that a work for hire. I'm not going to get uptight if I told them that they should maybe add this kind of drum part or maybe a few production tips. Or I feel like if I'm adding lyrics or if I added a section to the song, if I add a vocal melody line and I'm really kind of in the I'm in the guts of the song and I'm shaping it, then this might constitute part ownership of the song, right? But again, this is always should be a discussion up front when these things are happening so that you communicate. Don't assume that the other person is on the page, and also don't assume that somebody 4 years later is going to have the same memory that they did at the time the song was written. So always do it while it's fresh. I always like to make sure I have a release form signed before I complete payment, and that way everything, once payment is completed through Airgigs, everything is done and over with, and it's free and clear. So you're free to license your song and do whatever you want with it, and it's fully in your ownership, which is really important. There's a lot of reasons why Airgigs is my favorite platform for doing session work or hiring other session musicians. I would say that the ability to directly communicate with collaborators has to be pretty high on the list with that, and not every service allows you to do that, so that's a really major plus for Airgigs.
Welcome back. Get ready for TV and film song pitch. Hello, everybody. How are you guys? Good to see you.
What's up?
Hey, Michael.
How are you, Bob?
Hey.
Hi, Pat.
I'm good, buddy.
Hi, Matt.
Hey, Mike,
Pat,
how are
I've
you?
got to say, it's delightful to see your face. It's like the first time in probably 8 or 9 years that we've actually seen each other face to face. So great to see you.
I know. I was trying to count up the years, and it has been indeed that long.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And we live like 10 minutes from each other. Anyway,
When I think of you, I think of the beautiful bouquet. I think it was 24 roses you sent when I got my job at Discovery. And it came right to my desk my first week, and it was so touching and thoughtful.
Well,
Never forget that.
Always a fan of yours and will always be a fan of yours. And Bob, I love you as well. I miss you. Now that let me introduce the panelists formally. Okay, in the upper right-hand corner, we've got Bob Mair, the CEO of Black Toast Music. In the lower left corner, we've got Matthew DeLuca, co-owner of Figure and Groove Music. And down in the bottom right corner, we've got Pat Weaver, who is head of production at Warner Chappell Production Music and a former all-star Taxi A&R team member. She was literally one of the best screeners we ever had. And for all those people who say, oh, Taxi must use interns. Nope, we use people like Pat Weaver. Highly qualified people. So I want to let you guys know before we start, we had some audio problems on the last panel. The system we're running here is so much more sophisticated than like Zoom or something like that. When we were sending audio, the music to our last group of panelists, it was getting very garbled. We've changed some bandwidth stuff. We've changed to different browsers, all kinds of stuff. It should be fine. If you have problems, please let us know. But please, dear God, I hope not. It was very embarrassing and distracting when you're doing live TV. And, you know, when you're as famous as I am, you can't blow your image right.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. I get recognized like twice a year. Somebody goes, you're the Taxi guy. They don't even know my name. But that's okay. Anyway, so what we're going to do is we're going to listen to songs in the context of, would this work generally for libraries? You don't have to say, you know, well, it's good, but it wouldn't work for my library. Just say, yeah, you know, it makes it over the bar for libraries. If your clientele doesn't need it, then they wouldn't need it. But and if you hear something that you like, just say, I'd like to get a copy of that, and we will send it to you shortly after the road rally is over. For all the viewers out there, I want you guys to know that we had probably around 500 submissions for this. So anything that doesn't get played on the show today will be screened by our screeners. And if it makes it over the bar, then we'll send a playlist to all these three folks so that they've got the playlist of the stuff that was in fact good enough but didn't get played. And we're sending Bob all 500 just because I love him so much. And I want a written report on every damn one of them, Bob. Everyone.
Oh, my God. You know, careful what you ask for.
No, you're on the receiving end, dude, not me. Anyway, you know, let's see, I think I covered everything. Oh, and of course, please offer pithy comments on how it might be improved, if it could use some help. Because we've got, you know, a lot of people that want to get their music heard, so we don't want to have like all three of you, you know, do like 2 or 3 minutes each on a particular song, because then we'll only get to listen to like 8 or 9. I'm hoping that we can get through like 15. So that's it, I think. I want to remind the audience, by the way, that after this is over, the Music Pro Cafe live showcase starts right here on this channel. You will automatically get bumped over to that. Without any further ado, Bria will announce what we're going to listen to first. She's picking these randomly with a random number generator. They're all on a list. Every song's got a number, so completely random. And Bria, take it away.
First up is Warm Affection by Linda.
All right. Pat, you were first up with the hand. You want to take the first comment, please?
I knew that would happen.
I know. People all over the music industry see me coming around rally time. And they go, "Oh, I've got a wedding that weekend."
So I thought there were a lot of good ideas. I liked the background vocal arrangements. I thought were really tasty. I think more attention could be paid to the instrumental arrangement to have it evolve a little more. But the song it's catchy. I feel like the first thing I would want to do if this person and I were working together was re-record the vocal and get a really strong, confident take or bunch of takes. These songs that you guys hear out in the world on the radio, the singers don't just start at the beginning and sing to the end a couple of times and then they pick a take. There's a lot of surgery that goes on, pulling things from different takes, half a word from this take sometimes. So a song like that is got a lot of emphasis on the lead vocal, so you got to make sure your best foot forward. But it's a good, solid song, in my opinion.
Okay, anybody else want to chime in on that?
Well, for me, the most distracting thing about the song was the effects that were on the vocal. There was a lot of reverb on the lead vocal, and then for some reason they chose a very interesting delay on the background vocals that, to me, together it became so swimmy that it was very hard to kind of focus on what was just going on. It was distracting. Okay. I would say you could still use some of those effects. I would just minimize it.
Dial them down, huh?
Yep.
All right. Matt, you agree with your esteemed colleagues?
I do. I don't know if it's just an audio thing or if it was just the way the mix was, but it was just a little bit garbled for me, so I don't know. I don't want to pass judgment on the actual track, but I did hear a lot of the effects, a lot of the reverb, a lot of the delays, but the way it's coming through on my end was just a little bit jumbled. But once again, I don't know if that's just a feed or if that's the actual track, so I hate to pass judgment on the song that way, but maybe the next song I'll be able to tell if it's my end or just what I'm hearing.
Yeah, we were having some garbling on the last listening panel, but now we're
right. It just sounded like it was just garbled up a little bit, so I don't know if that was just the way it was mixed or if that's actually the way.
That's probably the transmission to you. Are you on Firefox versus Chrome?
I am, yeah.
Okay.
And you guys sound crystal clear, so it's just the way the music sounds.
Right.
So let's hear the next one. I'll be happy to chime in if it sounds the same or.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
Bria, hit it.
Next up is Sleepless Nights by Gene O.
Yo, Bob. Oh,
Was
Bob's
when it
not
was
on.
recorded. I'm not on?
Yeah, now you are.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Weird. First thing I'd love to know is when it was recorded. I'm guessing they didn't tell you.
Nah, they didn't.
Okay.
You're
okay.
thinking it's vintage?
It either is or they did a very good job of getting it to sound that way. I was trying to focus on the drums, which is usually the telltale with that stuff. Right. But no, they pulled it off. And I would love a copy of that. That's something that would work in my world because I get requests for vintage material all the time.
Cool.
Vintage sounding material. Yeah. And I thought the singer did a great job. I thought it came across great. This one was a little more difficult to hear the mix overall. Yeah. It sounded like it was some pretty cool bass playing, but I couldn't actually tell if that's what I was hearing or not.
Right. Well, I've got to say, doing live transmissions with 3 feeds coming in and feeds going out to 3 people, it's not a perfect world yet. It gets better every year, but sure. It's not as good as listening directly off your laptop or whatever. Matt, do you want to chime in on that one?
Yeah, I'm kind of the same thing. I think just the feed is a little tough, so it's hard for me to articulate exactly. I'd like to know. I'm with Bob on that. If this is a modern track, if it was supposed to be something that was a little bit older, it'd be interesting to know that part. Once again, kind of hard to articulate on exact details because the signal's coming through just a little bit fuzzy.
Well, just make stuff up, Matt.
This track was just beyond awesome. The melody was just, it was a delicious song.
All right.
I love the cannons. They were great.
Going forward, I'm just going to make all kinds of stuff up.
There you go.
There you go. All right. Fair enough.
Taxi, that's our motto. At Taxi, we never tell the truth. I'm kidding. You guys know I'm kidding, right? Anyway, all right. Bria, what's up next?
Up next is Accent by Gwendolyn.
Yay. Pat, you want to take the lead on this one?
Yeah, I loved it. It totally sucked me in. I'd love to hear the whole thing. Love to get a copy. I thought her voice is gorgeous, quite a range. I thought the arrangement was very tasteful, a little bit cinematic. I liked the flow of the dynamics. I like the steady pulsing. You could take a track like that and get huge with it and make a trailer out of it. I don't know if it's the feed. Again, everything's sounds like it has a little bit of too much reverb on it, but that could be the feed. But I thought it was a beautiful, beautiful song. Oh, the part of the problem with maybe the feed or the production was I couldn't quite make out the lyrics, and that's really key in our business. More often than not, people will choose a song for the lyrics, and those weren't always coming through clear.
I would agree.
I agree with Pat. It was a she beat me to it because as an agreement, I did like the song a lot. It's hard to hear. I would love to have known the lyrical content because the emotional part of the music was there. And once again, not to keep going back to the feed thing, it's hard to tell if it's the feed or just a mix or whatever. So I can't speak, to that. But it would be good to know I love the creepy emotional aspect of it. And I think the size of it, and it had a great build and could certainly be useful for trailers and promos, without a doubt. So, Pat,
her voice was fantastic.
You got it.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah,
her voice was Her voice was fantastic.
Yep.
Instantly, like trailer. I mean, in 20 seconds that was viable for trailers. And I'm getting.
Hey, I'm looking for a singer for a trailer. Just putting that out there.
Well, you should
a voice just like that. As a matter of fact,
run a listing.
Yeah, well, you're gonna send me her track, so.
Yeah, there you go.
We'll connect.
All right, cool. Next up, please.
Next up is Surrender by Keynote.
Oh, Bob's
I know it's.
Wait.
Am I?
There's a lag time. It just lags before it picks up your vocal.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Am I there now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to turn off my phone.
So I could have listened to the whole thing because it was great, but I know you're trying to get through stuff. And I'm assuming that it's as good from the beginning all the way to the end. Great track. There's only one thing, if I was going to be very, very picky about it, and I typically am.
Yes, you are.
I would wish the guitar player hadn't turned on a phaser pedal on his guitar, because it just locked in the date of the song more so than if that had not happened. Meaning that it could have been a blues bar or a blues scene, or the span of era wouldn't have been pinned down quite as much. Such a small, minute detail, but Kat sang great. The band was great. The guitar player was crazy awesome. So love it. Love to get a copy of it.
Great. Anybody else?
And it's hard to pull off that tempo. That is a brave tempo choice, and totally pulled it off. So good for him.
Matt? Anything?
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the blues, and I got 2 thumbs up on that one. It was a solid song.
Very
love the vocal performance.
Yeah.
Just love the guitar playing. Just love the musicianship. It was a solid song.
Very reminiscent of Ray Charles. Similar style.
Had some
organ.
of that. Definitely had some of that.
Absolutely. Yep.
All right. Good job on that one. And what's next, please?
Next up is
Matt, it's all you,
I don't
buddy.
know. Can you hear me? I gotta
Yeah.
take it because I'm a sucker for a bass and drum disco / groove. I like anything that has groove to it, and I personally, if I can tap my foot from the start to finish, and I assume it keeps going the same way throughout. To me, groove is everything in music. So, I'm a fan of that song. I'd love a copy of it. I can hear the instrumental being usable. I can hear the vocal being usable. It's got a great, almost ABBA / disco / Dua Lipa, kind of throwback. It kind of ties in a lot of different eras, which I personally like. So I had to raise my hand and go for it.
All right. Either of you guys want to chime in as well?
I completely agree. It was, at first I was going, oh, okay, definitely throwback, but then there were so many elements that were, from a production standpoint, more current. So it straddled those lines, and I'd love to get a copy as well.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I thought it was really well produced, and those kinds of catchy hooks, that stuff is catnip for some promos, when you need that phrase, I'm the boss.
Oh, yeah.
So that's definitely a licensable track.
I interviewed Mary Ramos this morning for our keynote, and she said, every music supervisor always needs songs with swag or swagger, and that one kind of perfect for that. Awesome. Well, I'm glad you guys like that so much. We're batting about 800 so far, which is good.
Yeah.
Bria, keep up your streak.
Yeah.
Putting it all on you. I'm saying we're doing great. Keep playing the good stuff. These are all randomly chosen, for real.
next up is She Has
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
To me, this is a tough one because the voice is so interesting. To me, it didn't fit the song. The guitar playing, the musicianship is great. The groove is great. It's kind of one of those timeless genres that you can't pinpoint. And I just felt that the vocal felt more like it would be better serviced by a more fragile setting. So maybe if I was working with this person, I would look at a different arrangement or mix of the song, of the instrumental part, so the vocal could really be the focal point. Because right now I felt like the instrumental parts were overwhelming the vocal, if that makes any sense.
It does to me. I mean, I wouldn't have put that lyric and that vocal over that semi-second line drum part that kind of just goes from point A constantly through point B. I think it would have benefited from a more non-linear sound, more of a hills and valleys from the rhythm section. Again, great, fine players, great players, but that didn't serve that vocal. And I thought the vocalist sounded great. Love the vocal.
Unique character.
I'm going to
timbre
agree
is great.
Yeah, with Bob and Pat, there was an honest, organic quality to the vocal. That there was something that was slightly mismatched to me as well. Where when the song first came in, I was like, okay, it's catchy, it's a cool little groove. It just, that's not what I expected, and I think there could probably be a better match for that style of vocal and that kind of approach.
If I can pile on the mismatch theme, first of all, I thought it was really close and really good. But from an engineer's perspective or a mixer's perspective, I heard things that sounded like one thing sounded organic, like it was recorded in this kind of room. Then another thing sounded like it was recorded in that kind of room. And that further added to the mismatched, it lacked cohesiveness in the mix because some things were mic'd up close, other things were mic'd far away, which obviously can be done. It just didn't work for this song in this context. So there you go. What's up next, please?
Up next is Almost Landing by
Tell me why should I care?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, good. That was a great song. I think it needed a better mix for me. I mean, and that's always so tough when it's a great song and it's a great singer and it's a great vibe, and because of a mix, it doesn't get over the finish line, at least with me. And I'll spend, as you know, Michael, hours with writers going over mixes and trying to dial things in with them, which is, of course, always hard because you're not in the room with them when they're mixing. But I would say that that's the kind of a song that's worthy of a better mix because it would have great potential for placements out there.
Bob, I want to add as a little addendum here, a plug for one of our sponsors this year. It's called sessionwire.com. Write that down. Check it out. You will love me for it. You can have somebody play you a mix in Los Angeles here, like you're in the control room with them, talk to them in a live setting. It's mind-blowing, all the stuff that it can do. It is so much better than collaborating over Zoom or any other platform. Anyway, yeah, check that out, you guys. All right.
I will do it.
You guys want to add anything to that?
Matt?
I honestly, I was a fan of this song. I love throwback stuff. I'd love to know if this is a modern song, or if it was recorded a little while ago. I love soul. I love old rock and roll, and just had a great groove. I do agree. It probably could. Like you said, it's tough with the feed to really tell about the mix, but I think a song like this, it's got enough depth that it would certainly get elevated with a different mix.
Do you want a copy of it, Matt? And you can talk to the artist.
I would absolutely love a copy of it. I would love to hear it in its it's high res.
Actually,
form.
Same here, please.
Okay. Pat, what did you want to say?
Just that I'm a stickler for pitch, and there was some very slight pitchiness in the vocals, and I know with my producers I work with, I'm the most sticklery-ish. So I maybe the pitch is fine to everyone else, but it takes me out of the spell. I always talk about songs keeping you in the spell from beginning to end. And I think it's an easy fix because the guy can sing for sure. It's just, again, being really ruthless with your vocal takes when you're putting your mixes together and making sure that you keep that spell. And the thing about pitch, there's singers that they hug the bottom of the pitch, but they're consistent, so it works. There's a consistency. So it's not that it's the pitch per se, but it's how you deliver the song and where your focal point of the pitch is, and to be true to that throughout, even in a bluesy song like that.
Yep. I've got to say, as you were saying that, it reminded me, I've spent hundreds of hours, maybe a few thousand hours in the studio with Neil Young, and there's a guy who is pitchy, but it works so well for him. But he's one of the rare few where it works for him instead of against him. I like that phrase.
Yeah, you don't want to over perfect.
Right.
Too. It's a fine line.
Yeah.
The other thing that I'm loving that I've been hearing tonight, Michael, is I can't tell you how many live musicians are on these tracks.
I know.
What's happened?
I swear to you that this stuff is all
good.
random.
It's refreshing.
All the years that we allowed non-members to submit to these panels in the ballroom, and all of a sudden we just said, you know what? The members are our paying customers. Their music should be the music that gets heard on these panels. The quality of the Taxi member music has gotten so much better over the years. I'm proud of our members. Good job, you guys. All right, Bree, what's
the other
next?
thing about before she goes, never mind, I'll wait.
No, that's okay. Go ahead. While we're on the topic, go for it.
Well, I was noticing all the submissions so far, they have a they have a firm, solid, confident intro. You know, the first downbeat is you're locked in, and that is key, because the way music supervisors fly through songs, if 5 seconds, 4 seconds go by and they're like, oh, that's not, nope. So you got to be that first downbeat, whatever it's going to be, whatever the style, it's got to be lock them in. And all these songs have done that. It's good.
Yep. All right, Bria.
Okay, up next.
And when I see you, thousands suns gonna shine. I said you love me and you never give up. We will climb the line. We're flying high. We're flying high. We're flying high. We're flying high. You taste so sweet, well, I just can't get enough. And the moment you leave me alone, is right. As angels meet together.
Am I good?
Yeah.
Can you hear? Okay.
Yep.
I wish they hadn't used electronic drums on this particular track. Just for that style, it just wouldn't have been my first choice. And I think it would have felt more organic. And that's just me. I wouldn't have gone there.
Matt agrees with you wholeheartedly.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the thought. Yeah, I just felt like the style of the song almost like that kind of Jack Johnson-y kind of vibe, and it was laid back, and it could have come across a little more organic. To me, that sort of just like it kind of took away from what probably could have been a little better.
It keeps it in the demo realm, you know?
Yes,
that sounds like,
absolutely.
Here's a demo.
Absolutely.
What do you think? Yeah, let's produce this thing for real.
That's what exactly. It sounds like a precursor to what it could have become.
Right.
Sure.
I'm going to use that from the title of my first album, The Demo Realm. I like it.
Yeah.
All right, Bria, let's hear another. Yes, Pat.
So, one, beautiful voice, and really great song for that voice. She's a storyteller, and I thought the arrangement was gorgeous. Again, the vocal take is what I'd focus on. You know, there's a little pitchiness, but right in the moments when where she went into the upper registers is where the pitchiness came, and that's when you want to land your listener. You know, so really beautiful. I'd love to have a copy of that. Not that I'm just picking the women, but looks like I am.
Sure. Hey, the old patriarchs are thrown out.
Go girls.
Hey, Michael. Michael, I totally agree. I thought it was great. I think that it sounded to me like the second verse, they had the vocal mix louder than the first verse. And I thought that the vocal was maybe undermixed that first verse. Not by much, a couple of tenths of a dB, maybe.
A couple of a tenth. Yeah, like you can hear a couple of tenths of a dB. But okay, I'll go with it. Nobody can hear that, but I do agree with you. It could have been a smidge louder. Let's go with smidge, Bob.
It's more accurate to say a couple of tenths, but all right. Well, it's if the cello is going to be louder than the vocal at the intro. Love the cello, but the vocalist is, should be up front. But I also agree there, on the I'm Leaving, I think it was the second reiteration of that in the chorus, which is where you do not want pitchiness. I would have said, hey, take another pass at that chorus. I was sort of hoping to get to the second chorus. We died out right before it happened. Because if it was a better chorus, I would have just said fly it to the first chorus, and then you would have been fine. But that's me.
Matt, you got anything?
I enjoyed the song. I thought the singer, although yes, at times there was a slight pitchiness to it. Some of it was raw and honest to me, which sometimes I'm a sucker for. So yes, I have to split the difference sometimes and say, okay, is disturbing slight of pitchiness, or is that just an honest, I'm singing this and I'm feeling it from the heart? So I guess it just depends. So I do hear it and I recognize it, but in that sense, I was listening to the story, I was kind of digging it. I thought it was an overall really nice track. And I kind of like, there's a lot of singer-songwriter music out there. This one definitely leaned more country-esque. To me, I'm just, that was a nice breath of fresh air as well. Because there's, we have a lot of singer-songwriter material that's just kind of mainstream folk, pop. I kind of like this it had a little bit of a different style too, which I kind of just happen to like personally.
Do you want a copy of it?
I would love a copy of it, yes.
I want to add something from the engineer's perspective, of course. It was, Bob, I agree with you. The vocal was just a smidge, maybe a couple of tenths of a dB too low.
Probably a couple of tenths.
But I was listening to it thinking, I almost want to interrupt the song to tell everybody to look at where the vocal was against the track and the compression, or it might have been a brick wall limiter on it, but the way the engineer recorded the vocal and the way if it's the same person mixed the vocal, really close to perfect for a kind of track like this. And there's an art to that. It's hard to get a vocal to not be obviously compressed, but keep it just enough where you can hear every syllable without it being like, too in your faces. I just thought it was an admirable job by the engineer and or mixer on the vocals. So
I agree. I think it was there in the second verse. It was definitely louder in the second verse. So it wasn't, I don't think, a compression thing. I think it was just a choice on levels.
Yeah. Pat, what
and her nuances and inflections were gorgeous. It just pulls you right in.
Yep.
It was.
I think that's what I meant. That there's some times that I'm just like, okay, I heard it, and I'm aware of it, but I don't know. There's just something about the intimacy to a performance like that that I would have loved to have heard it louder. Agreed, just in general in the mix, but so I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd love a copy as well, Michael.
All right, great.
Please.
Bria, pick another winner. She's on a roll over there.
Doing good.
Wow.
I'd love a copy.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I'll take a copy. She's a woman.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look, these women are good. You know,
Yeah.
this is the age of the empowering female music, you know, genre. And only thing I would say is I love the minimalist approach with the instrumental groove, but man, did I want it to just kick in at some point.
They can
That's
always
all,
add
but-
more tracks.
they can always kick in later.
Yeah.
And it was so funny, and that's so much what sucked me in, because it was whoever the producer was, those choices,
Yeah.
ballsy choices, definitely hung it out there, and it worked in a really cool way. I loved it.
You know, back in my day, in the mid-'70s to the mid-'80s, making records, most of the engineers worked in big pro studios. We all kind of knew each other. We shared information. And there was a certain amount of, what's the word, homogeneous? Yeah, you know, all the records kind of were in a realm of sameness. They were obviously very, you know, Led Zeppelin, certainly not like Stevie Wonder. But now, with people being cooped up in their houses, on one hand, they don't get that sharing of information like we did back then. On the other hand, they are free to roam the wild and find this really original creative stuff. And I'm just blown away by stuff like that when I hear it. It's like, I wouldn't have been so sparse. It was beautifully sparse. I wouldn't have been that brave, but whoever did this made a great decision and it worked.
I thought so.
Yep.
I'd love a copy.
All right. Cool. Matt, got anything?
No, I mean, I was digging the groove overall. I would have hoped that the singer was a hair bit stronger in her delivery and her flow. Short of that, I thought it was a great groove. And I love the uniqueness of the track. The only thing I felt short was a little bit of the vocal performance. I thought it's an extremely competitive space, and it just felt, to me, the vocal performance just fell a hair flat.
All right. Bria, next case, please.
Next up is I Wish.
for me, this was the most problematic from a pitch standpoint. I mean, and I'm assuming everyone on this panel is going to say our clients, it wouldn't get over the finish line. That doesn't mean it couldn't be reworked, and another vocal take could have made it better. This definitely needed some woodshedding.
I agree with Bob. I mean, it's a nice song, and it sounds like at times she really could have a very nice voice. This one also came off a little bit demo-ish to me in general. Just the production. Maybe it sounded like Bob said, maybe another take or two to really refine the vocal, and just some of the sounds, and just it felt a little bit MIDI-ish to me overall. Didn't have a nice full. Yeah, just didn't have a really, which probably an organic, real, authentic sound, which a song like this could probably benefit from.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing to add. I totally agree.
Yeah, I noticed there was a vocal rub against the piano chord. I wasn't sure if it was a weird note in the chord or a weird note in the vocal, but when she said beautiful to see, there was like an ouch moment there that totally took me out of the song. All right, next up.
Next up is I'm Still Alive.
This time I've really got the blues. Hands are coming to my ears. I'm suffering from too much news. I need a drink and some sensible shoes. Like there's really nothing else to lose, so I think I'll just lay back and cruise. Cause things aren't really past repair. I'm still alive, doing fair.
Bob?
Same as the prior, just vocal issues. This one, again, needs help. I probably would have, for the song, I probably would have just made it a 12-bar blues as opposed to trying to do anything fun, chordally, sort of like what they were doing. But I just would have left it straight up, and I would have tried to get a better performance out of the vocalist.
Okay. We're all in
Yeah,
agreement.
he's got a lot of character. I just felt myself, being in the studio with him, encouraging to get more of himself into the song, because it's a cool voice, and he's got that storyteller thing, and he's been around the block, and he's got that world weariness, and I loved the lyrics. It all fit to me, except he needed to own the song, and that wasn't there.
You are right on the money with that. He really needed to own it. He was singing it almost by the numbers. All right, next up.
Next up is Staying Heart by Bernard Bosser.
Matt, you don't get to cruise through without raising your hand, by the way.
Yeah, I raised my hand
just
once.
Bother me.
All right, I'll start raising my hand.
He's such a nice guy.
I used to sit in the back of the classroom.
Oh, I think I was right there with you.
I was just sitting here thinking, this is hard on both sides.
This is a hard one.
Well, not just this song, but what we're doing. People are pouring their heart and soul into this music.
Yeah.
And then we listen to less than half the song and comment, and it's weird, but hopefully this is helpful. So I know Bob's thinking the same thing, and so is Matt. From the get-go, there were pitch issues. It's at that demo level. A lot of the arrangement needs to be worked out more, and never did lock in. I kept thinking maybe it's going to lock in, but it never really did.
Yeah.
Right, I was waiting too. I agree right from the get-go with everything Pat's saying, even though I didn't raise my hand first. And I was hoping, I really, as an artist myself and a writer, I was hoping at one point there would be that redemption, like, wow, all right, it happened. And for this song, for me, it just didn't happen. And I agree with Pat. It's a tough situation to be in, making these kind of, comments, but like, hopefully they're helpful.
The members do appreciate it.
Yeah,
it's
think,
not easy, but it's I hope so.
Yeah.
Well, I think honesty is always the best policy, and I think since we're all kind of in the business and we're dealing with it on a regular basis, to pull the wool over anybody's eyes on anything is a disservice to them. Yeah, it puts us in a hot seat, and I'm very well aware of this. It's not the first panel I've done with you, Michael. And it is interesting. It's one thing to sit in your home or in an office and have music come across your desk, and no one's there to see that you pulled it off within 3 seconds or if you listen to the end. And it is interesting to do it live in front of an audience. But I think it's and the reason I like doing these is because I think it is beneficial. And I've certainly heard from writers that they do appreciate when there's honesty there. It isn't always great to hear if you're the artist. I mean, you're right. It's an emotional thing. I'm an artist. Sure. I'm a songwriter. Yeah. I never like it if somebody tells me my song isn't up to standards. So, but I think it's a worthy cause. I think it's a worthy thing to do.
But we get it too when we pass the song along to our client, and they go, "What are you thinking? Why?" So it works both ways.
Well, one thing I've learned in this business over 30 years is if you pass certain things on to clients, you won't get called anymore.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
right.
If a client's looking for, I deal with some pretty powerful people out there, and I'm not going to blow smoke up their rear ends. I'm going to be sending them the best thing I can possibly think of every time, all the time. So this is just how this business works,
People,
we do custom music, and you're not here. What do you think about this song? You're hearing what they want. It hasn't been written. It doesn't exist. You're trying to turn their words into actual music for their needs. And wow, talk about a tough gig. Not that has anything to do with what we're doing here, but it's just that everybody's got people critiquing them is all I'm trying to say on some level somewhere.
And so many people over the 30 years that I've run Taxi have said, why can't the screener said it's pretty darn close. Why couldn't they forward pretty darn close and let the person on the receiving end, maybe they think it's really closer, over the bar. But you're absolutely right. You're only as good as your last pitch. So you have to protect the relationship, which benefits all these writers, composers, and artists. And, three bad ones and you're out. So it's tough. We all have to be picky, but in the end, it benefits the bigger picture. Yeah.
Yes, I hope so. I hope it's taken that way.
I think it is. We've been around so long that our members have matured with the company, and they become more seasoned, more knowledgeable. Maybe some newer members that aren't with the program yet. They haven't come to a rally yet. They haven't watched Taxi TV. They don't hang out in the forum. They haven't learned that stuff yet, so maybe they take offense at it. But the majority of our members are Pat, you and I have to go to lunch some Saturday, after the rally, and that's what I'm so proud of our members. Even in just the 8 or 9 or 10 years, whatever it's been since you've been there, and we've hung out. The musical maturity level of our members over those years has just gone through the roof. Anyway, enough kvelling about my members. Let's have another one, please, Bria.
Next up is Better Than Not by Lewallen.
Wow, you didn't want to go further on that, huh, Bob?
You beat me to it, Bob. I was ready to raise my hand.
That's why I did. That's why I did it. That's why I did it. I was just saving you. I was just saving you. No, the girl could sing. I couldn't quite tell if that was a canned piano or not. To be honest with you, it was. I don't know if it was overcompressed live piano. I don't know what I was hearing, but it was interesting. The pre-chorus, vocally, some pitch issues. Love the harmonies. The girl can sing. I wish, as a producer, that drums had come in, bass had come in. This track could have used to grow from a standpoint of, for me, from an instrumental production. It could have just used some bottom. It could have used some drums. Didn't have to be, it just, because of that, because it didn't grow, it didn't get produced out, it felt more like a demo. I think another vocal pass would have made it a lot better. I still don't know without more production from the instrumentation that I would have been able to do anything with it, but I like the song.
Yeah, I kind of along the same kind of lines. I at times I was really digging it, and then other times it felt demo-ish to me, and it was swaying back and forth. I kept going in saying, all right, maybe it's kind of cool like this. Maybe it's cool just like this, that it's minimal and it's just her and the piano and a few vocals. And then other times I'm like, you know what, it really should flesh out. So to me, I agree with Bob. The girl has a really nice voice, and she could sing. And I probably, me just personally, I probably would have liked to have heard the song flesh out a little more and just kind of go somewhere else. I don't think the way it is now stood up as it kept going along.
Somebody in the chat room said, yeah. Pat will take it, it's a girl.
Pat.
All right.
Fair. She does have a nice voice, and it is a nice song. It just sounds like a work in progress. And
yes, agreed.
If you're going to go that stripped down, Adele does a piano, works great, but it's a real marriage between her vocal and that piano and the sound of that piano, and it fills the space. Here, it was really super vocal heavy, loved the vocals, but if you're going to do that many layers, there needs to be something supporting it. So yeah, I would just continue to arrange that song, flesh it out.
I would turn to the producer and go, have you heard of a song called Imagine by John Lennon? Pull it up, give it a listen, and maybe embrace some of what went into that production.
I've got to tell you, I've got 3 songs demoed by Dolly Parton up from around she probably did them in 73, 74, something like that. And this made the hair on my arm stand up because it reminded me of those demos, but they were demos. And this still harkens back to a demo. It's a really good demo, but it's not quite up there yet. All right. Sonic says, Pat really knows her music. They all really know their music, but yes, she does. I'm telling you, for anybody who ever questions the quality of screeners we have at Taxi, Pat was one for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years or something?
I think it's about a good year, good long year.
That was it?
Year plus.
Oh, I thought it was longer, but anyway.
I think so. But I was thinking I know the least about music because clearly, Michael, I didn't know you were an engineer. And Bob's talking about tenths of dBs, and Matt is an artist himself. And I don't know about all that technical stuff, and I can't sing worth a lick. And so I'm highly complimented by that chat, so thank you.
Yeah, you know a lot about music, Pat. I mean, come on. How many screeners did you see that I would call into meetings in my office on a range of things? And you were frequently invited into those meetings because I respect you so much. All right.
Next up is ambiguity of
my intuition is speaking. Feeling from the past. Help me with my future. And will surely come to pass. To avoid the fatal purpose. That requires eternal assistance. With love. That this is some kind of reassurance. When I'm faced
Bob pointing to Pat. I've got to say.
Hey, I'll take it.
We're doing 40.
This is an interesting one because I really wanted to like it. I'll be honest. It had a really cool David Bowie / Tina Turner throwback thing sort of happening, and to me, it just kind of fell into the demo world again. Some of the chord changes, to me personally, I wasn't a huge fan of, but I like to be objective and not just say, hey, it's not just because I like it, but what would our clients like, or just, what am I feeling? But so to me, some of the arrangement was a little bit odd. And I thought the production in general definitely needed to be elevated in order to bring a song that was that unique across properly. To me, it just fell a little bit short of that.
Pat,
thanks for stepping up.
That's what I'm here for.
Well, you know what? I would totally agree. I really wanted it to succeed. I mean, it started off.
I really did.
The bass kind of threw that whatever effect that was creating that, and it did have this more wacky David Bowie sensibility to it.
Yeah.
And it even reminded me kind of Grace Jones.
Yeah.
You know, in a weird kind of way. And I love really unique music. I mean, like that earlier song where it was so minimal. It was just, it was ballsy. It was a choice. They went for it. So I really wanted this to succeed, but I agree with you. It just didn't quite get there. Cool ideas, super cool ideas.
Yes, I agree. It has a merit, but there was just something about it that just didn't bring it. I don't know, just didn't get it there.
Yeah, I applaud the effort and the ambition. It was bold and different, and I wanted to like it too. And it you know, I was in it, you know, in the beginning, but to me, it just needs more focus. You know, if you're going to be that dramatic, this is a dramatic song. This is not a toe tapper in the way that people are going to walk around singing this song. You're creating this world. It's a little bit artsy. That's the Bowie thing. It's got a tension behind it. I'd keep working on it, you know, because it's a cool idea. And didn't like some of the chord changes, you know. It felt like it was still in the experimental stage. I think it's evolving, and I wouldn't walk away from it. I keep woodshedding it.
Well, we got to wrap this up because we're going to get handed off to a live showcase momentarily. But guys, I really adore all three of you. You know, the quality of... I can feel it coming from you. Somebody the other day in the chat room said, "Oh, gatekeepers." And I said, no. I don't know any gatekeepers in the music industry. All the people I know want to find music that they can make money with. They love artists. They love great songs. They're all looking for stuff. And it's so obvious from the three of you. So thank you so much for your time. Bob, thanks for staying up past your bedtime over there in the East Coast. Yeah. Pat, I really do miss you, and we got to get together for a lunch sometime soon. And Matt, Matt's new to the rally thing since last year, but man, you're great. So thank you.
This has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, great to see you again, Matt.
And Pat,
yeah, it's great to see you, Pat.
Nice to meet you.
Yep.
Nice to
Thank
meet
you, guys. And congratulations to all the people who had the courage to submit, and congratulations to the people who are getting forwarded to these guys. Makes my day.
Yeah, and keep making music.
Yep.
Absolutely.
All right.
Love you guys.
All right. Greg, play that funky music, Greg. Oh, we're handing it off. Okay. We're going to hand it off. Thank you for spending the day with us. Hope you enjoyed it. And now you get to go to the Music Pro Cafe Showcase, and Bria's going to do the switch over, and I get the night off. Oh, except for writing all my stuff for tomorrow. Good night, you guys.